Chapter 201 Go in vertically and come out horizontally. Chapter 201 Go in vertically and come out horizontally. Well, the commander who was beaten was speechless. Good guy, if it wasn't for your age, I would have to shove you off the streets. Isn't this broken thing caused by your not reporting it? We should have known that there is such a secret on the moon. This moon landing plan has not been launched sooner. It's all right now, people have also discovered it, and we have to fight for time with the rabbit. Are you sure you're not a spy sent by the other side? For the anger of the chief commander, the old man was still indifferent. Said that this is the meaning of the Congress Master, and if you have any problems, you can go to them yourself. I want you a banana peel. The big commander waved the old man out, covered his face and thought for a long time, when a thought suddenly popped into his mind. If so, is it possible? Well, yes, as expected of me, this should be able to pit the next door. Seems to have come up with an idea. The chief commander squinted and muttered for a long time. Finally, he shouted to the door, "Go, bring back the dead old man from the Ministry of Secrets." Wang Chen didn't know what was going on in the space flight, and he didn't tell himself about it. Maybe it's because it's useless to tell Wang Chen about this alien. After all, no matter how awesome Wang Chen is, can he still chat with aliens? And nothing has been determined yet. Whether there are alien remnants is still a hypothesis. Still don't bother Wang Chen to study things. No, 2 months have passed, and until July, the spare parts that were commissioned to build have been completed one after another. In the newly built factory, Wang Chen has already started the assembly of the first real nuclear fusion energy source. Now the base is almost done. On the top side, the production plant for cold nuclear fusion catalysts has also been deployed. It is expected to be officially put into production in September. This thing will also be reserved as a strategic material in the future. This powder itself has a long shelf life, and under normal circumstances, it will not undergo qualitative changes for 30 or 50 years in a sealed environment. And even if it is used with the fusion core, its usage is not high. With the current mineral resources of the Earth, it is fully able to support the splurge of the early stage. It's just that this thing has the same problem as the nuclear fission core. Due to the use of catalysts, this version of cold nuclear fusion will still produce a certain amount of wastewater. Just not as intractable as nuclear fission. Is a bit like heavy industry wastewater, which needs to be broken down by a large treatment plant. As a proper environmentalist, Wang Chen also had a simpler solution. That is to transport all these objects to outer space through the spacecraft being designed. When the time comes, give an acceleration and go directly to Jupiter or the Sun and finish the job. Anyway, space is infinite, and it is the most suitable for dealing with these difficult tossing garbage. After Wang Chen started to assemble the fusion core, the surrounding vigilance intensity also increased several times. Even Li Long walks around with his stuff every day. As the top secret facility in the country at present, the top has also pulled the security strength to the highest level. This matter cannot be known to Eagle Source for the time being, and the specific internal arrangements will take some time. Wait until they find a way to deal with it before they can announce it to the public. According to Du Gang, they will synthesize several scientists who do not exist in the domestic archives. This technology was successfully announced accidentally by deciphering the death. This kind of thing has to be convincing if someone else digs it. After all, people are always willing to believe what they try to see. If you publish it yourself, it will not have such a good effect. It is not difficult to imagine that once Eagle Source knows about this matter, he will definitely talk about it everywhere. And that's exactly what they wanted. First it was not recognized, then it was acquiesced, and finally it was published. In the name of the Secret Research and Development Team of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the source of nuclear fusion technology was stripped from Wang Chen. At that time, it will be similar to the previous results of artificial intelligence. Wang Chen will only be a partner of this technology and a company specially supported by the above. And the real information may not be decrypted until after Wang Chen's death, or when the technology is completely popularized. This may be difficult for some developers who care about fame and fortune. But Wang Chen himself has no opinion. I don't care about fame and fortune. Wang Chen has always valued his own safety. Now, the development of the individual mecha has entered the final stage. Erguzi is bringing the first individual exoskeleton mech of the producer who is in full swing with the robots. With this thing, one's own security ability can be raised to another level. It's really not good. You can also learn from Iron Man to make a man's wardrobe. After all, the individual exoskeleton mech can be controlled remotely without manned like a robot. Whoever dares to trouble himself, he can give him a shuttle every few kilometers. Speaking of mechas, Li Long has been talking about him for several days. Said to be the first operator of this first-generation mecha. Is in the factory where the fusion core is assembled by itself, and at the corner is the production point of the individual soldier exoskeleton. For the convenience of handling, Wang Chen also put this thing in front of his eyes. In this way, if there is any problem, you can solve it in time. And De Gang couldn't walk from the first sight. What can a man's romance be like? If you love him, let him play. The first thing to do every morning is to check the development progress of this mecha. To tell the truth, this first set of mecha Wang Chen planned to come by himself. But he was stopped by Li Long when he entered his personal information. Anything that is too risky is absolutely not allowed. This dangerous testing environment should let him come. Well, this is not Li Long talking nonsense. De Gang gave an order. Considering that the things that Wang Chen developed are all dangerous things, so we have to keep an eye on them. Especially when it is about to be completed, be sure to prevent Wang Chen from sneaking into the test. Therefore, Li Long also directly protected Wang Chen's hands and feet, with an attitude of not letting go if you don't agree with me. In the end, Wang Chen was also in a hurry, saying that if I don't get on the plane, don't get on it. I find someone again. If you don't want me to be happy, you still want to be happy? What a joke. Everyone is tortured together, who is afraid of who? Then Wang Chen was entangled with this stuff these days. Is really helpless, facing the hippie smiling face of Li Long. Even if he wants to scold, he can't say it. After all, people are just finishing their work, and they are also very smart. It is the sharpening of soft knives to make themselves less temperamental. In the end, yesterday Wang Chen couldn't take it anymore and agreed to the test request for this product. No, I pulled myself into the data entry of my body early this morning. This is a procedure required for the controller to better match the mecha. The height difference between Wang Chen and Li Long is a bit large. Even if the mecha has a certain amount of expansion and contraction ability, it will not be flat. So this first one is basically no match for me. Look and laugh the crooked Li Long. Wang Chen also threatened with some discomfort. Laugh at the hammer. Be careful, let me let you go in vertically and come out horizontally. Chapter 202 Money Money Money. Chapter 202 Money, Money, Money. In July, Jai finally completed all the tests on unmanned express delivery. And the world's first drone distribution center was officially completed in mid-Chile. This huge building, which looks like a sphere, attracted a large number of tourists to take pictures on the first day of its completion. At the same time, the drone delivery app that has been prepared for a long time also opened the channel for the first time. Although currently only express delivery is accepted in the Modu area, in just one day, the entire drone center has received more than 6,000 express deliveries. Among them, the delivery of goods by e-commerce accounts for 63%, and the rest is delivery within the same city, This ratio is almost the same as the research conducted by the marketing department. In particular, the increase in intracity delivery is very gratifying. Relying on the fast, efficient and low price of drones. The first time the drone app distribution was opened, many manufacturers in the same city tried this new way of freight, including document delivery between companies in the same city, fruit delivery between the same city, small commodity delivery and so on. And from the current situation, the favorable rate is also very high. Many people are saying that with the drone, they don't even need to go out the door, they can receive objects directly from the balcony. This is quite good for many otaku. It's a pity that drone delivery is still mainly focused on objects, and it has not developed vigorously in takeaway. In other words, whether it is Hungary or Metuan, it seems that they all have the idea of monopolizing the delivery of drones. Therefore, SF Express's distribution business is naturally inaccessible. But it doesn't matter. Giant SF Express have already begun to consider whether to enter the food delivery industry. My own drone is so awesome, it would be a pity if it didn't expand a few ranges. Especially in the takeaway section, they are basically small objects, and they also pay attention to speed. This perfectly matches the advantages of drone delivery. Since the two leaders are unwilling to let themselves intervene in this line, then bypass them and directly set up their own food delivery platform. I heard that Giant have had several rounds of discussions on this matter, and it is expected that a corresponding report will be issued within a month. Now, a flying drone can be seen from time to time in the sky of the Magic City. Many foreign tourists who came to travel also expressed that they were like coming to the city of the future. Not only the drone market, but also in the automotive sector, with more and more new products on the shelves recently. The market share of new energy vehicles has also risen sharply. Especially after the country has opened up various subsidies, it is now more cost-effective to buy a new energy car than a traditional car no matter what. And the renovation plan of the gas station is also in full swing, and a series of changes have made many users who were not sure change their minds one after another. For many ordinary families, affordable is always the first priority. Since new energy vehicles are much cheaper in all aspects, why support traditional vehicles? Just for the so-called feelings? Just from the sales volume in the past few months, no matter which new energy vehicle manufacturer is making money. For example, BYD, as the representative of the current domestic car companies, the order is really soft. The slowest list has been lined up until next year, and it can be said that it is hard to find a car. And even Honky, which is taking the high-end route, has seen a steady rise in sales recently. With the release of Honky's new sales policy, many face-saving bosses also focused their attention. What Rolls-Royce, what Bentley, can you plant a little red flag? If you can't, then get out. What we rich people want is a platoon. Everyone wants a luxury car, but a luxury car with a flag is not something you can buy if you want. This is still the case for domestic car companies, and the old German cars naturally make a lot of money. Mercedes, BMW plus Volkswagen and his pair of sons. As a world-renowned car company, relying on its own long-running brands, it is also indistinguishable from BYD in the field of new energy vehicles. Even after the first month of sales, Mercedes-Benz even accelerated the pace of going to traditional cars. Prepare to integrate all resources, make every effort to blaze a trail in the new energy market. I originally wanted to keep a hand of traditional energy vehicles to see the situation, but now it is completely unnecessary. It is a foolish decision to waste time on something that is bound to be eliminated. The peripheral killing is dark, and the gate of technology as the main supplier is naturally full of money. With the launch of the robotic production line of the Gate of Science and Technology, the main battery, graft and display and other factories have begun to undergo pure mechanization transformation. It is expected that all factories will be renovated this year, and our own factories will be able to produce 24 hours a day. The production capacity will also be increased by about 13% from the existing quota. Although the cost of the renovation is very high, fortunately, thanks to the hot market and unknown funds from above, Jin Sanshi can barely maintain the company's revenue and expenditure balance. It's funny to say that, as the world's top unicorn company, Jin Sanshi's biggest headache all day long is money. The current spending on islands is a bottomless pit. In the face of Wang Chen's request for excellence, the CCCC naturally worked hard to improve. The estimated construction cost this year alone is as high as $30 billion. To be honest, Jin Sanshi's pressure is really great. And Wang Chen surprises himself from time to time. Hundreds of millions today, hundreds of millions tomorrow. And it hasn't stopped anyway. No, I just got to work today when I received another email from Wang Chen. To tell the truth, Jin Sanshi is a little afraid to see this thing now. If possible, he really wanted to block Wang Chen. Out of sight, out of mind. After opening the order with some trembling, sure enough, it was another purchase order that I didn't know what to do. Drawing up and down for a while, Jin Sanshi quickly discovered the problem. How come I haven't seen the final total scale after sliding for a long time? He didn't care about what kind of gold 3 stones Wang Chen purchased. He just wanted to see the final quota and signed it. But today, he has been pulling for a minute or two and has not reached the end. Couldn't help pushing his glasses, Jin Sanshi directly pressed the slider next to him and dragged it to the end. When he finally saw the final total amount, MMP almost blurted out. My dear, hundreds of millions of billions are no longer enough, right? What is this purchase list worth $10 billion? Are you going to reclaim the sea? So much money? Follow the classmates you like. I love you. You can also add my fan group tilde. Chapter 203. Are you sure? Chapter 203. Are you sure? Couldn't help but read it again. Jin Sanshi's brows also wrinkled deeper and deeper. The items purchased by the owner do not seem to be too fancy, but there is a problem with the large amount. Especially on some minerals, it is calculated in tons. Although it is cheap, it cannot hold a lot. After watching for a while, Jin Sanshi rubbed his eyes and gave up. If you don't understand it at all, you should call and ask. This is not like doing research, but rather like producing something. The call was quickly connected. Wang Chen, who was tossing the fusion core, saw that Jin Sanshi was a little excited, and couldn't help smiling and comforting. Lao Jin, don't worry, I'm sure I'll get this money back. It's not the boss. What are you doing here? This can't be said for the time being. You can just hand over the order to the gang. Don't worry, I know it. Boss, I have to remind you that although the company is very profitable, no matter how much money it spends, it will not be enough. We are not an old company without the funds accumulated over the years. The advance of the book is basically that it comes in today and will be transferred out tomorrow. You are all conventional items, which means that the money will be paid out soon. We don't have much cash on our books anymore. Jin Sanshi persuaded. I paid a sum of $10 billion before, and I was still thinking that I could breathe a sigh of relief. As a result, it's only been a few days. It happened again. The company's money is very tight. I'm very nervous. Even if the company makes more money, it can't stop the tens of billions of dollars in expenditure. It takes money for island construction and factory upgrades. These are big players. Why don't you relax for a while, boss? Let's reorganize next year. Jin Sanshi asked tentatively. No? What are you kidding me? Wait a year. In this case, you can send the list to Do Gang first, and I'll take care of the money. Shook his head, Wang Chen simply refused. Time waits for no one, But Wang Chen also knows that kiawe is hard to cook without rice, and the company's cash flow has always been tight. It is indeed a problem to call out more than $10 billion in one go. So after thinking about it, Wang Chen could only come forward to solve this matter. Okay, then trouble the boss. Seeing what Wang Chen said, Jin Sanshi changed his mouth very wisely. As long as you don't let yourself pay for it, that's fine. As for how Wang Chen solves it, it's none of his business. With the relationship between his boss and the above, it is only $10 billion. As long as Wang Chen speaks, there are ways to solve it. Sure enough, after Wang Chen hung up the phone, he called De Gang directly. De Gang, who was busy with his work, heard that Wang Chen was here on credit. He immediately smiled and said that the money was just money. You said how much? I will go and tell the above. This is not Du Gang's big talk. He owes so many favors. If he can pay it back with money, it is naturally the most comfortable. I was afraid that Wang Chen would mention some things that were not very easy to handle. This is a good feeling, and it's not too much. I'm going to buy something worth $10 billion here. Do you think it's a transfer or how to get it? Wang Chen raised his brows slightly. Seeing that Du Gang was so arrogant, he bluntly revealed the amount. Oh, 100. How much? $10 billion? What are you doing? Du Gang, who was about to say that there was no problem, suddenly came back to his senses, and couldn't help digging out his ears, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Purchase a batch of $10 billion worth of supplies? Good guy, is this going to make a flying saucer? You heard that right, I have already asked Jin Sanshi to send you the order. I didn't want to bother you. As a result, Lao Jin and I cried poor. Just what you just said can be free? Thank you so much. Wang Chen said with a grin. No. Wang Chen, listen to me, you. De Gang was already a little flustered. If it is 1 billion or 2 billion, then it will be fine, but $10 billion? Equivalent to 60 billion yuan. If he really sent it out just because he said a word, without saying anything else, he would definitely be scolded as a muggle. Even if you want to send this decision, it is not something you can decide by yourself. Can only be sent to Wang Chen from above, not promised. Who is this favor? Seeing that Wang Chen seemed to be serious, Du Gang was immediately anxious, but he didn't know what to say. After all, this big talk just now was indeed spoken by himself. Okay, I'm joking with you, why are you nervous? So, you ask the above how to operate. I definitely want this thing, but the money is temporarily unavailable, and it will take a while. You can get an IU or get a bank loan. Seeing that Du Gang was a little anxious, Wang Chen also laughed and cleared the siege. I was just joking, after all, $10 billion is not a small amount of money. It's easy to talk, let me ask for you, and you can send things first. Wiped the sweat from his forehead, Du Gang was slightly relieved to see Wang Chen say this. You can't make money on your own, but you can still deliver. After all, the size of the gate of science and technology is there, don't worry about them still not paying. That's good, send things as soon as possible, remember to send them to the port warehouse on the island. It's good to say, but can I ask what you want? It's not a small amount. You'll know when the time comes. If you give me 5 billion, I'll give you one when something is made. If I don't give it, I didn't say it, anyway, you will pay for it later. Shrugged, Wang Chen sold out a little. Are you so sure that you can sell it to us? Du Gang asked curiously. 80%. Anyway, I can use it to protect the island if you don't want it. It's not a loss. Wang Chen said indifferently. It's okay, I'll go talk to the above, I don't know if it will work. Okay, you can just pass on what I said, no matter what, it must be fast, I'm in a hurry to use it. Okay, by the way, How is your fusion core research? Nodded. Gang also took note of this matter, and after thinking about it, he also asked about nuclear fusion. The fusion core project currently has two teams working on it. One is Wang Chen and the other is a special team from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Compared with others, the most concerned about now is when will this thing come out. Gang was also worried that Wang Chen would delay the research on the fusion core for other reasons. Don't worry, I made this thing, just zoom in a bit, soon. Well, the above attaches great importance to this thing, it must be as soon as possible. I know, I also pay attention to it, just wait with peace of mind, it can be done in 2 months at most. True or false? Quality must be guaranteed. Hey, when has the quality of the stuff I made ever been poor? That's it, it's gone. Let me know when the stuff is in place. Chapter 200 and for love, love. Chapter 200 and for love, love. Gang handled this matter very quickly. The next day, a loan of $10 billion was approved, and Wang Chen only needed to pay back $5 billion. Of course, the other $5 billion is not from Wang Chen to buy the things he said, but as a reward. As long as Wang Chen can get the fusion core out within 3 months, then the money will not need to be returned. The above is indeed a little worried that Wang Chen will focus on other things and delay the research of nuclear fusion. Especially in the current situation, as the creator of cold nuclear fusion, Wang Chen must stand on the front line. Wang Chen also understood very well, so he agreed with a smile. It's not worth it if you don't make money, and your progress is pretty fast anyway. The purchased items do not need Wang Chen to stare, and they will all be delivered to the warehouse on the island. Don't look at how much Wang Chen purchased. The spare parts here are related to his 2 major plans later. Except for the materials needed for that battleship, the rest are all the materials for the island electromagnetic gun and the electromagnetic rapid-fire gun. Urguzi has completed the preliminary defense design. The entire island will have a 3-layer defense system. Is divided into a coastal layer, a half-mountain layer, and a top layer. The whole system includes 180 triple-mounted 380mm electromagnetic main guns and 800 sets of electromagnetic high-speed guns. These weapons are densely distributed around the island. They are usually stored in the ground by means of storage, and they will rise directly to the ground when needed. All electromagnetic weapons will also be integrated into the intelligent network, and Urguzi will make corresponding deployments. All the wells required for these electromagnetic weapons have been sent to Jojian. You don't need to dig the pits yourself. All you have to do is to place the complete set of weapons in the pits after digging. After the island is officially put into use, these electromagnetic weapons are the last means of defense for the island. After dealing with the problem of accessories, Wang Chen also focused his energy on the assembly and debugging of the fusion core again. In less than 2 months, the first practical cold fusion core was born in the factory. With the successful installation of the last spare part, Wang Chen also started the first test machine without stopping. The raw materials and catalysts required for fusion are continuously injected into the reactor along a specific track. After almost 3 minutes, a huge amount of energy spewed out of the pipe. The huge energy is quickly injected into the extra-large Grafton battery not far away under the deployment of the shunt device, and the saturation of the battery on the side display is also rising rapidly. It fills up in almost a minute. Fortunately, before the test, Wang Chen had let the people of the Power Supply Bureau integrate it into the grid through special processing. Otherwise, such a terrifying instantaneous power generation might burst the Grafton battery in an instant. At this time, the remote Power Supply Bureau in the Magic Capital is now a big alarm bell. Wang Chen had already called them when the phone was turned on and asked them to prepare for diversion. But when the current actually arrived, it scared them. The ultra-high voltage wires responsible for connecting the factory were already running at a high load. A steady stream of electricity is pouring into the home's power supply system. The head of the Power Supply Bureau, who was in a hurry, also quickly gave an order to open the channel for north-south current transmission and transmit this current to other places. It took more than 10 minutes of work, and it was considered that this group of electric current was sent out stably. Wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the boss of the Power Supply Bureau quickly made a phone call. Is this NEM opened a nuclear power plant? Such a large power supply. As a director, he didn't know what Wang Chen was researching. However, with such a large current, the only possibility is a nuclear power plant. Could it be that in order to facilitate the research of the gate of science and technology, a nuclear power plant was directly built there? But if this is the case, the degree of confidentiality should not be so high. Even if he doesn't understand, he doesn't bother to think about it. As a person in the system, he also knows very well what he shouldn't know and don't ask about it. Especially it is related to the gate of science and technology, the level of confidentiality there is too high, far from being able to figure it out. After receiving the report from the director, Du Gang was also the first to contact Wang Chen. He knew that Wang Chen had contacted the Power Supply Bureau a few days ago and asked them to prepare. It is also clear that the nuclear fusion test should be in these days. Looking at this situation, it seems to have succeeded, and it still feels very awesome. Got through to Wang Chen's phone, and after checking the question, sure enough, the cold fusion core was already running normally. The current condition is good. Wang Chen plans to test for a week to see the stability this time. At the same time, he also told Du Gang that the power is still only about half turned on, and when it is late, he will gradually increase the power to the highest level. So I have to trouble Du Gang to talk to the Power Supply Bureau. This is only half. Du Gang took a breath of air in surprise, but he still remembered what the director just said. The energy that is currently erupting from Wang Chen's side is equivalent to 1/20th of the Three Gorges power station. This needs to be turned on at full power. My dear, 1/10th of the Three Gorges? Couldn't help but ask. Wang Chen smiled and said, isn't this normal? The energy of nuclear fusion is 158 times that of nuclear fission. Even if the loss is a bit high due to the clever use of it, it is close to 100 times. Although the Three Gorges power station is awesome, it is only hydropower. Isn't the Chan nuclear fission power plant not far away equivalent to half the Three Gorges? That's just nuclear fission. This is a serious fusion reaction. Otherwise, why bother the Power Supply Bureau for the test? With this energy, if I don't limit it, I can destroy the surrounding power grid in an instant. And this is only the core of the ship. If it really reaches the scale of the Chan nuclear fission power plant, it is at least equivalent to dozens of Three Gorges. Otherwise, why is nuclear fusion called the energy of the future? Without such a large power, where does the energy consumption of kinetic energy weapons come from? Wang Chen dared to install so many electromagnetic guns on the island because the power supply of nuclear fusion was sufficient. Not to mention the various weapons on board future spaceships. So, don't be too surprised, this thing is meant to change the world, just get used to it. Wang Chen said calmly, but Du Gang listened and didn't know what to say. He is an outsider who only knows that nuclear fusion is awesome but has no intuitive feeling. But now, he saw it. Wang Chen knows how big the fusion core is. It is only about 1/3 of a bit in Chan power station. However, such a small core burst out with such a huge amount of energy. Is this nuclear fusion? Love. Chapter 205 Typhoon Must Give Face. Chapter 205 Typhoons Have to Give Face. The news of the successful startup of the cold fusion core quickly reached the ears above. It's almost October, and the top management immediately retrieved the relevant data after receiving the news. After reading the whole thing, I said a few good words again and again. As expected of nuclear fusion, this energy is simply brutal. Basically from now on, the traditional firepower, wind power, and hydroelectric power generation have become a thing of the past. Even the Three Gorges Dam may have to take a back seat. In the future, we must focus on flood control and regulation. As far as this power generation is concerned, the top is now fully confident to fully promote the promotion of new energy vehicles. I have been worried that if everyone drives new energy vehicles, it will inevitably lead to a shortage of domestic electricity consumption. But now it seems that this concern has been overcome. Judging from the current total domestic power generation, if you build 15 nuclear fusion power plants of the size of Mount Tai, it will be the same. When you use it together, you don't have to worry about the problem of insufficient power. Just need to increase further investment in high-voltage lines. The energy of nuclear fusion is still too terrifying. Only the ultra-high voltage lines used for north-south dispatch in China can resist this pressure. Other high-voltage wires may have a certain amount of loss after being used for a long time. The above spent a long time with a small abacus, and they had to spend money on infrastructure again. This cost is not small, after all. The production cost of such noisy high-voltage wires is quite expensive. But now there is a better solution, which is to use Grafton to make a new generation of high-voltage cables. With the help of Grafton's own strong electrical conductivity, the cost of ultra-high-voltage wires can be further compressed. Of course, this does not mean that high-voltage cables made of Grafton are cheap, mainly because they are slightly better than the previous ones. In addition to these, the above sees the development prospects of future energy in all aspects. Such a large amount of electricity can completely overturn the existing traditional oil system. Not only for cars, but also for use with Grafton batteries, it can be used on various vehicles such as airplanes and ships. Especially the ship, nuclear fusion is no better than nuclear fission, and the volume is very controllable, although it is not compressed to the extent that Iron Man can hold it in one hand. But it's fine to compress into the size of a destroyer. Imagine that in the future, our own ships, whether they are aircraft carriers, destroyers, or submarines, will all have decades of battery life. The deterrent effect is really not a casual talk. The saved fuel tank can also expand the weapon reserve and further strengthen the combat capability of the ship. Can be described as a lot of benefits. Even at an extreme point, install one for the fighter jets. By then, the carry-based aircraft of the aircraft carrier can fly round the Earth, and that will be a global strike in the true sense. Of course, this is a bit far, but it can be used as a goal. Even the stress brought about by Wang Chen during this period of time disappeared. Although I don't know how powerful Eagle Source's engine is, at least my own fusion core can't be left behind. You are still fission plus hydrogen element no matter what, and I am a serious fusion reaction, even if it is just a bigger version, it is not comparable to nuclear fission. On the way to enter the universe, there is no need to worry about being left behind because of energy issues. Wang Chen's test continued. And it was not until the afternoon of the next day that Wang Chen turned on the power of the entire core to the maximum. At present, the temperature of the reactor is very stable and has been maintained at about 2300 degrees. This is already a low exaggerated temperature for fusion. It can be seen how obvious the effect of this catalyst is. As far as the current energy is concerned, there is no problem with being the main power supply core of the ship. Whether it is a destroyer or a future spaceship, this power supply is sufficient to support current needs. It's really not possible to use a spaceship to make it bigger. Nuclear fusion is just that good, and it is easy to control. After testing for 7 days, Wang Chen officially turned off the furnace on October 3rd, which is the national day. There is no problem with the fusion reaction, so the next step is to check the condition of the reactor. This thing uses a material called tantalum carbide hafnium alloy, which is provided by the Chinese Academy of Sciences and said to be heat-resistant and high-strength materials for rockets and jet engines. Just such a boiler is worth $20 million, which is very expensive. But it is expensive, at least Wang Chen did not find anywhere after checking it around. Shows that this material is very stable against the high temperature generated by the fusion reaction. On the contrary, there is a certain degree of loss in the line used to carry the current. Of course, this is not under Wang Chen's control. The Power Supply Bureau has already known about this, and subsequent tests will be replaced with top-level ultra-high voltage cables. After checking back and forth, Wang Chen, who was sure that there was no major problem, was satisfied and asked Erguzi to make a summary report. The above is full of various parameters about the cold fusion core. These are all sent to the above, and by the way, Wang Chen also sent his core design drawings. The fusion core is now the above technology on the bright side. Wang Chen doesn't want to be suspected by others because of this. You just need to be a buyer quietly. Taking advantage of the National Day, Wang Chen also planned to give himself 2 days off. I have been catching up with the progress of the fusion core all this time, and I am somewhat tired. Wang Chen plans to rest for a few days before continuing to finish the aftermath of the individual mecha. The site has also entered the final stage, and Wang Chen needs to do a comprehensive quality control. As for how to rest, Wang Chen thought about it and planned to travel for a few days. Although it is said that it is not advisable to go out on National Day, but the recent weather really does not do it. Maybe because October is the above birthday, and even the typhoon gave the above enough face. A certain typhoon that had signs of landfall turned a corner and swept the neon next door. By the way, he also took a look at the Great Cold Country, but it did not cause any impact on the rabbit family. A lot of people joked on the internet that they had mastered the weather controller, otherwise how could the typhoon suddenly turn around? After a lot of selection, Wang Chen finally planned to travel to Hainan. I heard that the beauties on the beach there are very eye-catching, and I have never seen them growing up. Li Long knew that Wang Chen was going to go out to play, and he was also the first to. However, Wang Chen's determination has been made, and he can't say anything. After all, being locked in a factory every day is really not a problem. You should go out for a walk or go for a walk. As a result, Li Long has not cared about the mecha for the past 2 days, and has been arranging the security of relevant personnel. Even temporarily transferred a team from the National Security Bureau. There is no way. Wang Chen's current card is so big, it will take a bunch of proper gangsters. Loadard 3.0, Chapter 206 Help the astronauts are okay. Chapter 206 Help the astronauts are okay. Hainan's scenery is infinitely good. As the most well-known city along the coast, it will be very lively when it is on holiday. There are bikinis walking everywhere on the beach, and yachts of all sizes are also floating on the sea. At this time, Wang Chen was staying on the deck of a medium-sized ship, sunbathing comfortably. Feeling the undulating waves on the sea, my heart is filled with peace. Sure enough, this is called life. After making money, you still have to learn to enjoy it. It's a pity that Li Long disagreed with Wang Chen to bring a few bikini girls up to liven up the atmosphere, saying that it was not safe. Made Wang Chen speechless. Why is it unsafe for people to wear so cool clothes? Is it really a bad omen? Although Li Long was a little speechless, he was cautious, but Wang Chen did not insist. It's also good to lie down alone, no one disturbs the peace and quiet. Boss, come and eat the meat when it's grilled, it's really fragrant. Li Long in the back room was constantly turning the skewers in his hands. These are premium ingredients sourced at the Shore Club. Not only seafood, but also a lot of top-quality beef and mutton. The most conspicuous one should be the grilled lobster in the middle. Li Long's craftsmanship is quite good. It is said that he has specially studied with the chef. Even if the security is not appropriate, he can open a restaurant to support himself. Come on. Wang Chen finally got up from his chair lazily. Walked over, picked up a bunch of grilled shrimp, sniffed it and stuffed it into his mouth. Well baked. After chewing for a while, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction. That's necessary, and don't look at who I am. Yes, yes, yes. How do you eat this lobster? Just break it open? Wang Chen waved his hand perfunctorily, then pointed to the lobster on the table and asked. Cut and eat with a knife and fork in small pieces. Li Long said and handed over a set of tableware. Standard Western food is quite good for Wang Chen's knife and fork. When the knife is dropped, a large piece of lobster meat will soon enter his mouth. It can only be said that it is a coastal city. This seafood is really fresh. It doesn't use too much seasoning, and the taste alone is enough to make people nod and praise. Today's lunch is a bunch of skewers, plus this big lobster. Was eating and eating when another yacht drove by. The above should be a rich second generation, jumping on it with a group of girls. Looking at the girls dressed in cool clothes, Wang Chen suddenly felt that the shrimp in his mouth was no longer fragrant. Sure enough, there is no soul on the yacht without a bikini. Touched his mouth, and Wang Chen, who was already full, thought about it and pulled out a notebook from the bag next to him. After opening, you can see Erguzi's dog head, which is constantly shaking in the middle of the screen. Erguzi report the situation at the shipyard. Eat and drink enough. Wang Chen also routinely began to check the work of Erguzi today. Boss, the installation inside the shipyard has been going according to plan, and there are no major problems at present. However, some of the warehouses used for storage could not be put down before, and the Joji inside temporarily built 2 new warehouses around them. Erguzi tilted his head and said quickly on the screen. Warehouse. Wang Chen nodded and said nothing. There are a lot of things to be recruited over there, and it's not a big deal to build 2 warehouses. After the shipyards are all built, there may be more to be built. By the way, boss, have you seen the spaceflight plan that the third brother and the Great Cold Country have worked together? I thought of what Erguzi put a document on the display. This is a report that just came out today. Erguzi thinks the owner of this shop should not know about it. Let me see. Wang Chen brought his face closer, and after looking at it carefully for a while, he touched his chin in surprise. The third brother seems to be playing for real this time. Judging from the reports, they have drawn nearly $50 billion in funds for the early aerospace plan. Wang Chen has only one thought in his mind after reading it, and that is, what is Ying Jiang doing? Isn't this the major shareholder of your family? Take care now. 50 billion, how much garbage does it have to launch? After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Chen didn't even understand where they came from. Can play this piece of technology. Really can do it above, so can they. I don't know where such a big comparison comes from. Ying Jiao had to know what Wang Chen was thinking, and he probably hid a look of grievance on his face. I stopped myself, and I stopped it several times, but I just couldn't stop it. This guy is a bastard who is determined to eat the scales. Even the people in the Great Cold Country are excited now. With so much money to support, is your progress not good? Doing your own research is a waste of money. But Eagle Source doesn't really have a good solution. After all, the third brother is also one of the main sponsors of the space program in Europe and the United States. What can you do when people have money? Not only can you just look at it, but you have to pay for the smile. So after the persuasion was fruitless, Ying Jin could only pretend that he didn't see it. What's wrong with love? Out of sight and out of mind. What's the matter? Laughing so happily. Li Long, who was eating beside him, couldn't help but ask when he saw Wang Chen's smile. Wang Chen handed over his notebook. He smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just saw a joke." "I see." Li Long leaned over to take a look, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "The third brother is really willful. No, I'm worried now that this thing will become trash in low Earth orbit. After all, there are only a few easy tracks. If the third brother lights up a few fireworks, everyone may have to stop." Spread his hands, Wang Chen also said helplessly. "There's really no way to do this. After all, people are a sovereign court, and you can't prevent others from developing. So, it can only be seen as a joke. I hope there will be no problems. I know this very well, but I just made a few comments. Forget it, it's not my turn to worry about the third brother's affairs, so let's just keep busy with my own affairs. If the third brother really threatened those satellites in low Earth orbit, Eagle Source and the boss will not sit back and watch, and will definitely take corresponding measures to make the third brother give up this absurd plan. As for whether the third brother will succeed, I'm sorry, Wang Chen didn't say anything, although their scientists are also very good. But the industrial system is too bad. To maintain a plane, you can get an extra piece of parts. This requires building a spaceship from scratch. Wang Chen didn't dare to think about it. Can only wish their astronauts are safe and smooth sailing. Chapter 207 Tangled Eagle Source. Chapter 207 Tangled Eagle Source. Played in Hainan for several days. Wang Chen, who even had some tan skin, returned to his factory. After relaxing for a while, I can obviously feel that my state is much better. Since it's in good shape, let's take advantage of the time this year to finish some technical finishing work. For example, the test of this individual mecha can be put on the agenda. This thing was almost done when I went to Hainan to play. Li Long was even more anxious, waiting for the stars and the moon, so he wanted to get on the plane and test it for himself. What else to say, this is his future second wife, properly careful. Wang Chen sounds a bit nauseous. It is estimated that he has never been so gentle to his girlfriend. Wang Chen wanted to record this scene and send it to his sister, who told this guy to block himself every day. As long as there is a chance, Wang Chen really doesn't mind to piss him off. It's still a concubine, and it's over to see if your sister beats you up. I didn't hear that Wang Chen was going to start the test, so Li Long ran over in the early morning of the second day. He was very attentive in serving tea and pouring water, and Wang Chen shook his head when he saw it. After all, he is also the head of the National Security Bureau in the future. Can you be a bit more aggressive? Just as Wang Chen was preparing for the mecha test, he tried his best to be in a secret base of Yangjiang, the other half. A group of white coats were busy around a spaceship. This is the latest generation of Eagle Source's spaceship, and the progress has now passed about 2/3. And today the most important core part will be officially installed. Light from the appearance, the entire spaceship seems to be an enlarged B-2. Is just a lot bigger than the original B-2. Light is equivalent to the size of the original 7 or 8 bombers in terms of volume. And the spacecraft also adopted some of the previous space shuttle design. The back of this latest generation spacecraft can still be opened. And although the entire spaceship is flat, the position of the cargo compartment on the back is indeed a lot higher. Judging from the current progress, Eagle Source's spaceship manufacturing speed is indeed ahead of the Rabbit. That is, next door seems to have unlocked fusion technology. Don't look at Wang Chen, who went to Hainan to play for a few days, but the nuclear fusion device in the factory was still tested several times under Erguzi's control. Because of the system of the Power Supply Bureau, it is natural that this matter cannot be hidden for long. Of course, they didn't plan to hide it from the top. Sooner or later, everyone will know about this matter. Just about the various camouflages about this technology are almost ready. Even if Ying Jiang knew about it, she probably wouldn't suspect Wang Chen. According to the plan, this technology was directly attributed to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. At the same time, under the deliberate arrangement last week, the maker of this technology died suddenly in October. This old man is not fictional, but a serious boss of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It's just that because he likes smoking and drinking, he has problems with his body, so he finally went. So he kept doing it, and directly transferred this technology to his name. Of course, this matter was discussed with the old man before his death. That old man was also very interested in the fact that he could cheat Ying Jiang when he left. So this is a matter of course. Eagle Source immediately launched a corresponding investigation after receiving the news. As expected, he focused his attention on the deceased boss. After some investigation, although I can't believe it, this thing seems to be true. The reason is also very simple. The next door is not hidden at all. When Eagle Source got the news, all the Quay's arrangements had been made above, and naturally these news were also quietly distributed according to the plan. Although it did not mention the application of nuclear fusion to the spacecraft, it also exposed the power upgrade plan that the family will prepare for next. Once the authenticity of the matter is confirmed, it will undoubtedly be a bolt from the blue for Eagle-Chen. Originally thought that his own technology was already very advanced, and let the ghost know that the opposite side would actually complete a breakthrough at the source. Although the specific parameters of nuclear fusion are not clear, just relying on the 3 words he sentence change is enough to make Ying Jiang sleepless. This is nuclear fusion, and it is something that can really disrupt the existing energy market. This is even more brutal than the previous Grafton batteries. If the opposite party really masters the complete nuclear fusion technology, then traditional energy will be completely swept into the garbage heap of history. In less than 10 years, the technology tree of the whole world will be transformed again. This is definitely not good news for Eagle Source, who is planning to use it for a while. The electromagnetic weapon that Wang Chen tested before combining. Good guy, this looks like a combo. I didn't really care about the birth of electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons at that time. Because fundamentally speaking, the most important issue for this kind of weapon to be promoted is energy. According to the predictions of their researchers, nuclear fusion will take at least 20 years to enter everyone's attention. But now, this is what you call 20 years. Not even a fucking year. Aren't you the spies sent by the next door to fool you? Eagle Source is in a very bad mood right now, even if the authenticity of the news is still unsure. In fact, Ying Jiang herself has 80% certainty. He is too familiar with this guy next door. Since you dare to take it out, there will definitely not be too many problems. Even if you don't want to believe it, the truth is sometimes so ruthless. Eagle Source is now thinking fast, thinking about how to deal with this problem. The best way is definitely to let them take out the technology. But they already wanted an eye before, and it's a bit unlikely that they want this thing now. The next door is not a charity, it is impossible to say what they want and they will give it. And at a time when the race for space is so critical. It is conceivable that even if he will not refuse on the bright side, the other side will definitely try his best to delay the time. Everyone knows about negotiation. If the other party insists on delaying, there will be no results for 5 years or 10 years. Of course, it is not impossible. If Eagle Source is willing to exchange the most core technology in his hand, the above may be interested in trading with them. Then if he really did that, Ying Chen himself would not be happy. These are all things that are really pressing at the bottom of the box. If you really want to give them away, there is really no advantage at all. So Eagle Source is also very tangled now. But soon they found a way. Anyway, this matter must be discussed with the other side. Talking about whether it is successful or not, the attitude must be in place first. While talking, I went to inquire about the virtual reality of nuclear fusion technology on the opposite side. Reality. Wait until everything is clear before making a judgment. Chapter 208, Closing the Mecha. Chapter 208, Closing the Mecha. Stretch out your hand. Twist your waist and raise your butt. Yes, I'm going to do a 3.5 turn. Boss, don't make trouble. Don't break your baby bump. If you break, this thing will not break. That's for sure. Don't talk nonsense. Go ahead, come and take a look at 20 high leg raises. In Wang Chen's factory, Li Long was doing a bunch of actions according to Wang Chen's request with a sad face. After Wang Chen completed all the tests on the first-generation military exoskeleton mecha. This morning, Li Long was finally able to go inside this mecha and feel it in person. Last night, Li Long slept soundly, and his mind was full of today's test. As a result, just after breakfast, Wang Chen was arrested by Wang Chen for a so-called synchronization test. Is to perform different movements with these several test instruments. If it's just an ordinary action, it's fine. The key is that Wang Chen didn't know where to find the video. It is said that it is only a set of fitness exercises to let yourself cooperate with the compendium of materia medica. Just do it. Li Long didn't think there was anything. Anyway, with his own physical strength, jumping this thing is not a casual thing. However, the situation is that after one dance, Wang Chen asked him to dance 2 more times on the grounds that there was a problem with the data synchronization. Even if you use your own physical strength to do high-intensity fitness movements for 9 minutes in one breath, it is a bit too much to bear. Fortunately, after the next 2 jumps, Wang Chen did not toss him, but let him sit in some regular movements. Although I was a little tired from being tossed, but in the open space next to me, a black mecha was also repeating its own movements. The slight sound of the machine turning and the heavy footsteps made Li Long's heart full of infinite power just by looking at it. The marriage was harassed because of the marriage. It's all right, I can bear it. Seeing that Li Long is getting more and more energetic, Wang Chen also touched his head speechlessly. Forget it, just toss it around a bit, after all, it is your own bodyguard, so you still have to cherish it. Looking at the data that had already been synchronized on the display screen, Wang Chen waved his hand. Okay, that's almost it, take a 2-minute break and prepare to get on the machine. Boss, let's talk about the machine, let's be civilized, you are too rude. As soon as he heard that the synchronization was completed, Li Long couldn't hold back and said a few words. Wang Chen raised his brows slightly, and looked at the display screen again. Hey? There seems to be some problem. Do you want to skip the compendium of materia medica 10 times? Don't, just kidding, the boss definitely won't mind with such a big belly. Li Long, who had just patted his butt, hurriedly waved his hands to beg for mercy. Don't make trouble, it will really kill people. Who told you that I have a big belly? I have a small mind. That's not possible. Everyone in the company knows that Mr. Wang is so generous and handsome. You must be thinking too much. Really? That must be true. TSK, you can talk, go and change your clothes. Rolled his eyes, and then Wang Chen waved his hand and told Li Long to get out. Li Long was not angry either. He smiled and ran to the side and started to undress. Although the mecha uses e-greeting as the main identification method. But considering the stability, Wang Chen specially asked the above to help create a set of full-body recognition clothes. Is like those accessories that are dynamically captured, which can serve the main floppy drive and artificial intelligence to better identify the operator's thoughts. This suit looks like a one-piece suit, with the latest graphene alloys on the exterior, which can not only be used as identification clothes, but also as a full-body bulletproof vest. And the whole is very light. Li Long took off his pants and put on the black and gold mecha suit. Looked left and right, and asked a bit stinky, "Boss, do you think I'm handsome?" "The clothes are handsome, what's your business?" Wang Chen shook his head angrily. He was too lazy to pay attention to this guy, and pointed to an open space next to him. "Yes." Watching Li Long walk over, Wang Chen wiped his face and tapped twice on the keyboard. The mecha standing quietly beside him reacted immediately. Under Erguzi's control, the entire set of pure black individual mecha raised his legs and walked behind Li Long. Relying on the identifier on the mecha suit, he quickly locked Li Long's body. 3 seconds later, with a click sound, the whole set of mech opened from the center, exposing the inner space like a flower. This is a front opening hatch specially designed by Wang Chen, which is very convenient for the operator to enter the interior of the mecha. Li Long also turned his head to look. The excitement on his face could not be suppressed. "Stand up." Glanced at the data sent back, and after confirming that there was no problem, Wang Chen nodded to Li Long. The action of getting on the machine is very simple. Take 2 steps back, step on it directly and stuff the person into the mecha. The height of the entire mecha has reached an astonishing 2 meters 3 under Wang Chen's design. And the blessing of the 3-layer standard Grafton alloy armor also makes the whole mecha look extremely thick. Compared with Li Long's height of 1.83 meters, it is obviously several times larger. In order to facilitate the operator to control the mecha, the entire crew was actually stuffed into the mecha at an upward angle. Simply put, it is to let the head go into the helmet above. In this way, the positions of the hands, feet and waist will inevitably be misaligned. In order to solve this problem, Wang Chen also set up a set of simple and miniaturized human sensing platform inside the entire mecha. This console is specially built according to the body of the operator. After the controller enters the mech, it is actually fixed on this built-in sensing platform. The soles of the feet are limited to 2 pedals, and the palms are tucked into a pair of semi-softened holsters. There are also a large number of sensors inside the holster. No matter how the controller uses the palm inside the holster, the arm on the outside of the mech syncs with an extremely low latency. Is equivalent to giving Li Long a height and lengthening his arms. Although it was the first time on the plane, Li Long was not nervous at all. Take 2 steps back and step on the detached pedal. Take 2 steps up and put your legs into the holder first. Waited until the lower pedal was stuck, and then Li Long put his hands in the same with his back against the mecha. The small sensor table at the rear has also been finely adjusted in height. By matching the equipment on the mecha suit, we strive to allow the controller to have the most comfortable operating environment. After all the fixators on his limbs were automatically locked, Li Long found himself on a cross, except for his head that he couldn't move at all. "Are you ready?" "Okay boss, come on. Let me see how awesome you are." "Okay, Ergozi, close the mecha." Chapter 209 Killing Machine. Chapter 209 Killing Machine. As Wang Chen's voice fell, Li Long, who had been fixed, could hear it more clearly now. The splints that were originally opened around were also closed again. With the continuous sound of the card slot locking, Li Long was completely swallowed into the iron jar in less than 10 seconds, and his eyes were pitch black. Feeling the quiet surroundings, Li Long was about to say something when a blue light suddenly lit up in front of him. Then, a husky dog head appeared on his face. After almost 2 seconds, the dog's head disappeared, followed by a nearly 180-degree ring-shaped display lit up. This is a comprehensive combat system built into the helmet. Is divided into 1 large, 2 small and 3 screens. The central screen that occupies nearly 3/5 of the area is the main display. It mainly shows the visual field from the human perspective. And it will be taller and wider. The portraits in this are based on 8 cameras of different sizes on the helmet, which are synthesized through a set of algorithms. The small screen on the left is the screen behind it, which is equivalent to opening a plugin without dead ends for Li Long. The right side is also an auxiliary camera, but it is filled with a lot of image display. Will not only be used as an auxiliary field of vision, but also the main screen to display the internal situation of the mecha. Matching EEG signals. The EEG signal was successfully matched. Self-checking the system. The system has been detected and the equipment is being tested. Remote sensing signal is normal. Remote computing power supports normal firepower system, normal energy system, normal sensing system, normal. Checking operator's signs. Confirming identity letter interest. Li Long, male. 30-year-old pupil analysis was successful, palm print confirmed, iris confirmed. Hello, driver no. 001, I am your driving assistant. The artificial intelligence assistance is currently turned on. You can call me at any time if you need it. My name is Aguzi, and you can change it at any time if you need it. Please note that it is your first time to log into the mecha after checking the car. For your safety, the action unlocking has been changed to manual confirmation. Do you need to unlock the action restriction? Couldn't help shaking his head left and right, looking at the picture that seemed to have no delay. Li Long couldn't help but groan. Awesome, so awesome, this trademark really feels like a movie. Boss, can I unlock it? Wang Chen, who was watching outside, couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Bullshit, if you don't unlock it, are you going to stand as a doorman? Okay, Ergotzi. Unlock the movement restrictions. Yes, the movement restriction has been unlocked, please pay attention to safe driving. Almost the moment the order was issued, Ergotzi had already lifted the restrictions on his body. Immediately, Li Long felt that he could move his hands and feet. Twisted his body slightly, and the whole set of mecha followed him neatly. I couldn't help but raised my hand and looked at my palm, the whole movement was very smooth. Although Li Long can perceive the heaviness on his body, the overall feeling is as if he was carrying 10 kilograms of equipment when he ran laps in the army. Moreover, this is just a feeling. Li Long has no doubt that he controls this mecha and runs without power, so he should not be sleepy. Okay, it's awkward, I feel like I'll take 2 steps and take a look. Watching such a large mecha wriggling in front of him, Wang Chen also shouted speechlessly. But overall it doesn't seem to be a problem. The deterrent effect of the Automotive plus mecha will come out immediately. In terms of design, Wang Chen made a lot of reference to the golden skin design of the sledgehammer in Overwatch. Also combines some ideas from the mecha in StarCraft and the anti-Ulk armor. The whole mecha light from the appearance, the first intuitive feeling is heavy, and the second is thick. The body is wide and round, with a big head and a thick waist. Is simply an enlarged version of a muscular man. Several major weaknesses of the original human body, such as the neck, have been strengthened. Even if you are far away, you can't see your neck, and the helmet is more suitable for the body to be firmly connected. This can not only better protect the weak parts of the human body, but also increase the overall defense. The pure black shell and the unique fiber pattern of Grafton add a bit of mystery and power. This is not over yet, although Wang Chen's design idea is to take defense as the first element. But the mobility of the entire mech is not bad at all. Not only can it have the flexibility of a humanoid mecha, but it can also maintain a maximum movement speed of 80 km/h. Of course, if you want to maintain this speed, you need to expand the pulleys on the soles of your feet, and you have to run on the road. The mountain area or something is not a problem. If you slide 2 steps, you will have to fall. Not only the mobility, but also the firepower is several times stronger than the robot sold to the big dog before. After all, a larger base means more firepower can be carried. The current configuration that Wang Chen has given is to gun configuration points at the waist and 12 tactical prop configuration points plus 1 first aid supplies configuration point. The outer thigh carries 4 triple sidewinder miniature missiles, and the arm also carries 3 ring-shaped triple sidewinders on the left and right. This miniature missile is small, but it is the proud work of the top. Although the range is very short, the built-in high-explosive warhead can easily tear through the defenses of almost all conventional vehicles below tanks. Not only that, but it can also be used as direct fire. Is a bit like the Weef missile in Iron Man, but it's much more reliable than that. Not only the legs but also the arms, there are also 2 quadruple rattlesnakes on the shoulders. In other words, one rack alone can carry 38 missiles. In addition, there is a large multi-purpose carrying rack on the back. Can carry various firepower such as 3 main weapons, or individual spools, mortars, ammunition boxes, grenade launchers, etc. Inside the mecha, according to the original plan, a total of 6 ammunition storage points were built. Even if you don't carry an external ammo box, the built-in ammunition reserve alone has a full 3,600 rounds. And on the upper part of the waist is a special magazine supply port. The mecha has an automatic loading system inside. After the magazine is emptied, it is inserted from the left abdomen. When the loading is completed, it will appear on the right abdomen for the controller to pull out. The mech alone can store 12 fully loaded magazines at the same time. Even the 100-round large magazine of the machine gun can be filled with a specially elongated strip magazine. As long as the internal ammunition is not empty, there will be no fire vacuum problem. And once the ammo box is added, the bullets in the ammo box can be directly incorporated into the loading system through the access port on the back. It can be said that the intelligent mechanism is achieved. It can be said that this mecha was born to kill. Chapter 210 Eagle Source First Flight. Chapter 210 Eagle Source First Flight. How do you feel? Is there any delay? Looking at Li Long, who was constantly moving his body, Wang Chen shouted into the microphone. Soon, Li Long replied, "I feel fine, there is no problem, why don't I run and see?" "Okay, let's trot and be careful not to fall." Nodded and Wang Chen agreed. Running and jumping is the best way to test the stability of the mecha. Judging from the current situation, the stability system inside the mecha is working normally, and the whole mecha is not out of balance. After trotting back and forth for a few laps, Li Long couldn't help but jump on the spot a few times. Smooth, very smooth. Although it is not clear how Wang Chen solved the delay problem of the individual mecha, the delay is enough to prove the actual combat value of this mecha. Even at the end, Li Long also hit a set of military boxing, which directly smashed the bottom plate of the factory with 1 foot from the ground. In Wang Chen's murderous eyes, Li Long, who had not had enough fun, was called down a little angrily. Although Li Long didn't feel any problem when he typed it on it, Erguzi still detected some points that need to be adjusted. And if he doesn't call out this product again, Wang Chen is afraid that his own site will be shattered into pieces. The mecha test did not have much problems, which is also good news for Wang Chen. But this test has just begun, and there are still a bunch of tests waiting. Until the end of the year, the deployment of the entire set of mecha will be considered to come to an end. Wang Chen, as a perfectionist, originally only planned to change it for a month at most, but it ended up being a lot over time. But the effect is also very obvious. Now the overall efficiency of this mecha has increased by about 5% compared to the beginning. Doesn't seem to be much, but the overall operation is a completely different feeling. It's like the game manufacturer has optimized the operation, and it's more silky. As we entered the year, after more than 2 months of continuous start-up and shut-down, the test of the fusion core has also come to an end. The whole test is perfect, there are no problems, and it has been able to prove the stability of this technology. The above also made a decisive decision, and directly issued the task through Wang Chen's blueprint. From next year, 15 large-scale nuclear fusion power plants will be built across the country, and the original thermal and wind power generation will be completely phased out within 5 years. Even the Three Gorges Dam will focus more on flood control. These 15 large-scale nuclear fusion power plants will be distributed in every corner of the country, forming a large interconnected network. And the branches extending from this big network will be connected in parallel to the power hubs in each city. In line with the idea of spending money and not caring about spending more, the above is preparing to give a large-scale upgrade to the national power grid. It took 5 years to double the total power grid nationwide. This is also in response to the upcoming wave of new energy. If everyone wants to charge them by then, this power consumption is not a small amount. It happens that there is also a nuclear fusion power plant, so let's deal with it together. In order to complete the plan, we have to accumulate hundreds of billions of funds. But there is no way, this must be given, just like building a road. And as this plan was issued, the fact that it had nuclear fusion technology was basically confirmed. Eagle Source, who had been observing silently for 2 months, finally couldn't sit still, and quietly found the above and planned to find out. For this curious Eagle Source, the above did not hide it, and this thing could not be concealed, and admitted it generously. Now, Wang Chen is very sad. Good guy, nuclear fusion, although I don't know how they did it, but it's too scary. Is it open? Can you report it? Wang Chen fell into self-doubt, and at the same time, a more serious problem lay before him. That is how to bring this technology to come. Through inquiries, Yang Jiang already knew that the person in charge of this technology had passed away a few months ago. When he left, Ling Gang flashed his last strength to complete this technology. Sounds a bit magical, but Wang Chen has no doubts. It's a pity that this person has already died, otherwise, you can still try to recruit some. Now that there are no people, the technology must have fallen into the hands of the above, so it is not difficult to get over again. No one is a fuel-efficient lamp, and the ghost knows what embarrassing demands will be made by the other side. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Jiang decided to explore the air first. It wasn't a good day, so I went to the door above with a small drink. I couldn't talk about it before, and as a result, the matter about nuclear fusion was kicked out as soon as I opened my mouth. The wine was gone, and the matter was not discussed. Eagle Source was thinking about this, because nuclear fusion is too important, and it is related to the development of future energy. Since you don't know good and bad, don't blame me for shaking people. So in just one day, the news about the mastery of nuclear fusion spread all over the streets of the village. Even Mao couldn't sit still and ran over to ask if it was true. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still disgusted by it. First, I thought of a way to appease the excited hare, and I also looked at the debugging and pondered what to do in the current situation. I will definitely not make it. What a joke. I can understand that artificial intelligence was a big threat before, but nuclear fusion is different. In essence, it belongs to the kind with little lethality, just a large power bank. If you want to do this, then it's not enough. I won't change it, even if you take out your pants, I won't change it. This is the treasure of our family's townhouse for the next 100 years, and we will not be afraid of anyone relying on it. The attitude above is very firm. It is useless for anyone to come. I have this technology alone. Want to exchange? Next life. Many people who are angry are scolding people through gritted teeth, but there is nothing they can do. It is estimated that he has already been beaten if he wants to be a hooligan. The stalemate lasted until January. Seeing that things didn't turn a little bit, Yang Jiang was numb, so let's just put it down first. Since the above is unwilling to let go now, then don't worry, there will be opportunities to talk slowly in the future. Now the most important thing is the production progress of your own spaceship. January, when preparing for the Chinese New Year in China, Eagle Source's spacecraft has ushered in the final assembly stage. The 9 engines of the attack have all been installed, and it will take some time for the overall deployment of the spacecraft. But Ying Jiang couldn't wait any longer. Taking advantage of the Chinese New Year's gap, she directly gave her a big red envelope on the New Year's Day. Time, February 6th. Location, an unknown base in Ying Jiang's house. This Gobi Desert, where I don't know where it is, has been under full martial law at this time. Eagle Source invited the heads of dozens of halls around the world to visit. Just today, Eagle Source will complete the first flight of a new generation of spacecraft. Chapter 211 exploded. Chapter 211 exploded. The eyes of the world are all focused, and even the Chinese New Year can't stop the curiosity of netizens. Eagle Source, but said, this is the first time all mankind has freely entered and exited the atmosphere without the aid of auxiliary rockets. Of course, this is the first test flight, but Eagle Chen has actually flown 3 times. After confirming that there is no problem, the live broadcast was started. But this time, it is still only entering the atmospheric orbit and will not fly directly to the moon. The reason is naturally because some of the tailing work of the spacecraft has not been completely completed. Of course, even just entering the atmospheric orbit is enough to attract attention. As for why you are in a hurry, of course, I want to show it off. Want it? Replace it if you want. Who hasn't ordered the stuff at the bottom of the box? Wang Chen also participated in the onlookers with KFC at his home. Since entering 2026, Wang Chen has been constantly improving the spaceship drawings designed by Erguzi for the past 2 months. I am also very interested in the stuff that Ying Chen is flying today. It doesn't mean that he wants to see them unlucky. Wang Chen doesn't have those narrow senses, just pure curiosity. As time went by, we walked back a little bit. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a huge triangular spaceship slowly slid out of the hole under the rock wall. Sure enough, it is similar to the photo released by Eagle Source. Just looking at the shape, this is an oversized B-2. It's just too fat. Wang Chen visually observed that the wing length of this guy has reached more than 50 meters. And the front and rear wheelbases of the fuselage are also different. About 60 meters. The most important thing is the height. The height of nearly 20 meters makes the whole spacecraft look very flat. Although the interior space seems small from a distance, it is actually quite large. A total of 9 spouts on the back of the butt are enough to prove how terrifying the power this fat guy needs to go to heaven. And the landing gear below is not the conventional one, but 3 sliding boards in a triangular distribution. The is wide and thick, and at the level of the board is a series of round balls. Relying on these balls, the spacecraft can move at various angles at will. Is a bit like a universal wheel. Although it looks a bit funny, it undoubtedly strengthens the ground navigation ability of the spacecraft. Soon, the spacecraft was pushed by the trailer to the end of the runway. This time it was still unmanned, but all standards were based on manned space flight. As a large amount of material was continuously filled into the warehouse of the spacecraft, even at the end, a small section of the electric panels of the newly built International Space Station was also stuffed into it. Although it is an unmanned space flight, it is still given a simple mission. That is to send supplies to the space station. Just let the big guys see that with this spaceship, the cost of building a space station will be much lower. After all, you know everything about the rocket, it's too expensive. It took almost half an hour, just when Wang Chen was about to fall asleep. Finally, the loading of the entire spacecraft was finally completed. As the last truck left the scene, There was only this pure black spaceship left in the huge space. Suddenly, a slight roar came from the screen, and then it came more and more. Is like a thunderstorm that keeps reverberating on the Gobi Desert. Behind the butt of the spaceship, a light blue tail flame has emerged, and a steady stream of power is frantically pouring out from the fission core. After reacting with hydrogen through a special method, it turns into pure energy and continuously spews along the pipeline. Just when everyone thought that the spaceship was going to slide along the runway, two huge chrysanthemum-like holes suddenly appeared under the wing of the spaceship ahead. A large hole in the middle, plus 12 small nozzles around it. Countless amounts of energy spewed from under the wings and then bombarded the ground, stirring up a lot of dust. About 3 seconds later, the spaceship got off the ground stably, and the altitude was still rising. Then the tail flame behind the butt also suddenly skyrocketed by 3 points. The nose of the was slightly upward, and the entire spaceship was thrust directly into the sky. In less than a minute, only the distant roar of the sky could be heard. Good guy, Wang Chen was stunned when he saw this. Eagle Source is so smart, she even chose to take off and land vertically. But it's normal after thinking about it. After all, alien planets don't have built runways. If they can't take off and land vertically, how to fly when they fall down is a big problem. Judging from the power exposed by the spacecraft at present, there is something in the engine of Eagle Source. This reasoning is true and not bad. If he hadn't researched the fusion core himself, he wouldn't have been beaten by just relying on it. It is hard to imagine that this is the technology of storage in the last century. Even Wang Chen couldn't help but wonder, could this really be put in District 51? This is not at all like the technology that can be touched in that era. To exaggerate it, when the screen arrives, there is actually nothing to see. The most accident-prone times for spaceships are when they take off and land. But that was also the reason why the technology was not enough back then. Now, with this integrated design, a spacecraft that can freely enter and exit the atmosphere will basically not be unable to withstand the light structure. Is not the third bra there? As a representative of standardization, Eagle Source still has this strength. So after watching the takeoff, Wang Chen was busy. Eagle Echen's spaceship has taken off, and his own is still on the blueprint. It seems that it is a bit difficult to target the title of the first person to return to the moon this time. Looking at them like this, it is estimated that the first moon landing will be launched in the first half of the year. However, my progress is not too slow. The main thing is to wait for all the equipment at the shipyard to be in place. At present, the first shipyard of the 3 shipyards has been completed, and the remaining 2 shipyards will be completed this month. Even the one shipyard has already started work. According to Wang Chen's plan, the first battleship using nuclear fusion as the main power is being produced. The main force here has been replaced by arousing people, and the light efficiency is at least 3 to 5 times that of human power. Originally, a battleship might take 3 or 4 years, but Wang Chen dared not say it in the past 6 months. And the next one in 10 months would be no problem. After the 2 and 3 shipyards are all built, even the spacecraft Wang Chen can guarantee that it will be built within a year. Modular design, integrated installation, 24-hour uninterrupted production, quality control of artificial intelligence. These all add up to such a terrifying productivity of these shipyards. So Wang Chen is not in a hurry at all. Although Yang Jiang is flying fast, he is not slow. Returning to the moon is not the point is to see who can build the first permanent base on it. Although I don't know the specific arrangement of Eagle Source, but from the perspective of the spaceship I designed, this amount of money alone has won half of the battle. Not to mention the speed of your own spaceship, a trip to the Earth and the moon is definitely a lot faster than your Eagle Source is. But sometimes things just don't make sense. At 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening, just when Wang Chen was about to go to bed, Erguzi suddenly appeared and gave Wang Chen a very shocking news. Eagle Source's spaceship. Did it blow up? Chapter 212. Chapter 212. Eat melon and eat it on your head. To tell the truth, when he heard the news, Wang Chen, who was still a little sleepy, immediately jumped up from the bed. Some can't believe it and ran to the computer and turned on the monitor. Sure enough, the headlines on the front page were all the news that the Hawk Source was fried. Good guy, I couldn't help rubbing my head. Although I had to admit that I had thought about it, no one expected that the Eagle Source was really fried. What's going on? Is Yingqin pulling like this? After reading the news carefully, the more Wang Chen read, the more wrong he was. The internet is full of crazy guesses, and there is no useful news at all. I just knew that Yingqin's spaceship blew up, but I don't know exactly how it blew up. After thinking about it, Wang Chen also took out his mobile phone, and he had to find a professional for this matter. A phone call to Du Gang. Sure enough, this guy didn't sleep at all. I could vaguely hear the crackling sound of the keyboard. Hello, Wang Chen? You haven't slept yet? Du Gang, who was on the other end of the call, asked strangely with dark circles under his eyes. This guy isn't taking care of his health. What time is it, and he hasn't slept yet? I was just about to fall asleep, but I didn't hear that Ying Jiang was putting off fireworks. I was suddenly fresh. It was like asking what happened. Ying Jiang wouldn't pull it like this, right? Wang Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and smiled. Asked. I thought you would have to wait a few days to find out about this. It's rare. Du Gang laughed when he heard that Wang Chen was here to ask about this. This product doesn't often work behind closed doors, and it has been derailed from real-time news for a long time. It is not easy to eat hot melons this time. Look what you said, hurry up and tell me, what's going on? Don't tell me you don't know as the boss of the bureau. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with Du Gang. Wang Chen now seems to know what happened to Ying Jiang. Gathered so many people and exploded in front of the whole world. This is so exciting. Wang Chen seems to know what the boss of NASA looks like now. I really don't know much about this matter, so don't laugh. As far as I know, Ying Jiang's spaceship is not right. Looking at the documents he just received in his hand, Du Gang didn't even bother to laugh. Oh? Let's hear it. Seeing that Du Gang's tone was a bit wrong, Wang Chen also restrained his smile. Eagle Source's spacecraft blew up when it was returning home. It had completed the docking mission before, but it suddenly disintegrated within minutes of leaving the International Space Station. The data from the last spacecraft showed that there was a strong energy inside the spacecraft. Breakout. Huge energy. Wang Chen tilted his head. Isn't there a problem with the dead nuclear fission device? It's not a small nuclear bomb? No, the concentration of the fission core should not be enough. The first thing Wang Chen thought was that there was a problem with the engine. After all, the two fission cores had the most energy in the entire spacecraft. But soon Wang Chen found out that they were not connected. Not to mention how many years Eagle Source has played with this thing, the uranium concentration of the fission core itself should not explode. Even if there is any leakage problem, it should be fission failure and loss of power. Yes, we thought so too. The fission core of Eagle Source should not be enough to cause an explosion, because it was too small, and the energy of the explosion at that time was not the shock wave that the fission core could generate. What do you mean? The more Wang Chen listened, the more wrong he became. There was an energy that penetrated the spacecraft from the outside and blew it directly. Du Gang said in a surprising voice. WTF? Wang Chen's mother-in-law is making fun of me. It's not April Fool's Day. Really, it's internal data from NASA. It is said that Eagle Source is going crazy. Du Gang said seriously. Impossible. Who can hit a spaceship in orbit? If a traditional weapon was fired, it would have been discovered as soon as it was fired. Frowned and thought about it for a long time, but Wang Chen still felt that something was wrong. This is even less reliable than the fission core blowing up. Who is chasing the sky monkey so arrogant? Eagle Source's spaceship dare to fly? Yes, there is one right in front of you. Du Gang said lightly. In front of me? Where? Wait. You don't mean me, do you? Do you suspect that I hit Ying Jin's spaceship with an electromagnetic treasure? Wang Chen didn't react at the first time, but he soon understood that this guy was talking about the triple-mounted electromagnetic gun outside his factory. What a joke, that thing has a very good range, but the limit is only 1,000 kilometers. And this is half the world. You teach me how to fly the plane of Eagle Source? Of course I know it wasn't you who shot it, but the data of the electromagnetic guns are all confidential. Eagle Source is not clear. They think they can destroy the spaceship before they can react. This is the electromagnetic weapon. After all, the kinetic energy stick is very good. Difficult to monitor. Shrugged, Du Gang explained with a smile. This. Eating melons on himself, Wang Chen also felt numb. What the hell? Why do you doubt me? It looks like I should be sleeping. Touching his head, Wang Chen held back for a long time and didn't know what to say. It is easy to cause problems by eating less melons. Fuck off, what are you doing now? Ying Jiang probably won't let it go. He couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and Wang Chen was speechless as he buttoned his nose. Go to sleep, we will explain to Ying Jiang, but it will take some time. Du Gang also sighed, and now he can only comfort him first. Wait for the Eagle Source to stabilize before explaining. TSK, what do you suspect? It was a bit surprising that Ying Jiang suspected that it was his own hand, but Wang Chen was not panicked, and he did not dare to do anything with Ying Jiang on his head. Is nothing more than a tantrum. I am more curious about what the hell is raising Eagle Source's spaceship. I don't know, NASA is still investigating, it will take time. TSK, well, let me know if there is news. This must be checked. After all, it won't be long before our family's spaceship will go to the sky. Wang Chen reminded. If you don't know who did it, it's a bit scary. There are 2 space stations floating in the sky, and astronauts live in them. Eagle Source, it's a pity that this spaceship was bombed, but after all, no one died. If the space station was bombed, the fun would be great. Although he is the kind of person who doesn't take it too seriously, he doesn't want to see such a pioneer in spaceflight dying in space. Don't worry, we all know this, and we will definitely check it out. Okay, let's do this first. I'm going to bed, and there is news to notify me. Go, I have to be busy for a while. Watch out for baldness. Roll. Hung up the phone, Wang Chen held the phone and thought for a while and finally gave up. I don't know enough to have any clue, so let's go to sleep first. After eating melon, I lost the mood to continue watching the play. Chapter 213 This is $5 billion. Chapter 213 This is $5 billion. Eagle Source is making a fool of himself this time. The sudden explosion of the spaceship turned the whole live show into a joke. Even the thick-skinned Eagle Source still feels hot. And their first reaction was that in order to prevent the exposure of things on the moon, they shot them directly. The electromagnetic weapon that was exposed before was naturally used. This thing can theoretically hit infinite distance, as long as the energy is enough to hit the spaceship in the sky. It is not impossible. But this suspicion was quickly overturned by them. First of all, the possibility is too low, and the above will do it at this time unless it is crazy. Besides, Destroying an empty spaceship will not cause any substantial damage other than disgusting yourself, but will completely offend yourself. It doesn't make any sense to the boss who always just wants to make money and doesn't want to fight. So the idea was quickly ruled out. Since it is not above, could it be Mao? Everyone looked at each other and felt that it was unlikely. Although this product does have the ability to attack satellites, it is impossible for a traditional celestial monkey to not react at all. The movement of that thing is so loud that it is impossible to escape its own monitoring. But who would it be if not these two? The remaining two hooligans will only be cute, not to mention the others who don't have that strength. After thinking about it, Yin Jiang found that it was most likely to beat himself in addition to the above. NASA originally wanted to analyze some data from the spacecraft, but because the explosion was too sudden, no useful data could be found. Now the scalp of Eagle Source is about to fry. The culprit and murderer could not be found, but this face was truly lost. Netizens don't care so much, just lie down and laugh at them when they explode. What else can they say? I didn't see that NASA's official website had been scolded and dared not gnaw. The commander has apologized 3 times. And I hope the country can be calm and calm. The internet is very noisy, and the atmosphere in the village is not quite right. No, in the village committee, Yin Jiang hasn't come yet, and several other people are chatting with each other. In addition to the fried Eagle sauce last night, there was a big problem. That is, the debris after the explosion of the spacecraft is frantically attacking the surrounding satellites around the orbit. In just one night, more than 30 satellites have been destroyed. And because the explosion location was too close, the original International Space Station was also tossed and devastated at this time. Fortunately, there are no air leaks and cracks. Otherwise, the astronauts here may not have to explain everything here. And the Tiangong escaped the disaster because it was far away and changed its orbit in time. It is expected that this mass of cosmic garbage will float in the sky for 3 months, and will continue to decrease in height. This means that the orbital range from the space station down to the atmosphere is all within the attack range of these junk. The included satellites include almost all the satellites in the world. Everyone can't help but feel the pain right now, especially Yingqin's allies. Thinking that the satellites that were scrapped yesterday included Neon, Third Brother, Nuniu, Dahanguo, and so on. If it wasn't for the fact that Yingqin's face was so dark last night, I would have had an explanation. I didn't see that even the big hair didn't gnaw. Last night, his family lost 2 satellites, which was a big blow to the space industry that the Mao family was barely able to maintain. But even so, you have to endure it. The ghost knows what Eagle Etienne is thinking now. Today, Yingqin didn't show up, and when the meeting ended, the atmosphere became even more tense. On the internet, all kinds of news about the explosion of the spacecraft are also more and more outrageous. At night, someone suddenly revealed that Eagle Etienne's spaceship was shot down by an unknown weapon. Because it should be some kind of electromagnetic kinetic energy weapon. The only one with complete technology in the world is the rabbit that was exposed by Eagle Source before. Although this person did not directly name the name in his words, he always pointed to it inside and out. Incidentally, some internal parameter files are also released. This news caused a global uproar, but soon an official statement was issued on it, saying that we will not bear the blame. And stated that his own electromagnetic weapons can only hit 600 kilometers, and the sky is too far to hit at all. And we only had 1 gun in our house, not many. It was half a world away at that time, and even if we wanted to shoot, there was no shooting angle. So let's ask Yingqin to find her own problem. The above rumors were quickly refuted, but the fact that Eagle Etienne's spaceship was destroyed seems to be true. The reason is naturally the data that has been circulated. All have NASA labels on them and have been analyzed by multiple aerospace experts. The official Eagle source doesn't seem to mean to explain it, and let this statement spread freely. Has been focusing only on this matter, and Wang Chen always feels that this is a change of topic within the Eagle source. But anyway, the effect is still very good. At least it's better than everyone grabbing their own spaceship and blowing up. Go doubt it, there is no problem with the spaceship of the Lord, it must have been ordered by some idiot. Du Gang said that if Wang Chen was relieved, nothing happened. Eagle source seems to agree with this statement after the explanation above. The hot search on the internet went away quickly, and no one died. The popularity of this incident went down a lot within a few days. Although the popularity on the internet has gone down, the various halls have not relaxed at all. The wreckage of Wang Chen's spaceship above his head is still running in circles, and how to solve this problem has become a top priority. Eagle source is very sloppy and said that he can't do anything, or that no one in the whole village can solve this problem. You can only wait for the wreckage to fall off by itself. Although everyone is a little angry about Yang Jiang's irresponsible statement, but there is no way. Yang Jiang is still holding a lot of anger and doesn't know who to send it to. At this time, it is himself who suffers from the quarrel. Can only recognize it. But to everyone's surprise, this time Wang Chen didn't throw the bot to the person next door. It seems that he accepts it as soon as he explains it. When did you two get along so well? Shouldn't they be bashing each other? For this, Eagle source is also a little helpless. Who calls himself greedy for other people's technology. But now Wang Chen really doesn't have time to discuss nuclear fusion with the above. No matter how this spaceship was blown up, it was blown up after all. When blows up, you have to find a way to deal with the following things. To give to our own alliance, a friend explained that we have to continue the research later. The most important thing is to urge NASA to find the real cause of the spacecraft explosion. I don't care if it's an engine problem or aliens. Even if the three-body fight is really coming, you have to show me substantive evidence. This spaceship can't just disappear for no reason, and let me die to understand. Damn, this is $5 billion. It's gone. Chapter 214. Chapter 214 The Three Join Forces. The commander of the Eagle Source family is very angry now, and a group of people at NASA are also discussing the follow-up investigation plan. Judging from the current situation, the data transmitted back before the spacecraft was destroyed is very limited. Since it was destroyed suddenly, these residual data are of no use other than to know that the spacecraft was penetrated from the outside and then exploded internally. So now if you want to know the complete data of the spacecraft, you must find a way to get back the two black boxes in the sky. That's right, this spaceship NASA is also equipped with a black box. And there are still two, one is responsible for storing data, and the other is responsible for storing video. Because the spacecraft is too intelligent, the data and video data generated every moment are massive. So these two black boxes are needed for delay. In addition to some important data is transmitted in real time through wireless transmission to the headquarters. About 70% of the other data is delayed transmission. Is to store it in the black box first and then upload it to the database of the headquarters slowly, with a cycle of 7 days. If you want to know what's going on here, you have to get back the two black boxes that are still in orbit as cannonballs. Otherwise, after 3 months, once these things fall into the atmosphere, there is no possibility of recovery. But having said that, it is easier said than done to recover the two black boxes on the track. At present, there is only such a spaceship in the Eagle Source family, and fireworks have been set off now. I am afraid that the recovery of those two black boxes can only be done by the International Space Station in the sky. But the spacecraft was very close to the International Space Station when it exploded. The ejected debris almost smashed the outer structure of the International Space Station. In other words, Ying Jiang has improved several positions during this time, and his defense has increased a lot. Now that the International Space Station can barely maintain the sky without falling down, it is already awesome. If the space station is allowed to perform such a dangerous act again, it may have to be completely reimbursed. But if you don't do it, you can't do it. Now the orbit of the debris is still high, and it will be more dangerous to wait for it to descend from the back and try to salvage it. So NASA is also very worried now. Fortunately, after a heated discussion, they finally negotiated a possible solution. It's just that this plan is a bit troublesome, and it has to be nodded by the Great Commander. This proposal was proposed by a group within them. The International Space Station is indeed not suitable for missions now, but isn't there a space station in the sky? The sky next door has nothing to do this time, and although their Tiangong is much smaller, it is the latest product. Both orbital change capability and survivability are far ahead of the current International Space Station. So you can talk to the other side and ask them to help recycle the two black boxes. In exchange, they can share the black box data. At first, the first reaction of the commander when he saw this plan was, "Are you fucking kidding me?" The data in the black box can be related to a lot of top-secret information about his own spacecraft. This has to be shown to them, not to mention streaking. At least half of the design ideas have to be pushed back by the other side. No, absolutely not. NASA is also very clear about this, but there is no way. They directly told the above that if you want to recover the two black boxes, you must participate in the opposite Tiangong. As for the data of the black box, if you don't want to give it, you can negotiate, or you can give money or something. But it must be fast. It will take a certain amount of time for them to prepare. It is necessary to change the original No. 6 position of the new International Space Station to recover the black box successfully. It is not enough to rely on Tiangong. It's best to decide in a few days, and even talk about the rocket of the Mao family. This time, 3 families must act together, not even one. The chief commander of Eagle Source was also numb, and after discussing it all night, he could only reluctantly find it. I was a little curious when I heard that Ying Jin came to the theater. As a result, I found out that it was the idea of hitting Tiangong. The first reaction above is how far you roll. What a joke. Do you know how hard it is for me to build a Tiangong? This is going to bump into you and accompany me. But what Ying Jin said interrupted the thought that the above was about to reject. Eagle Source is very simple, just tell the above to ask him if he wants to know how his spacecraft was blown up. If there is really something ignorant staring at you, then it is not only our spaceships but yours that are at risk in the future. And not only the spaceship, but the 2 space stations in the sky are also in danger. So helping me is helping you. I can share the data of the black box with you. If you don't help me, we can only keep our eyes closed and continue tossing. This is not my family's business, but everyone's business. There is some truth to what he said. From what I know so far, the explosion of the spacecraft, Eagle Source, is indeed a bit strange. Is not the third brother there? The most dangerous thing about spaceships is when taking off and landing. Generally, there is no problem with this node, so it is difficult to have problems again. And this disintegration started from the outside, which is even more strange. After thinking about it for a long time, the rabbit also watched the meeting overnight, and there were people who agreed and disagreed. But the suggestion given by the space agency is that it can be done. The premise is that Eagle Source can come up with a reasonable recovery plan. That was space, and debris in orbit was no different from bullets. The above also discussed for a long time and finally decided to join forces with Ying Jin. It's not that I want to know the secrets of the black box, but I'm mainly worried about the future space program and the safety of the space station. Of course, It would be nice to have a look at the black box of Takajan. In terms of Eagle Source, he also gave a detailed plan for the rabbit's question. The plan is divided into 3 parts. First of all, Demao needs to use their rocket to deliver their own No.6 warehouse. Then docked with the Tiangong through the docking port. After the docking was successful, the Tiangong adjusted the position and height, and synchronized the speed to the same degree as the debris to form a relatively static state. Finally, Eagle Source will capture 2 of the black boxes through the equipment in the 6th warehouse. Sounds simple, but the level of danger is not low at all. And because the speed of the debris cluster is lower than the orbital speed, Tiangong cannot maintain a relatively static state for a long time. After calculation, it is necessary to increase the speed with only 20 minutes of capture time at most. Of course, there is also good news, which is that there are 2 chances to catch. If you can't catch it twice, then you will have to risk a crash if you want to catch it. At least the above are definitely not willing to take such a big risk. The Tiangong is about to fall, and Eagle Source will not be reimbursed. Chapter 215 Electromagnetic Confinement. Chapter 215 Electromagnetic Confinement. After negotiating with the rabbit, the big hair side is very easy. Just give the money. They have 3 more rockets on their side. Therefore, Eagle Source immediately organized a joint team and began to prepare for this capture plan through data sharing. Especially as the most important No.6 warehouse, the rocket that wants to be stuffed into the big hair needs to be adjusted to a certain extent. Fortunately, this adjustment is not large and can be completed within 2 days. The entire launch plan was extremely compact from start to finish. Wang Chen also learned about this from the news. It seems that Wang Chen is still in a hurry, and even everyone is a little nervous. After all, the whole thing is too weird. Who would dare to fly if he couldn't find the reason? In just 3 days, Demao had already made various preparations for the launch. Tiangong had already arrived at the predetermined coordinates, just waiting for the rocket to lift off. This morning, under the lens of countless news media, Eagle Source officially stuffed the No.6 warehouse into the big hairy rocket. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the rocket took off and took the No.6 warehouse of Eagle Source and went straight to the Tiangong. Here we have to talk about an agreement between countries in space research and development. Whether it is Demao or Eagle Source, or the current rabbit, all positions of everyone are the unified interface used. And even the layout in the spacecraft is similar. This is also for the convenience of everyone to communicate with each other if there is a problem. It used to be the combination of Demao and Eagle Source, but now it is the combination of Eagle Source and Rabbit. Demao's rocket was as stable as ever, without any accident, and the 6th warehouse was steadily delivered to the front of the Tiangong. Soon, with the assistance of the intelligent system, the docking between the No.6 warehouse and the Tiangong was completed. At this moment, below the Tiangong, a group of high-speed moving debris just flew past. Are you sure about the speed? It's fixed. We can match up when these fragments come over next time. Okay, let the Eagle Source people get ready. The first attempt will start in 36 minutes. Understood. I'll inform them right away. In the space agency of the Rabbit's house, it was already busy at this time. After the Tiangong was successfully docked, they found that the 6th warehouse of Eagle Source was not ordinary, and it was also very large. As for what's in it, Ying Source said it vaguely. Anyway, it means that this thing is something at the bottom of their box. At this time, the atmosphere at NASA was extremely tense. The stuff in Warehouse 6 is one of their experimental products. Originally planned to wait for the space station to be upgraded and then slowly put it on for research, but now I have to take it out and try it forcibly. It's unclear whether they can become them, but this is already a last resort. In the endless deep space, above the Earth at this time, A white space station is slowly reducing its speed and height. With the support of the computing power of Li Jiangyuo, the brain of the space agency, the whole process went smoothly. After tens of minutes of adjustment, when the debris group that was constantly flying around the Earth arrived under Tiangong again, the astronauts in the Tiangong space station seemed to have become very slow. After about 5 minutes, the speed has been successfully matched, but at this time, the alarm in the Tiangong has also thought about it. At this speed, the Tiangong is at risk of crashing. Hurry up. Let the Eagle Source people hurry up. As soon as the speed matched, Director Nu shouted impatiently. This Tiangong is everyone's heart. If something really goes wrong, Director Nu might not even be able to sleep well tonight. There is no ink on NASA's side. Looking at the synchronized data, the first person directly waved his hand to let the operator start. In front of the console, the young man exhaled slowly. Then he reached out and pressed the unlock button on the panel. Soon, under the gaze of a group of people, the No. 6 warehouse at the lower end of the Tiangong slowly opened. As the shells on both sides slide, the inner structure is finally revealed. From the outside, it looks like a 100-layer birthday cake, with a large base and a small front, and 6 round sticks of different lengths extending out from the top. The shape is quite siffy, but I don't know what to use it for. But soon, everyone knew what it was. The 6th warehouse is connected to the energy of the Tiangong. As the electricity continued to be injected, after about 30% of it was adjusted, a lavender-like mist diffused out from the circle at the front and floated towards the debris below. About 20 seconds or so, the unknown energy that spread out has reached the surrounding of the debris cluster. In the fragment below, the 2 black boxes connected together are not far away. These 2 boxes have their own positioning system. Basically, as long as they are not damaged, it is still very easy to lock their positions. The controller saw that he was near the black box and immediately held the control lever and pushed it forward. Immediately, the debris around the bulk energy in the picture seemed to have been hit by something, and fled the area where the bulk energy was located. It didn't take much effort to open up a passage to the black box. This is electromagnetic confinement? Almost the moment he saw the fragments escape, someone around Chief Nu exclaimed. Director Nu was stunned and quickly asked, "What is that?" "It is a type of electromagnetism. This thing produces 2 different forces. It should have been the repulsion force. The surrounding debris was expelled by the electromagnetic force. The little black guy below will be pulled over." The researcher pushed his glasses and said in shock, "I didn't expect Eagle Source to order such a partial technique. To be honest, this thing is not widely used in actual combat. After all, the robotic arm can also achieve the same degree. May not be that far, but this thing is not very accurate. Of course, if this thing can be researched to the extreme, it must be awesome. After all, electromagnetic force can be similar to anti-gravity to a certain extent. But the required technology and materials are simply not available now. Is that he doesn't understand what Eagle Source is doing researching this thing?" Even Wang Chen, who was also watching the live broadcast, was stunned. "My dear, this technique is quite partial. How many brain holes did Eagle Source open back then, and even the technical reserves of this thing? However, at present, the effect has been achieved, and this technology cannot be said to be of little use. Even if you don't study the top anti-gravity level, as long as the binding force is enough to capture asteroids, there is no problem. Of course, based on the analysis of the technology currently displayed by Eagle Source, let alone asteroids, it is estimated that the capture power is only about 100 kilograms. Chapter 216 Guaranteed to complete the task. Chapter 216 Guaranteed to complete the task. The controller of the equipment is very careful now. Although this technology looks very high, it is far from the expected level. carefully controlled the beam state energy and extended it to the black box below. When I felt almost the same, I gritted my teeth and pulled the putter that was going forward suddenly. The electromagnetic force that was originally flowing in the forward direction suddenly flipped, and the repulsive force changed to the suction force and directly grabbed the black box below. The black box hidden in a pile of space junk also moved under the action of suction. Although it is a little slow, it is indeed moving up. Just when everyone was watching with trepidation, the problem appeared. I don't know if it's because of the operator's technique or because of imperfect equipment. The parts that were originally around also began to gather here. The grabbing power of this device is limited. Once there are too many debris gathered within the range, it will not move up due to the weight. The controller who discovered this situation also immediately corrected it, constantly changing the electromagnetic flow direction of the beam energy. Through the conversion of repulsion and suction, the black box was carefully pulled out from these ruins. This is obviously a delicate job, and it takes time to operate slowly, but the biggest problem at present is that there is no time. The current Tiangong has always been in a relatively dangerous range, and the speed is not enough. It needs to consume storage energy from time to maintain a relatively static state. 30 minutes later, the black box was indeed pulled out by about half the distance, but at this time the Tiangong had already reached a state where it had to be repaired. In desperation, NASA could only stop it first, and let Director Nu and the others change the Tiangong to the predetermined location first. The time for the next attempt is 3 days later. As for why it took so long, the main thing is to ask Tmao to send another batch of energy supplies. Tiangong's backup mobile energy is almost running out, and it needs to be replenished before it can continue to move. At this time, the advantages of nuclear fusion are revealed. If nuclear fusion is used as the energy core on the Tiangong, it can maintain a static state for a long time without worrying about the problem of insufficient backup energy. With these 3 days, everyone can just discuss the follow-up operations. Wang Chen, who had been silently watching from behind, came to an end temporarily and yawned slightly. As expected, the technology is not perfect at all, and it is not so easy to accurately extract the black box. But now there seems to be a real chance to recycle this stuff. After all, half of it has been taken out. If there is no problem after 3 days, theoretically time is enough. No, in order to ensure the normal progress of the plan, the space of Tmao's launch vehicle has been full. Almost every space is used for energy storage. 3 days later, the rocket took off, and the supplies were stably delivered to the Tiangong. After half a day of preparation, Tiangong's mobile energy has been replenished, and it can continue its mission. There are still 30 minutes before the next entry point, and in these 3 days, the big guy has also come up with another solution. If Eagle Source's equipment can't haul the black box back before it runs out of power, just use the backup plan. However, this plan is a bit bold, and the risk factor is relatively high. It was only after thinking about it for a long time that the above still agreed with the plan of Eagle Source. The preparation work is going on intensely. At 6:20 in the evening, Tiangong lowered its altitude again and cut into a temporary orbit parallel to the debris. It then took 10 minutes to go into parallel. NASA immediately deployed the equipment in the 6th warehouse after confirming that the speed was fine, and continued to capture the two black boxes. However, when the picture was cut in, the big guy's heart sank a lot. The black box that has been pulled out is still in place, but a lot of debris has gathered around it because of the constant movement and the influence of gravity. Although not very serious, it also made the progress of the original version go backwards. The little brother who was controlling the device was also covered in sweat at this time, which was very difficult. The original plan was almost completely disrupted. If you want to continue to drag the black box, you must clear a suitable area again. But there is no way. The arrow has to be sent on the string, and everyone has paid a lot for these 2 boxes. If you can't get them back, you'll lose money. Maybe the reason for the concentration, or the experience of previous operations. This time, the little brother's progress is obviously much faster. The 40-minute arrest time has just passed and a new channel has been cleared in less than 10 minutes. Although it is a bit rough, it can already touch the black box. Rubbed his hands, the next thing to do is to repeat the work for a long time, and grab this thing out by constantly reversing the electromagnetic force. No, I don't have enough time. Almost 20 minutes passed. Looking at the black box that was still a little away, the little brother frowned. He has already experienced it, but with the current progress, he cannot finish it in the remaining 10 minutes. The boss of NASA is also a little anxious. Success is just around the corner. It would be too uncomfortable to just give up. How much time will it take? At least 20 minutes. After thinking about it, the little brother gave an approximate time. 20 minutes. Tiangong could not last so long. Gritted his teeth, and the boss of NASA hurriedly shouted in the chat room, "Director Nu, can your Tiangong hold 10 more minutes?" Director Nu also looked at the technician next to him. But he was given an X with his arms crossed. Obviously not. If it lasts for another 10 minutes, Tiangong may not have enough energy to return to its intended orbit and accelerate to cruising speed. No, Tiangong's energy is not enough. I can add up to 3 minutes. This. The boss of NASA wiped his face. 3 minutes is definitely not enough. It seems that I can only take a risk. Then let's start plan B, otherwise it will really be a waste of time. Okay, I'll apply now. NASA's choice had long been within Director Nu's expectations, and he had already expected this outcome when he saw this situation. These fragments cannot understand human words, and it is impossible for them to fly in the sky for so long without changing their position. Itself is within the scope of universal gravitation, and anything is possible. Let's implement Plan B. I hope it won't be in vain. Shook his head, Director Nu grabbed the communicator in front of him. Execute Plan B. Liu Dahai, get ready to leave the warehouse. Soon, on the Tiangong, an astronaut who had been ready nodded, yes, the mission is guaranteed. Chapter 217 God's Will? Chapter 217 God's Will? Manual execution is their last hope. But it's not that the astronauts go directly into the garbage heap below. That's too dangerous. You can't risk your astronaut's life because of this thing. Therefore, the core of this plan is still on the 6th warehouse of Eagle Source. According to their technicians, if the black box cannot be taken out within a limited time by normal means, then overclock directly. In simple terms, it is to lift the restriction and increase the power of gravity to the highest level through more energy at the expense of destroying the equipment. Is equivalent to sucking hard at the black box and pulling it directly towards the heavenly palace. However, the power of such a self-destruction method cannot be determined, and there is no guarantee that the black box can be successfully brought back. NASA's own internal calculations are sufficient. Only the direction, angle, and speed cannot be determined. Therefore, the astronauts need to go out to judge with the naked eye, and then capture them according to the moving track distance of the black box. Liu Dahai, as the most senior astronaut in the Tiangong, was naturally entrusted by the superior to carry out this task. At this time, Liu Dahai had already put on the flying device, and a safety rope with a length of 2 kilometers was attached to the back. In theory, as long as Yang Chen can pull the black box over and the angle is not too crooked, then he can catch it by himself. After receiving the order, Liu Dahai immediately opened the hatch, and with the help of his teammates, he thought about the deep space. Below is a dense mass magma fragments, and in this one can clearly see the 2 black boxes that are connected together. Ready. NASA controllers were ready for overload. The unlock command has just been entered through the keyboard, and the entire device is now ready for self-destruction. Nu Dahai made an OK gesture to his helmet, and the boss of NASA below saw it and nodded fiercely to the little brother next to him, "Go." After taking a few deep breaths, the controller of the device quickly pressed a red button on the table. Then a control lever wraps the energy unscrupulously around the black box below. The sound in the endless universe cannot be conveyed, but Liu Dahai can clearly see that the energy band below has become brighter and brighter, and that beam-shaped energy has captured all the black box and surrounding debris. About 5 seconds later, the carrying capacity of the equipment has reached the limit, and the little guy in front of the console directly pulled the control lever back. I saw the entire bundle of energy jerked backwards like a tug of war. Then the bright beam energy quickly dimmed, and soon disappeared. Liu Dahai, pay attention. It's flying over. I have to say that the final pull effect of this device is very obvious. The black box that was originally wrapped below and the surrounding debris were directly separated from the group. Flew diagonally upward at a speed that was neither too slow nor too fast. This is the last direction the little brother pulls, and on this is the waiting Liu Dahai. He looked at the black box and garbage that had already flown over. Nu Dahai also quickly adjusted the jet port of the single Epson flying device, and flew past this group of guys. The distance between the two approaches quickly, and there is no problem with the direction and angle, just when everyone thought it would be successful this time. Liu Dahai, who was going forward, suddenly stopped in midair. Looking back, it turned out that the rope had been completely straightened. The distance is not enough. Looking at the black box that is less than 10 meters in front, not only Liu Dahai, but everyone who is looking at the picture at this time has a feeling of being out of breath. The grass is gone, only 10 meters away. God's will. This is God's will. The director of NASA had closed his eyes and held his head in anguish. Everyone has energy, maybe this is God's will. Liu Dahai. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Just when the boss of NASA had given up, there was a burst of exasperated voice from Director Nu. Hurriedly looked up, and his mouth immediately opened into an O shape. It turned out that when Liu Dahai, who found that the distance was not enough, looked at the black box that was close at hand and was about to pass him, he cut off the safety rope behind him. The whole person flew over in an unprotected state. Boss, this thing may have data that threatens our security, I can't let it go. Liu Dahai's voice came out from the screen. At this time, he was also nervous. The moment he lost his protection, Liu Dahai felt his heart start beating rapidly. If this is not successful, you may not be able to go back. But Liu Dahai still chose to rush over. It's not that he has a fondness for Eagle Etienne, but it's mainly because they were far in orbit when the spaceship exploded. If this kind of weird thing can't be found out, everyone on the track will not be able to sleep peacefully. As the chief officer of the Tiangong, I have the obligation to ensure the safety of the two newcomers. When went to heaven, he personally promised to bring them back to the ground safely. The energy is highly concentrated, and the burst of adrenaline has brought Liu Dahai's state to its peak. The distance of 10 meters was fleeting, and at the moment when the two met, Nu Dahai directly reached out and firmly grasped the shell of the black box. The debris from the surrounding area hit the surface of the spacesuit one after another. Fortunately, this is the latest generation of spacesuits from the Rabbit family, and there is no problem. After making sure that he grabbed the black box, Liu Dahai held it in his arms with one hand without saying a word. Then turned around and chased after the Tiangong, which had already flown a certain distance. It was impossible to directly catch up with the Tiangong. What he had to do was catch up with the rope that was delayed by 2 kilometers. The power is turned on to the maximum, and the nozzle at the back takes him to fly forward and get closer. But the orbit was 1,000 miles away, and after 30 seconds, the full-speed propelled flight device ran out of energy. This kind of aircraft is already small, and it carries so little energy. Seeing that Liu Dahai's energy had been exhausted, Director Nu's eyes were red, as if he ordered the Tiangong to slow down. But the energy of the Tiangong is not enough at this time. If it slows down, the entire space station may fall. That represents the hope that the rabbit will enter the universe in the future. The guarantee is still the space station, and Director Nu feels that his brain is about to explode. Fuck, is this person crazy? What are you doing with the flight suit off? Wait, he wouldn't want to. Hearing some noise around, Director Nu immediately glanced at the screen. At this time Liu Dahai, who had found that he had insufficient energy, hardly hesitated, and yanked directly at his waist. The original flying device on his body instantly disengaged. Feeling the light on his body, Liu Dahai glanced at the rope that was less than 100 meters in front of him and took a deep breath. Then he placed a piece of debris he just got while grabbing the black box against the palm of his hand. The problem of insufficient energy has long been considered. In this case, let's fight for the last time. Chapter 218 First Class Merit. Chapter 218 First Class Merit. Hiss. The spacesuit was instantly opened. The oxygen inside spews out under the action of pressure, which directly produces an effect similar to boosting. Slightly adjusted the lower angle, and Liu Dahai flew towards the rope under the last thrust. This is what he saw in the movie The Martian. And in fact it can be done. But it must be a last resort, because it consumes the oxygen in the spacesuit. Even if you add the reserve in the oxygen box behind it, it won't last long. But fortunately, the distance of less than 100 meters is enough for now. 20 seconds later, Liu Dahai successfully flew around the rope, swung his arms and wrapped the rope around himself, and almost yelled, "Pull me back." The stunned accomplice who had been watching for a long time also quickly activated the machine and began to recover the rope. 30 seconds later, Liu Dahai was successfully pulled into the warehouse. Pretty. He slammed the table and watched Liu Dahai finally return to the Tiangong. Everyone in the three space agencies had a smile on their faces. The one from the Demao family even nodded his head again and again. For those who have courage, they are never stingy in admiration. This is a serious bet with your life. Can be said to be a textbook like self-help. And Liu Dahai's psychological quality and calmness all opened the eyes of the big guy. NASA's boss was also sitting softly on the chair at this time. I finally got my things back, and I was even more surprised when I was happy. I didn't expect that the astronauts in the rabbit family were so fierce now. This kind of operation can be done by the Mozi of the year, to be honest. But I have to say, well done. Liu Dahai successfully returned, and Tiangong returned to the predetermined orbit at the last moment of energy consumption and accelerated to normal conditions. Although there is no mobile energy, Tiangong usually uses electricity generated by solar panels. So it doesn't matter, it's just that he can't move for a short time, and he needs to wait for the people on the ground to launch a rocket to replenish it. At this time, Liu Dahai, who took off his space suit, was still a little distracted. Looking at his hands, he was afraid that this would come up. I was really impulsive just now, but if I was almost lucky, I have now become space junk waiting to die in orbit. But again, I would still choose it. He didn't want to fall asleep in space and be hit by this unknown thing. As one of the oldest astronauts in China, he is also the vice principal of the current Aerospace Training Center. It can be said that 80% of the astronauts in China are his students. As a teacher, he felt obligated to do it. You bastard, who asked you to do that? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Just when Liu Dahai was glad that he was lucky, Director Nu's scolding finally arrived. It can be heard that the director is already a powerful one, and Liu Dahai dares to talk back. He can only bow and say, Report, the task has been completed. Fuck off, I asked you to do this. If you die, how will I explain it to the above? How will I explain it to your family? Director Nu grabbed the microphone and squirted wildly. The mission is indeed completed, but can you trademark consider my feelings? Nudge you, isn't it all right? I just thought it was an opportunity. Liuda smirked and scratched his head. Fuck your ass, take 8 chances. I only let you be the commander-in-chief of the Heavenly Palace because you are safe, so you treated me like this. I just gave an order from the top. If you can't fly back, I will even throw the Heavenly Palace. I'm going to save you too, don't you know that? What? Liu Dahai was stunned and couldn't believe it. What? Not so cool anymore? The phone call from above can be thrown away, but people can't die. You are a dignified vice principal, how important is it? Director Nu rubbed his head and said with a headache. This is really not an exaggeration. Just when I was having a hard time deciding, a call came directly from above, asking myself to keep Liu Dahai. Even if Tiangong falls, he will not hesitate. There are too few experienced veterans, and he is constantly training qualified astronauts in terms of energy. The Temple of Heaven can be rebuilt if it is gone, but it is really gone if there are no people. I've caused everyone trouble. Liu Dahai was speechless, and lowered his head after a while. Okay, don't pretend to be pitiful, I'm just warning you, don't be impulsive next time you encounter this kind of thing. It's not our family's black box, just do your best. When he said this, Director Nu forgot that he was still on the microphone, and the NASA boss on the opposite side heard it clearly. Touched his head a little embarrassedly. Man, it's okay for you to say this, but can you say it behind my back? I couldn't help coughing twice, but I didn't know that. Director Nu turned around and sprayed, cough what? I just told you to listen. For this broken box, I almost lost the spaceship. If you don't have the data you want, you can figure it out for yourself. Explain. The boss of NASA who said this was silent. Seeing the other side stop talking, Director Nu sighed and shook his head. Liu Dahai. Arrive. Hey, congratulations, first class merit. What? What? I don't understand? Director Nu rolled his eyes when he saw this guy's stunned expression. I didn't even think that the merits and demerits were worth it. After all, I acted without authorization and almost made Tiangong also unlucky. Scratched his head, Liu Dahai said a little embarrassedly. If this really broke the heaven for himself, then Liu Dahai himself would not know whether he made a profit or a loss. It's good to know. Now, hurry up and bring the broken box back to me. With a new order, all 3 astronauts from Tiangong are now evacuated. Take the return capsule and return tomorrow. Yes, I see, I'm ready. Returned? Liu Dahai was a little surprised but did not dare to ask more. Holding this black box, I went to arrange things. On the other side, Director Nu, who saw that everything had settled down, also sat on the chair with a wry smile. Today is too exciting, and it's not writing a novel, so why not be so ups and downs? Brilliant, really awesome, this guy is fierce enough to dare to play in space. At this time, Wang Chen had also finished watching Liu Dahai's space performance. I have to say, this guy is really fierce. It is one thing to have the skills, but it is another to dare to think about it. A brave man who dares to risk his life is always admirable. Anyway, I would never make such a risky decision to replace myself. Guzi, go call De Gang and say I want relevant information about Liu Dahai. Touching his chin, Wang Chen thought about it before shouting at the display. Chapter 219. Chapter 219 Treatment. The next morning, with a red light streaking across the sky, the 3 astronauts of the Tiangong successfully landed at the predetermined location in the return capsule. This emergency recall of the 3 astronauts in orbit was also considered temporarily. The situation is unknown now, and the explosion of the Eagle Source spacecraft has not been investigated. The above is worried that if this happens again, the target may be the space station. Tiangong is naturally unable to get off, but it can be withdrawn first. Anyway, Tiangong can be controlled remotely. Even NASA is thinking about whether to evacuate the astronauts first. Liu Dahai gave the black box to Du Gang, who was already waiting there as soon as he came back. Soon this thing will be secretly sent to a research center in China. The expert team of Eagle Etienne and Demao are already there waiting. This is also the price of letting Rabbit agree to mobilize Tiangong, and put the black box in his own home for research, in order to prevent Eagle Source from playing with data. The analysis of the black box will start soon, and it will take some time for the data to come out. Liu Dahai was awarded the first-class merit medal in the past few days, which is the highest domestic medal after the special merit was cancelled. Although Liu Dahai was a little over the top this time, he finally completed the task. Will be disobedient to foreign military orders, but the above is still understandable. And this time, Liu Dahai showed fans courage, and technology can be regarded as a big show in front of the world's top space agencies. So this first-class merit was awarded to him. However, there is also an 8,000-character review that follows. The merits are merits and demerits, and there is always a price to be paid for doing this without authorization. The decryption of the black box is still in progress. On the second day after the black box came back, Wang Chen officially submitted a detailed information about the individual exoskeleton mecha to Du Gang. Du just got impatient, and after reading it carefully, he immediately sent a copy to the military area. The follow-up mecha test work still needs to send someone from the military to take over. Li Long felt numb after hearing the news. As if he had been NTR, he looked at Wang Chen with resentment. The follow-up weapon system test of the mecha must be carried out by the military, and although Li Long is a user, he can't follow it. After all, Wang Chen's safety still needs him to be responsible. So he can only watch Du Gang dispatch the helicopter to transport the mecha out. What's the matter? It's necessary, it's not that I can't see it. Seeing the strength is a little vague. Wang Chen shook his head and asked amusingly. This mecha is equivalent to a man's car. Those are all concubines. You gave my concubine to someone else. Do you think I need it? Rolled his eyes at Wang Chen, and Li Long said with a sigh. Then you go, I didn't stop you. Fuck off, I'm going, boss Du still hasn't hacked me alive. Hey, my life is hard, and I'm going to have a long-distance relationship within a few days of getting married. Scratched his head, Li Long sighed with emotion. Go is definitely not afraid to go. If he dares to go, Du Gang dares to beat him. So I can only complain a few words in front of Wang Chen. Come on, this mecha is for weapon testing, and it should be fully armed when it comes back. It will definitely be more powerful than running naked here. Wang Chen smiled and comforted him. You don't understand, this weapon is to be installed by yourself, just like when you and your wife go out, you must buy new clothes yourself. It's hard to let others come. Go. Go. Don't bullshit me here, I don't have a girlfriend and don't understand. If you spread negative energy through this, don't blame me for driving people out. This is very reasonable. Wang Chen decided not to talk nonsense. This product is here to brush the sense of existence, just ignore it. Shook his head, sat back in front of his workbench, and Wang Chen opened a character file. This is the file information about Liu Dahai that I asked for Du Gang, and it records most of the information about Liu Dahai in detail. Wang Chen took a closer look. This Liu Dahai is indeed the top aerospace talent cultivated above. He was a little later than the big guy surnamed Yang, and belonged to the first batch of astronauts in space flight. has dealt with a lot of things in space, and he has achieved 6 times of second-class merit alone, which can be described as rich experience. Is currently the vice principal of the Aerospace Training School. It can be said that the new generation of astronauts in China are all students taught by him. He has both reputation and strength, but he is now 38 when he is a little older. Maybe for normal people, 30 is the prime time. But for astronauts, this age is not too young. Originally meant to let him stay at school with peace of mind, but he insisted on going to the Heavenly Palace to take a look. What did you say back then when you looked at Yingjiang's International Space Station? You couldn't be greedy, but now that you have your own, he is not reconciled if you don't go up once. No, after several discussions, the boss decided to send him on a trip. Who knew that he would encounter such an exciting thing? After reading, Wang Chen can be considered to have a general understanding of this person. The older generation has dedicated their lives to aerospace. No accident, this time should be his last space flight. These time-honored astronauts completed various tests at the risk of technical instability. Although he is only under 40, his body is somewhat damaged. However, Wang Chen appreciates his courage very much. The era of great development of the universe needs such talents who are not afraid of death and have enough experience. Can be trained as a follow-up aerospace commander. It's really a bit of a talent for putting it at school. Wang Chen's idea was to invite him to be the first captain after his spacecraft was built. Have courage and courage, this kind of talent is very suitable. Of course, this must be asked first. If he really wants to retire behind the scenes, Wang Chen will not force it. However, for people who have seen the scenery of the universe, it is difficult to really let go. And you have to discuss it with your superiors. After all, there are not many talents of this level in the country, and the superiors are willing to let them go. After reading the information, this matter is not in a hurry. I haven't written a word about my spaceship. I will invite you when it is about to be completed. After all, no matter how hype, there is no shock from the real thing. Invite this big guy to come and visit when I bring it. It is estimated that half of the matter can be done by going to the shipyard. After all, men are teenagers until they die, and the romance between mechas and battleships is beyond the comprehension of many girls. Just look at Li Long. He is more affectionate with that mecha than with his wife. No need for Ergotzi to clean up. The first thing to do every day is to bring a bucket of water to wipe the body of the mecha. Proper junior third treatment. If you like it, please follow it. Chapter 220 Powerful Battleship. Chapter 220 Powerful Battleship. After handing over the mecha, Wang Chen finally had some free time. The fusion core thing does not need to be rushed for the time being, and there is no need to worry about the arrangement of the mecha. Including the current production of robots is also progressing steadily. Wang Chen suddenly found that he seemed to be free again. I sorted out the things at hand, and now the most important thing seems to be the construction progress on the island. Whether it is the laboratory at the headquarters or the factory, in fact, it is already somewhat unable to meet Wang Chen's research and development needs. Not to mention that Wang Chen is going to make big moves next. Basically he has to stay at the shipyard on the island. The development of battleship trains and spacecraft is very troublesome, and Ergutzi has not gone through the process, and it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no problems. It looks like we are going to move again. On the island, the progress of the shipyard is almost there. As for the construction of the headquarters and the factory below, it is still in the middle stage. It is estimated that it will not be completed until the end of the year. And this is just to complete the overall layout. If you include soft decorations, it will definitely take more time. As for the town below, and the amusement park by the sea, those are the second phase of the project, and currently it is only about 30%. Last month, Wang Chen also had a chat with the general manager over there, and his house was still in a semi-finished state. So if you want to move in, you can only think of a way. The fastest progress is undoubtedly the shipyard. After all, so many robots are being installed around the clock. Wang Chen is thinking that if the shipyard can complete the work on time, then build a nest in the factory first. It doesn't take up much space for a sleeping place anyway. Told Erguzi about this idea. Erguzi has already drawn a space for Wang Chen in the cubicle on the third floor of Factory No. 1. It is about 60 square meters. If Wang Chen really wants to live there, Erguzi can make arrangements for himself immediately. As for the current shipyard, the production of the battleship has already started at this time due to the reason that the No. 1 factory started first. Since the shipyard is large enough, it also comes with a careful multi-kinetic machining center. This is temporary, and will be converted into a maintenance point for robots after the headquarters is built. The equipment is almost installed here, and robots take out various materials from the warehouse every day for processing. If there are any that cannot be processed, they will be directly entrusted to the state-directed shipyard for production. Under Erguzi's dispatch, the progress of the current battleship has reached about 25%. The most important keels have been laid. When the production line for alloy production at the back factory is put into operation, the construction of the entire hull will be quite rapid. In the armor design of the battleship, Wang Chen used a special alloy bottom layer, and then added 5 layers of grafton alloy on the outside. In this way, the defensive thickness of the armor around the hull is approaching the 1 mark. The cost of these armors is already quite expensive. After all, the current battleship design has reached 363 meters in length and 52 meters in width. This volume has surpassed the Yamato, the largest battleship during World War II, and even a few points larger than the largest aircraft carrier in the world today. So her armor must also be of custom structure and thickness. With a special alloy with extremely high hardness as the base, it is assisted by 5 layers of covered grafton armor, and its defensive power is already terrifying. Grafton alloys are also required to remove the defensive armor required by the hull, the main battery, and the island. Such a large ship, when Wang Chen made a request, he went to the flagship of the fleet. In addition to being able to install 3 triply-mounted 380mm caliber electromagnetic main guns, it can also install a set of 248 units of vertical firing devices at the front and rear by virtue of its large base. By the way, 9 missile launch positions are reserved. Like what Dongfeng 21 can be directly stuffed into the stomach. And there are also 18 12-barrel electromagnetic high-speed guns arranged around. This is not over yet, there are 9 points reserved for the entire hull without weapons. According to Wang Chen's idea, it can be used to carry domestic air-to-air missiles or torpedoes. Wang Chen placed a basket of orders from the military, from radar to fire control, everything was on the top and bottom of the box. It is impossible to replace with ordinary people, that is, Wang Chen is willing to take orders. According to the above thinking, anyway, it is to protect Wang Chen, the equipment of a ship, a trivial matter. Besides, Wang Chen ordered but not produced it himself. If you really run out of these things, you have to find them to refill. Is equivalent to Wang Chen selling a floor to the above, and the above will naturally supply it with confidence and boldness. But the above is still very curious. Wang Chen needs to use so much equipment to build something when he falls to the ground. The blueprint of the battleship Wang Chen did not show to the above. In fact, Wang Chen himself was not quite sure whether there was still a market for this thing. A battleship with electromagnetic main guns is definitely useful, but the situation is not the same now. The future of the Earth is space, and the most tasks of this kind of ship that can only swim at home may be to escort and fight pirates. especially in today's increasingly stable global situation, as the importance of oil has dropped a lot. Neither the Eagle Source nor the AU has the mood to continue stirring shit. Who will do things that are not beneficial? So Wang Chen has contributed to the peace of the village to a certain extent. Since they can't fight, the meaning of this battleship's appearance is more of feelings. Wang Chen liked this stuff, so he was willing to build one to protect the island. But there is no such demand at present. I heard that they have cut down a few aircraft carrier plans and are going to fully concentrate the funds on space development. Wang Chen's original idea of selling is basically gone. This ship is basically a yacht for itself. What can really sell it depends on the spaceship behind it. Battleships, even Wang Chen himself only intends to build a maximum of 3 ships. Cooperate with the fortifications on the island, just keep your own. Anyway, the back is the rabbit's territory, and no one should dare to start their own industry in front of the rabbit, right? Sitting in front of the computer and yawning, Wang Chen rubbed his eyes sleepily. The weather is not rough today, so it is suitable for a late sleep. Anyway, the mecha thing is temporarily okay, so let yourself take a day off. Take a rest and see the lady or play some games at night. I can't bear to do research on Iron Man every day. But you can think about what to study next. It seems that there are quite a lot of directions for development. With the current foundation, many things can be realized. Chapter 221. Chapter 221 Too similar. Report. The internal data of the black box has been solved. Okay, pass it to Li Jiangyuo to build a 3D model and see what's going on. Yes. Uploading. In a secret agency, a team of nearly 40 people is busy deciphering the black box on the stage. After several days of constant repairs, the data in the black box was finally extracted. Although the surface of the black box was also damaged to a certain extent, fortunately, most of the data was still preserved. Li Jiangyuo immediately modeled and restored the scene after receiving the data. On the display, a virtual spacecraft is revolving around the Earth. This is the flight trajectory of the Eagle Source spacecraft at that time. It can be seen from the picture that the aircraft had been detached from the International Space Station at that time and was about to enter the follow-up mission. At this moment, the outer deck below the spacecraft suddenly exploded, and it was obvious from the data that something penetrated directly from below. The angle of it is very tricky, and at the same time, the big hole that was blown open also caused the internal and external air pressure to be immediately unbalanced. Then the spacecraft lost contact with the base, and when they didn't know it, something unknown hit the energy core at the rear, directly detonating the sealed hydrogen raw material. In other words, the spaceship suffered 2 attacks, and the latter one was the culprit that caused the spaceship to explode. Then Li Jiangyuo recalled that when he was attacked, the surveillance footage around the ship tracks were soon found in 2 of the cameras. The recorded picture is very short, but it can be clearly seen that in the camera obliquely below, a red light flashes from the ground to a very fast speed. Rushed in front of the spaceship almost as soon as it was photographed, and then paralyzed the spaceship before everyone could react. After various enlargement and restoration processing of pictures, new discoveries were soon made. Although the shot is a bit blurry, it can still be seen that the core position in this red light is a wrapped object. And the first time I saw this, Eagle Source thought of it. Too similar, this is really too similar. The speed is the same, and the precision is also the same. And currently on Earth, only electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons can destroy targets before everyone reacts. I couldn't help but wonder if Wang Chen sneaked a hand, because it looked too similar. The red light on the periphery of should be the friction generated by the projectile breaking through the atmosphere. Looking at Eagle Chen's eyes a little bit bad, he said it again. The kinetic energy weapon of his own is not that far at all, and from this point of view, The flight speed must be faster than the limit speed of the electromagnetic gun that Wang Chen was testing at that time. But Eagle Source is very skeptical about this. After all, this technology belongs to your family. The ghost knows if there is anything hidden. Fortunately, this suspicion was soon dispelled by injustice. Because the picture was captured, Li Jiangyuo could roughly analyze where the shells came from based on the angle at the time. Combined with the position of the spaceship at the time, a rough area was quickly calculated. By marking the price on the map, everyone's faces became a little better. This place is no other, just in the western coastal vicinity of Eagle Source, which is by the location of Los Santos. Well, now it's Yin Jiang's turn to be dumbfounded. The analysis was done in front of him, and there is no such thing as a false accusation. Even if it is really an electromagnetic weapon from the next door, it cannot be transported to Los Santos to shoot. After analyzing this, what Li Jiangyuo can find is very limited. Looking at these materials, not to mention that there is no such thing, but it makes the whole thing even more bizarre. Obviously, something attacked Eagle Echin's spaceship, but other than knowing this, he was completely confused. Everyone, look at me, I look at you, you can only keep this matter for a while, and then discuss it slowly. Especially, Eagle Source followed closely and all astronauts from the International Space Station were evacuated back the next day. Anyway, there is already danger in the sky, and if the opposite side can attack the spaceship at will, it will naturally hit the space station. Don't let your astronauts stay in the sky until you find the culprit. Then Yingjin secretly dispatched people to carry out a dragnet search around Los Santos, hoping to find something useful. The above is also when Du Gang hurriedly asked Wang Chen. Although he knew that this was definitely not the ghost of Wang Chen, he still had to confirm it. If there is anyone who is the most suspicious right now, it must be Wang Chen, who has mastered the technology of electromagnetic guns. Received a call from Du Gang, and Wang Chen, who was watching Miss and Sister dancing, was also stunned. Sure enough, this melon still ate itself. Looking at the pictures Du Gang sent, Wang Chen would have believed it if he didn't know the limit of his electromagnetic gun. Judging from the picture, this is indeed a masterpiece of kinetic energy weapons, and it is very similar to the effect of the ternary extrusion explosive mastered by Wang Chen. The first shot directly paralyzed all the power systems of the spacecraft after entering it, which is somewhat similar to a closer-range Graphen attack. After paralyzing the movement ability of the spacecraft, the second one went straight to the engine, and after the breakdown, the second explosion detonated the hydrogen element. The whole process is very neat and tidy. After reading the entire data, Wang Chen also asked Erguzi to simulate the situation at that time. Came to the conclusion that the speed of the projectile at that time was almost faster than the second speed of the universe. Means that the gravity of the Earth is completely ignored, which is equivalent to the speed of nearly 40 times the speed of sound. Although Wang Chen didn't say that he couldn't build it, the electromagnetic gun he currently had was undoubtedly not enough. This is completely a weapon of the planetary homeland defense level. Told Du Gang what he thought. After listening to Wang Chen's analysis, Du Gang also sighed. He knows what Wang Chen said. But now the problem is that if this thing is not decrypted, everyone will not dare to continue to go into space. I was afraid that someone would slap me down as soon as I went up. Strictly speaking, Eagle Echin blocked the big guy this time. Although it is not clear what the excitation conditions of this thing are, it is clear that it is not very interested in the orbiting space station. Wang Chen touched his head and thought for a long time. But he had no idea. This kind of thing, you can only know if you find the perpetrator. If it is simply not pleasing to the eye, it is also possible. Isn't Yingchen investigating this now? Just wait and see what news comes. Anyway, as long as you make a move, there must be traces, and there will always be clues if you look patiently. Chapter 222. Chapter 222. Although this matter is discussed by everyone, it is confidential. But Wang Chen couldn't bear to make the report public in the end. The reason is very simple: he needs to give an explanation to all his partners involved in this project. Now those outsiders who don't know the situation are guessing that it is the problem of Eagle Source's own technology. One person, a dozen people, and hundreds of people said that it might be fine, but if everyone said that, the pressure on those who participated in this project would be a bit high. After all, as a so-called democratic country, it is impossible for them to ignore the opinions of the people. There are even some guys online discussing whether to join the next door camp. This is definitely something that Wang Chen can't bear. Why can't I have a good spaceship? Now the guy next door is still a suspect. Maybe this is an attack on me. So Wang Chen informed the story of the deletion and deletion. The data does not say, only the results. Roughly means that his own spaceship is fine without any technical problems at all, but just like that, he was hit by something suspected of being an electromagnetic kinetic energy weapon while flying. Of course, after the current investigation, it has been preliminarily judged that it is not the next door that is playing tricks. They do not have that technology. So now, let everyone rest a little bit. This matter will definitely be investigated, but it will take a little time. As for those who defected to the next door, please open your eyes and see. The next door Tiangong runs faster than us. You thought they would dare to go after defecting to the past? Now that this matter is not clarified, no one dares to continue the exploration of space. Even Eagle Source is still complaining. If this is really private or unknown forces making trouble, then he is blocking the whole village's space program. The rabbit is also a little speechless about the statement of the Eagle Source. I don't even know if it is indiscriminately attacking you right here. In case someone is targeting you, that's not for sure. After the announcement of Wang Chen, the discussion about this matter has cooled down a lot. Everyone is wondering who the unknown force in Wang Chen's mouth is. Since everyone named the next door to rule out the suspicion of the neighbors, then there are still people in the village who have this technology. Difficulty. That's right, it's you. Big hair. The changes in public opinion are always so strange, and Demao, who was eating melons at home, became a suspect inexplicably. Looking at your American tank doubting his remarks, Demao is also numb. I wish I had that skill, but how can I make you so arrogant? Rolled his eyes and didn't even bother to explain, but Eagle Source jumped out to help refute the rumor. The situation is not right now, and he doesn't want to have any conflicts with other halls. Let's find out the unknown things of this dog day first. As for the rest, let's take it slow. This trademark is $5 billion. If there is really a technical problem, it will be fine, and we are not unable to afford it. But if it was beaten down, it wouldn't work. What a joke. Only Lotzi has always tortured others, and he has never been tormented by himself. Who fought? Stand out. Let me see which hero is tired of living. Eagle Source directly offered a reward of $500,000 in the western region for any suspicious clues. With a lot of money, all kinds of things flew to the office of the intelligence department like snowflakes. Thousands of clues every day occupy almost the entire department's staff just by checking them one by one. But there is no way. The above has given a death order. This matter must be done well. Helpless, they could only bite the bullet. The next one is ahead. We'll take it seriously. It's working hours now. In a civilian car, two plainclothes were driving to a location in the suburbs. The strong man named Will was dozing off while leaning on the passenger seat. Bob, I haven't slept well for 3 days. When will this damn task be finished? Rubbed his eyes helplessly, the dozing big man said helplessly. The tasks that have been assigned in the past few days can no longer be described in words. If the key is useful, it doesn't matter. Now it seems that many of the clues are nonsense, purely for the sake of 500,000 to hit luck. But they have to come. Command cannot give up any of the clues. If it is found out that someone missed it because of negligence, it will be troublesome. So even if it is annoying, they have to do it seriously. But do it anyway. Will is actually not optimistic about this method of finding a needle in a haystack. Even the power of Tanku can't find out anything, and what clues can you expect from the people? Of course, it is not useless. In the past few days, more than a dozen smuggling gangs have been brought down, and there are 7 or 8 sellers of contraband, and 6 weapons, and more than 30 suspects who are on the run have been arrested. If they were the police, it could be said that they have done a great job. But now the benefits of the FART are not repaid in vain for the Los Santos Police Department. Now the boss of their family is crazy with joy, waiting every day for another big fish to fall on him. Okay, Will, don't complain, this is our job. Don't forget that if we find clues, there's also a 500,000 bonus. Bob, who was driving, smiled and reassured that he was in good shape, at least not as negative as Will. Come on, you're just here to do anything new. I'm bearish anyway, let's go with the fate. Will's calm expression is completely the attitude of an old oil man. Well, seeing his partner like this, Bob can't say anything. He can only amplify the rock music in the car to refresh him. 5 minutes later, the car stopped steadily at the door of a small suburban house. Parked the car, although Will looked a bit rotten, but the years of experience really didn't cover it. Considering the danger of this work, he motioned Bob to knock on the door, and he opened the door to prepare for the trouble. Of course, the main reason is that there are too many suspects in the past few days, which makes everyone a little nervous now. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and after a while, someone's voice rang in the house. Who, in broad daylight? What door are you knocking on? I'm from the Intelligence Bureau. I received your clue and came to check it out. Bob shouted. Immediately, there was a sound of footsteps in the house, and then the door was slammed open, and Bob, who was startled, subconsciously took 2 steps back. But soon the vigilance on his face relaxed a little. The one who opened the door was a little fat man. Although he was very round, it could still be seen that he was a student at school. Is obviously more friendly to Kid Bob. You guys are finally here, hurry up, have you brought 500,000 yuan? The little fat man was obviously a little impatient. After looking around, he opened his mouth and asked about 500,000 yuan. Tell me what you found first. I want more than 500,000. Will behind should also find that there is no danger, so he came over and reminded. Oh, yes, you see I'm excited, but don't worry, this clue of mine is definitely not nonsense, you can come in and see it. Chapter 223. Chapter 223. A bit of a doorway. The little fat man looked very confident, greeted them and entered the room. My parents have gone to work. Don't smash things, or I'll be scolded again later. As he walked upstairs, the little fat man reminded him. Seems to be some strange misunderstanding of this kind of intelligence people. The two looked at each other, and Bob followed up with a bit of fun. Little fatty, you'd better take a look at the clues as soon as possible, our time is very tight. If you find any strange noises in your house, I suggest that you better find someone from a decoration company to take a look. First of all, I'm not called Little Fatty, my name is Crew, and secondly, I'm not the kind of person who reports information, I really found out. At the door of a hut, Crew said something seriously, and then pushed open the small door. Come in, it's a little messy here, just sit down. This is supposed to be a storage place. It is not big, but it has been converted into a computer room by this little fat guy. 3 or 4 mainframes, 4 or 5 display screens, and even a small personal server. Will, as a veteran, immediately saw the value of these things around him. "You bought these yourself?" Pointing around, Will asked curiously. "These add up to nearly $100,000, which is not at all what a college student can afford. And looking at their living environment, they don't look like rich people. Don't think too much. Although I am fat, my computer is very powerful. These are all I earned from catching bugs for Microsoft. My dad took it to pay off the mortgage." The little fat man glanced at Will and turned on the computer on his own. "Well, we're not interested in your family history. According to the document, you found something wrong." "Signal?" Shrugged, Will took out a tablet, flipped it over and asked. "Yes, signal, and I dare to guarantee, you have never seen this thing." "Oh? Let's hear it." Will is really interested now. At least this little fat guy looks more reliable than those guys. Maybe he really found something. "First of all, I'm a radio amateur who likes to collect and analyze signals in various frequency bands in the universe. At the same time, I am also a firm supporter of extraterrestrial civilizations. I believe that there must be other civilizations in the universe." "So what did you find? Extraterrestrial civilization?" Bob asked amusingly, touching a brand new PS5. "Look, this is the signal I collected that day. I received it 3 days before the spacecraft took off, completely different from the kind of signal I knew before. It looks messy but actually has a specific frequency in it. This is undoubtedly an encrypted signal, but I can't analyze it." The little fat man was too lazy to say anything, so he directly called up a piece of data after turning on the computer. "Go on." He touched Pavel's chin and motioned him to continue. "This signal came up 3 times in total, maybe more, but I only got it 3 times and then never came back. When the next time it appeared was when the spaceship took off. My device monitored this frequency band twice again. Finally, when the spaceship exploded, the main event came. You see, I received a total of more than 30 signals, which can be said to be very frequent. Since then, these signals are all sent to the universe." After a few seconds of pause, Crew saw that both of them were listening carefully before continuing. "I thought I was thinking too much, but when the chief commander said on the TV that the suspicious object that destroyed our spaceship was around Los Santos, I believe that I must be listening to something wrong. Think about it, who would send a signal to space without any problems?" Will touched his chin after listening. "Is it possible that it is a satellite signal?" "Impossible. No matter what kind of satellite signal it is, it will establish a stable connection with the ground for a long time, instead of this intermittent pairing, just like a telegraph," Crew said categorically. "Well, do you need to report it?" Bob glanced at Will and felt that this should be the most useful clue in days. Whether it's true or not, at least let the people above know that the two of them are not lazy. "Okay, report it. You give me the data." What Bob can think of, Will, the old oily boy, knows it too. Indeed, it is time to submit something, otherwise the assessment will be a bit ugly. "No, I can't give this data without the money." Crew frowned slightly and protected the computer. "Boy, do you have any misunderstanding? If something is right, money will be given to you, but how can you guarantee that this thing must be right?" Will thinks this little guy is a little funny, and seems to have already decided that the 500,000 is his own. If you are really looking for signals related to alien weapons, this must be what you are looking for. Crew patted his chest confidently. This is not something we can decide, and who said it must be an alien weapon? Not an alien weapon? Then what are you looking for? Crew was obviously stunned. Wasn't the commander's line that day suspecting that there were alien weapons? Listen, before the results come out, we don't know what the situation is. Your clue is indeed useful, but it is limited to this, and it needs to be judged by people above. So, give us your stuff and wait for the news. Crew didn't speak, and felt his stomach as if thinking about something. Shook his head after a while. I can only give you half, or I only have half on the computer now, and the other half is on the internet. If you are sure that this glue is useful, exchange money for the latter half. Bob is getting impatient. What does this little brat think of the Intelligence Bureau? Still haggling? Just wanted to say something serious to scare him. Will reached out and interrupted. Okay, then give me the half first, but you have to make sure that what you give is convincing enough. After half an hour. Why did you agree when I said it? That little brat will just scare him off? Bob asked with some doubts while driving. Just a kid, why are you scaring him? Besides, you don't see it because they don't trust us. After all, our image in the movie is not good. Will lit a cigarette and said with a smile. You just like children too much. If you want to change to an uncle, I'm afraid it will be harder to talk than me. Bob rolled his eyes and spit out. Will just blew out a smoke ring and didn't make a fuss. Indeed, with a wife and children at home, I basically can't lose my temper with the children. There is a sentence to say. People always change. Anyway, this is only half. Bob may not know. He was also a graduate of information majors. As far as I can see, the things in that little fat man's hands are really a bit tricky. Chapter 224 Give Money. Chapter 224 Give Money. Submitted the information, and soon the specialized personnel of the intelligence department began to compare the information. Although it is only a half signal source, it is filtered with all the data in the intelligence department. Soon they made an astonishing discovery that there was something wrong with the signal. Is very similar to what their lander found on Mars at the time. Just looks more active, but the core frequency is almost the same. This discovery immediately attracted the attention of the intelligence services. Then sent this data to NASA for further comparison. NASA immediately asked professionals to start the analysis after getting the news. After more than half a day of research, the conclusion was similar to that of the intelligence department. This signal source is indeed highly similar to the unknown signal on Mars. When Will received the call, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. The head of the intelligence department personally called and asked him to take Bob immediately and prepare to go to the house of the little fat man. Be sure to get the last half of the signal source. Will was not too surprised. He comforted his wife and children and drove to the assembly point. By the time he arrived, Bob was already waiting. There is also a team of special agents from the intelligence department, with a serious look on their faces. Mr. Will, according to the instructions, you need to lead the team there. This is the $500,000 you want. The lead man shook hands with Will, and then handed over a white suitcase. Will opened it, checked it, and made sure it was fine before saying, "Then let's go, Bob, drive." The team quickly rushed along the road to the house of the little fat man, and Bob in the car said excitedly, "Dude, we got lucky, 500,000, even if we are divided by half, we have 250,000. Don't get excited, the Secret Service personnel are all dispatched. It seems that this signal source is not simple." William lit a cigarette and said with a smile, "Although I am a bit salty, no one will be too much for dollars. I didn't expect that after so many years, the major I learned back then actually helped me a lot. With this money, you can repair your home well." 20 minutes later, the convoy stopped steadily at the door of the little fat man's house. Seeing the silence around him, Will signaled them not to get excited, and he walked up with the cash box. Ding dong. It's still an old doorbell. After pressing down, the lights in the house were turned on, and an elderly man cautiously opened the door. "Who are you?" "We are from the Intelligence Bureau. We came here in the morning. Your son crew provided a very useful message. Now we need him to hand over the rest to us. Please rest assured, we are not here to make trouble." considering that his image has always been bad, Will naturally said politely. Crew. Okay, you wait. Glancing at the Secret Service outside the house with a live ammunition, the crew's father obviously knew that the situation was a little rough. Immediately turned to a woman in the house and shouted, "Go, call crew." A few minutes later, the little fat crew ran down happily, and when he saw Will, the smile on his face couldn't be suppressed. I knew that my intuition was right. Crew, what's going on? Crew's father was obviously still a little confused, and he quickly asked when his child came down. Didn't they offer a reward of $500,000 for information? I gave them something. Crew said and rubbed his hands. Did you bring the money? Of course, but you have to make sure that there is nothing wrong with the last half of the data. Will patted the box in his hand as a reminder. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Besides, how dare I fool you with so many people here? Do you mind if I have some money? Look at it, $500,000 is a lot. Nodded, and Will opened the white box, revealing the green knife inside. The woman behind whom I was obviously a little shocked, holding her head in disbelief. That's great, Dad, you help me put it away first, and I'll give them the rest. Crew touched the brand new banknotes and said with a smile. His father is still a little worried. This is dealing with the Intelligence Bureau easy, it won't be a problem. Don't worry, Dad, it's all right. Seemingly seeing his father's worries, the little fat man patted his shoulder before continuing. I said, the latter half was saved by me on the internet. I can put the URL and password tell you. You can go down by yourself. Well, I'll arrange someone right away. Just give me the URL. Will made an okay gesture, then took out his phone and called his boss. After flipping through the exchange, the phone was connected to NASA's command center again. The URL is password 778,899. When everything was ready, Will signaled crew to say the URL and password. NASA quickly entered the URL and got a file package. By decompressing, it is exactly the second half of the signal they need. Hey, yes, I'm fine with that, okay. I know. The headset came with a message that was confirmed by NASA. Then his boss also said that he did a good job and the money can be given away. As for their bonuses, they will be paid together with their salary next month. It's alright, the things are fine, and the money can be given to you, but I still have to remind you again that this matter is rotten in your stomach. Don't tell others what you found. After, Will handed over the white box. That. Can I entrust you to help transfer the money into the account? There are too many people here, I'm afraid there will be. Crew's father looked around, and many people had already woken up. This is not a safe community, you can still understand if you don't reveal your wealth. Well, you go to my house to sleep, and tomorrow morning I will personally take you to the bank to deposit money. Will also looked around. This is a slum area, and the security is naturally very bad. It is also irresponsible for their safety if they let the money stay here. I just took it to my home, where the security is good and no one dared to attack the house of an intelligence agency employee. Okay, that's the best, then let's clean up. Hearing this arrangement, Crew's father naturally nodded again and again. With this money, it will not be a problem to move in the future, as long as you survive these few days. Okay, you pack up, I'll be waiting here. I got money for this anyway, so it doesn't matter if I wait. It was already 3 or 4 in the morning anyway, so I couldn't sleep for long when I went back. The classmates who like it can click to follow and love you so much. It's not easy for newcomers, please support me a lot. Chapter 225 Wang Chen was attacked. Chapter 225 Wang Chen was attacked. Just when Will picked up the crew family back to his house to rest. NASA has combined the two signals and reanalyzed them. Whether in terms of wavelength or frequency, it is very similar to the signal emitted by Mars at that time, Are there really alien forces making trouble on Earth? But why didn't find anything for so many years, but he was stunned when he launched a spacecraft. You can't really just look at yourself unhappy, right? Also, do you want to talk to the other halls about this? The matter of Mars is clear to himself and the neighbor, but the two are very tacit and silent. If you want to report it, at least Damao will know about it. NASA is also uncertain at this time, and can only kick the trouble to the commander. And the chief commander who was called up in the middle of the night was also in a bit of a dilemma at this time. In the end, the ball was kicked to Congress. Regarding this matter, after 2 days of discussion, the Congress decided to agree to open it up to other parishes. However, it is currently limited to 5. After all, my 5 talents are the main force in the future space flight. If there are really unknown forces that want to make trouble, they have to help each other. Especially Rabbit, the current spaceflight strength of this product is very strong. If a conflict really breaks out, it is an inevitable choice for the two to join forces. After all, no matter how much everyone in the village tossed, they still have to agree to the outside world. With the Lord Congress making a decision, the commander also has no opinion. Anyway, it is not himself who is to blame, so let's report it. Soon, NASA told several others about the source of the discovered signal. Director Nu gasped as soon as he got the information. This signal is not only about fire. The eruption of Xingshan is a bit similar, and it is similar to the signal on the moon. What the hell is going on here? Is there anything hidden between Mars and the moon? A meeting was held in the bureau immediately. Ying Jiang should not be clear about this matter. They just knew that they were interested in the landing site on the moon, but they only knew a little about U2. It is even less clear that No. 2 and No. 3 also completed a fire pass. Now U2 3 is still wandering around on the moon, and I don't know what it is doing. Considering that Wang Chen sent the information automatically this time, after discussion above, he also told Wang Chen that he found the same signal on the moon. Just concealed something about you two. They also didn't know what Wang Chen found on the moon at the time, so they still had to leave some leeway here. Hawk Chen was also surprised by the discovery of the rabbit. Has the same signal appeared on the moon? It looks like it has something to do with what the Jade Rabbit car encountered before around that landing point. The great commander who knew about this immediately thought of the document that the dead old man in the secret department sent him. Is it really related to that thing on the moon? And when the two companies compared information with each other, the others were also dumbfounded. Fuck you, what else are you hiding from everyone? We don't even know about this. Yes, you guys are powerful enough, you really don't consider our feelings at all, right? This doesn't mean that everyone immediately finds their own partners to prepare an explanation. This matter must be explained, said Good Space Partner, that's all? Can you be a little sincere? It's not that Wang Chen crashed the spaceship this time. You really plan not to talk about it? In the face of the anger of their allies, the above and Wang Chen could only have good words and tried to calm their emotions. There is no way. Everyone agreed that we should not distinguish between each other, and as a result, this matter turned around. The words are indeed lacking a bit of confidence. Damao and the others didn't really want to trouble him, they just warned these two guys that we are not dead yet, don't bully people too much. After simple communication, the 5 companies are now finally focusing on business. What are you doing now? Should we continue to develop space? Should we continue to build the spacecraft, and do we need to continue to build the lunar base? The 5 of them are also embarrassed now. Although some clues were found, it was not enough to dig out the black hand behind the scenes. But now everyone's space program is still going on. If it stops just like this, the lost money will not be a little bit. And everyone feels that the development of this space cannot be stopped. This is the inevitable development direction in the future. The energy of the Earth is no longer enough to support everyone's development. Even if we don't do it now, we will still be forced to develop in the future. But now the problem is that this spaceship is too hard to fly. The ghost knows if he will be beaten down as soon as he ascends to the sky. The 5 companies have been discussing for a long time and have not come to a feasible conclusion. But what is certain is that the space program will not be stranded, even under great pressure to catch potential threats. Hiding is impossible. The best way to solve trouble is to solve the troublemaker. Just when the 5 kept discussing what to do next, suddenly a call came into the phone above. The person who was in the meeting was still a little angry. This is a private meeting of 5 people. It is very rude to disrupt the rhythm. But when he heard what was said on the phone, he stood up directly from the table. What? Wang Chen was attacked? It was as if his treasure had been stolen. The mood above suddenly fell to the bottom, and the murderous horror in his eyes could no longer be tolerated. Almost subconsciously, he looked at the guy next door. Eagle Source was also taken aback. Wang Chen was attacked? What's the situation? And you calm down first. What does this have to do with me? Looking at the extremely gloomy eyes above, Eagle Source quickly waved her hand and explained. I had indeed moved that thought, but after thinking about it, I didn't dare at all. Not to mention whether it is possible or not, even if it succeeds, it will be met with crazy revenge from above. Who wouldn't assassinate? There are researchers in my family, right? Therefore, assassinating Wang Chen is definitely a choice to kill 1,000 enemies and damage 800. Besides, the gate of science and technology is so close to the top. Even if Wang Chen loses the technology inside, it will be taken over by the top. Don't forget that there are shares of TechGate on it. Legally speaking, that is the proper second heir. So this kind of plan is completely worth the loss, and there is no benefit at all. After listening to the current situation on the other end of the phone, the top of the phone almost shouted in a low voice, "Send everyone over. Pull it out for me. Be sure to find me. Inform the surrounding military region and block me around area. Don't let me even let a rat go there." After finished the order, the above said to the several people present, "I don't care who did it, it's best not to have anything to do with you, or you will be at your own risk. Exit immediately after speaking. There is also a hammer meeting, hurry up, check it out at home." Chapter 226 Mysterious Attack. Chapter 226 Mysterious Attack. Left, leaving the 4 of them, you look at me, I look at you, and finally all looked at Wang Chen. Eagle Source turned black and said, "Whether you believe it or not, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. I am crazy to go to Wang Chen at this time to trouble me. Isn't that not making myself happy? I can't say for sure. Are you sure you know everything about your family? Could it be an order from the Master of Capitol Hill to leapfrog orders? It's not like this kind of thing has never happened before." Demao buttoned his nose and said with some disdain. Eagle Echen's commander came out as soon as he heard the cold sweat. Fuck it, it makes sense. Isn't it really that group of masters who got sick? Ignoring the mocking eyes of the 3, Wang Chen hurriedly called the Intelligence Bureau. Fortunately, after checking the exchange, the person in charge over there swore that there was no plan against Wang Chen, nor did he receive any authorization from Congress. The chief commander of the Eagle Ecchen family was relieved. "Mom, fortunately, I didn't do it myself, just the look on the top just now, I'm afraid it's not really killing." Seeing that he didn't really do it, Demao and the others looked at each other strangely. Who else could it be if it wasn't this person? S. Time goes forward by about an hour. Just when a private meeting of 5 people was organized in the village. Wang Chen was blowing the air conditioner at home at this time. The day was getting hotter and hotter. Although it was air-conditioned, Wang Chen could still feel the laziness in his bones. "I just don't want to move, it's boring to do anything." Li Long next to has no influence, and is still exercising silently. Although he is already in a semi-retired state, the protection of Wang Chen is a fluke. I can be regarded as Wang Chen's last line of protection, and it is up to me whether I can save Wang Chen at a critical moment. Okay, can you still make me sleep well by exercising all the time? Wang Chen, who was lying on the sofa, felt like he was being swept up. Can we stop the meeting at noon? Don't get caught up. I don't know how to exercise. Boss, you sleep with you, and I don't make any noise, so I won't delay you. Li Long ignored Wang Chen and continued to do various actions. Okay, do whatever you want, I'll go to bed again, remember to call me at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wiped his face. But Wang Chen also turned around and closed his eyes, so that he couldn't see and was not upset. And 5 minutes later, just as Wang Chen was about to be sleepy, suddenly, a figure broke in from outside the door. Li Long was taken aback and turned his head to see that it was a Luban robot. But how could this robot be so reckless? Shouldn't be, is there a bug? However, before Li Long could think about it for a few seconds, Erguzi's voice suddenly sounded in the factory building, enemy attack. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light suddenly lit up from the sky, and then rushed over like a comet. Wang Chen didn't react, but Erguzi directly controlled the Luban and kicked the sofa out at a critical moment. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire factory was punched in opposite directions, and a round hole with a diameter of about 3 meters appeared in the front and rear. I trademark. What's the situation? Wang Chen, who had regained his senses, got up from the ground, rubbed his head and was about to scold his mother when he saw this terrifying scene. At this time, Li Long finally reacted. Without a word, he rushed in front of Wang Chen, grabbed it, and ran out. He took out a small button from his pocket and pressed it hard. The harsh whistle of Wu resounded instantly over the factory. The security team lurking around also looked at them one after another, and then their expressions changed drastically. Someone is attacking Wang Chen's factory? Crazy. Who is so brave? Did not dare to think too much. The surrounding security personnel immediately assembled and drove over. On the way, several objects like comets fell around the factory. The violent explosion was like the end of the day, and all the hearts were lifted up in an instant. Outside the factory, Wang Chen, who had just climbed out, was blown away by a wave of air. Climbed up from the ground with a dismal face, and Li Long next to him quickly grabbed himself and continued to move out. Anyway, dodge the opponent's attack first. Outside the factory, Wang Chen's Knight 15 has been parked here, Li Long taking Wang Chen to the front of the car. Just as he was about to let Wang Chen get into the car, he heard a bang, and a steel rod went straight through the car's engine. This is a slight squinting. Wang Chen, who has recovered his senses, immediately looks at the enemy attacked by the steel rod. On the opposite hillside, several black figures are running towards him quickly. Light looks a bit like a spider banshee in the game. The bottom is an 8-legged sight, and the top is a humanoid design. The gun that fires the steel pipe should be the muzzle on the base. This is not my robot grass, it's coming at me. The car was destroyed, and Wang Chen and Li Long could only hide behind temporarily. Hearing Wang Chen say this, Li Long was also a little anxious. He also saw the things above, and had no impression at all. What exactly is this? No matter what it is, this thing wants Lao Tzu's life, but this is my territory. I think they are impatient. Ergotzi. Exist. Assemble all the robots around the factory and stop them for me. It's the boss, I'm already doing this. Erguzi, as an intelligent program, has long discovered these 6 strangely shaped things on the hillside. Directly listed it as an attack target, and issued orders to all the robots in the factory. Soon, thousands of robots ran out of the factory in the distance, and the first one was the strong man of the factory. They also have spider territory and they move extremely fast. Under the control of Urguzi, go straight to the hillside behind along the main road. Those 6 things all have the ability to activate electromagnetic weapons, and Wang Chen did not dare to leave the bunker formed by the car for the time being. Although from the perspective of kinetic energy, since this thing can be stuck in the car, the power will definitely not be too high, but it is not something that my own flesh and blood can resist. Let's wait for these little guys to get entangled before moving places. However, the development of the whole thing far exceeded his expectations. The attack that had been resting for a while in the distance started again at this time. This time Wang Chen could see it clearly. Those were spherical energy balls that flew directly towards him in the form of a parabola. Go. Li Long also saw this thing, grabbed Wang Chen and ran to the next factory. But this energy group failed to fall. The electromagnetic gun outside the factory finally completed charging under the control of Urguzi. The violent cannonball slammed into it almost at a faster speed, directly destroying the energy in midair. Then turned the muzzle, and the 380mm main gun pointed directly at the 6 ghosts on the half-slope. Chapter 227 Lost Contact. Chapter 227 Lost Contact. Boom. Without any reason, Urguzi, who had been authorized for a long time, directly ordered the electromagnetic gun to fire. I didn't choose to save money. Urguzi directly chose special projectiles made of ternary extruded explosives when loading. There is almost no room for evasion in this close-range direct shot. 2 groups of careful mushrooms rose into the air, and a violent shock wave swept all around. When the smoke cleared, the 6 unknown robots on the hillside had already been blown to pieces. Fuck, you are awesome. Li Long, who had just taken Wang Chen out a few hundred meters, turned around and saw this scene and couldn't help but pat his legs. This is too trademark fierce. Go quickly, the electromagnetic gun can't keep it. However, Wang Chen's face was not good looking at all. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, an equally violent explosion came from the edge of the cliff outside the factory. Boss, the electromagnetic gun was knocked out, and there are kinetic weapons on the opposite side. I was just loading ammunition and it was too late to defend. Urguzi's tone was a little anxious. The electromagnetic gun was destroyed, which means that the current factory has no means of resisting the previous spherical energy. Wang Chen ran out and instructed, let the robots defend the surrounding area. I feel that there should be more than 6, notify the military, and drop me the individual mechas tested in the military area. Boss, no, there is a strong job. Zila with a whole strong current. The communication between Wang Chen and Urguzi was completely disconnected. Hey! Urguzi? Wang Chen's face became even more ugly after he shouted a little anxiously. High-power electromagnetic interference, the opposite is well prepared. Brother Long, this way. I didn't have time to take care of Urguzi's affairs. The support team in front of me finally arrived. With it there are 2 secret service vehicles that are equally bulletproof. Li Long was overjoyed and quickly shouted, Boss, go, get in the car. However, Wang Chen stopped in front of the car. What's the matter, boss? Get in the car quickly. Li Long shouted anxiously. Turning his head to look at the sky, Wang Chen shook his head. You can't get in the car. Your special service car has a signal source, and the opposite side is very strong. 80% of them can determine our position based on this thing. The electromagnetic gun is gone. If the spherical energy lobs over to carry out coverage bombing, it is estimated that it will be more fortunate than good. But we can't go far without a car. Li Long frowned and shouted. We went into the mountains to hide. Don't bring any signal equipment. Didn't you say you saved a boat on the mountain waterways? Let's go upstream with that thing. Wang Chen looked around and pointed in one direction. This business is quite the boss. You, and you, act with me, and everyone else drives out to disrupt the judgment of the other side. Li Long believed Wang Chen's judgment. It was true that the opponent's attack was very strong. Assuming that there were really monitoring methods, getting in the car would definitely be courting death. Ordered 3 people to follow, Li Long took Wang Chen and ran from the trail into the mountains. It's not necessarily safe here, but at this time, I can't control that much. It turned out that Wang Chen's judgment was fine. Not long after they went up the mountain, there was a violent explosion behind them. In the sky, an endless stream of energy groups fell down as if they didn't want money, and the sound of cars exploding could still be vaguely heard. Wang Chen, who was already up the mountain, turned his head and wanted to say something. Li Long, who was throwing his mobile phone and other things on the ground, shook his head and comforted him. Boss, don't be sad. They have already made up their minds, and now the most important thing is to send you out safely. Hey, let's go. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. In the end, Wang Chen didn't say anything. He silently threw away all the electronic devices on his body and fled into the mountain with Li Long and the others. On the other side, in the National Security Bureau, Du Gang has already started to arrange personnel as soon as he received the alarm. The Navy in the coastal zone blocked the sea area, and a mobile group not far from Wang Chen's factory also urgently assembled to start supporting. Wang Chen thought that his security was only the few teams around him. In fact, in the further periphery, both the Navy and the Army have arranged manpower on the grounds of exercises. For example, in a mountainous area 500 miles away from the factory, there is a regiment of troops equipped with Army aviation. After receiving the order, the helicopter of the regiment rushed directly to the vicinity of the factory. However, it was subjected to very strong electromagnetic interference at a distance of 100 kilometers. I don't know who sent this interference. It mainly covers the factory, with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. Such a strong electromagnetic interference made the helicopter dare not approach at all, and Li Long could not get in direct contact with the interior. Although it can still pass through wired devices, no one answers the phone. In desperation, he could only order the mobile group stationed in the periphery to manually rush to the target point, and at the same time arrange for the plane to parachute the factory. At this time, Du Gang's eyes were also a little red. The importance of Wang Chen doesn't need to be said more, that is the baby bump on the top, and it is the absolute core of the current domestic technology field. If this thing dies, the chain reaction will be terrifying just thinking about it. Wang Chen, don't have an accident. Silently prayed in his heart, Du Gang finished the command room after giving the order. As soon as I entered, I heard 2 voices constantly arguing. Damn, I'm going to kill these guys. Calm down. I suggest you cancel the emotional pollution first, so as not to affect everyone's work. Fuck off. You are free to talk to me here, don't hurry to find someone. We have arranged all the preparatory stuff. It is useless for you to lose your temper here. It is better to tell us the data you know so that we can conduct more analysis. Okay, I'll share the data with you, but you have to get the boss back to me. Rest assured, we will definitely work hard. An avatar with a soldier's head on the big screen is constantly communicating with a dog head. This is Erguzi. After losing Wang Chen's signal source, this guy went directly to Li Jiangyuo's server to ask for reinforcements. Li Jiangyuo naturally tried his best to appease him, but now that Wang Chen has lost contact, Erguzi is somewhat helpless. Erguzi, calm down, we are all trying to figure out a way. Du Gang rubbed his forehead and said helplessly. Although I know that Erguzi's emotions are all simulated, it is undeniable that after Wang Chen lost contact, Erguzi, who holds all the power of the gate of science and technology, is a huge factor of uncertainty. Don't see that Li Jiangyuo is managing Urguzi on the surface, but everyone knows that Li Jiangyuo, as the artificial intelligence copied by Urguzi, knows if there is anything behind it. Now, Urguzi must be appeased first. Please pay attention. Chapter 228 Fried Fish. Chapter 228 Fried Fish. I'm calm now, I just regret that I didn't suggest to the boss to build more electromagnetic guns around the factory. Urguzi said fiercely. Not to mention a few more doors. Even if there is one more door, the attack strength displayed by the opposite side will not be able to catch the gap when reloading the shells. I've read all the data. There are currently 3 attacking methods displayed by the opponent. The first of which is the energy ball thrown out, which has a strong explosive power. However, there are 2 similar electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons. One is loaded on the somewhat strange robot, the caliber is small and the power is not strong enough. The other is launched from the sea and can easily destroy the electromagnetic gun. So my suggestion is to continue to let the mobile group advance this way. Li Long is a very experienced security officer, and Urguzi had already controlled the electromagnetic gun to buy them time. So the possibility of Wang Chen's accident is possible, but not very big. We must believe in Li Long. Then, let the mobile group continue to send manpower to search while moving forward, and then send personnel to search inside the factory by airborne. There should be a team in charge of support. Find them and ask about Wang Chen's situation and send it out through the wired network. In addition, let the Navy people find the launch platform in the sea. They can't let it attack so casually. Li Jiangyuo quickly expressed his analysis and suggestions. As far as De Gang himself is concerned, there is no problem. But Urguzi shook his head. Don't send a warship to go, because that thing is supposed to be hiding in the sea, and it is also sent when it goes, and the current warship can't stop the attack of that thing at all. My suggestion is to let the aircraft group determine its coordinates directly, and then use missiles for coverage bombing. Don't forget that people also have electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons, so there must be more missiles, and strive to break through the opponent's defense network in one go. Jiang Yuo, what do you think? Du Gang asked while rubbing his chin. It's okay, anyway, we can't let him continue to attack like this. Okay, let's start preparing for the battle on the sea as Urguzi said, and on the ground, as Jiang Yuo said, let the mobile regiment conduct a range search, and at the same time let the Army Aviation Regiment parachute in. To live to see people die, to see corpses. In this matter, the National Security Bureau has extremely high dispatch rights. With the issuance of one order after another, the entire department soon took action. The person who just returned to the line has also given the highest order. He must find Wang Chen, no matter how high the price is. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that is, half an hour after Wang Chen lost contact, the Navy preferred to lock the unknown equipment that was constantly firing at sea. This thing is lurking in the sea at a depth of about 100 meters, and it is difficult for ordinary missiles to hurt it. Without saying a word, all the missile bases along the coast were fired. The first wave of nearly 150 missiles flew straight to the target within 3 minutes of locking the coordinates. Such crazy firepower also made the big guy who was watching. He took a deep breath. The above is crazy, attacking at all costs. And what the hell is that thing? This unprecedented attack method can be used. However, the first wave of missiles did not work well, just as the missiles were about to reach their target. The guy in the sea had stopped bombing targets on the shore, and then hundreds of purple rays shot up into the sky, cutting all the incoming missiles into scrap metal like a lightsaber. Is like cutting a watermelon. The plane in the sky witnessed all this, and De Gang and others who were watching this scene in the background also gritted their teeth secretly. Good guy, fortunately we didn't send a warship over, or else it would have been cut into several pieces at this time. Is this an energy ray? It has so much destructive power. But it is certain that it should have nothing to do with Eagle Source. If the opposite party has this ability, I am afraid that they will come out sooner. Maybe directly related to the thing that attacked the Eagle Echin family spaceship. Not only Du Gang, but also Ying Jiang immediately thought of this possibility. The original thought of eating melons changed instantly. Okay, I'm worried that I can't find anyone, so you fucking came out on your own. Okay, very okay, wait for Lao Tzu. Without saying a word, Ying Jiang directly called the above and asked for a partner. The head agreed after a little thought. The first wave of missiles used for testing didn't work very well. I am preparing for the second wave and immediately let Eagle Source take out a certain amount of flyer-coordinated attack. Iajijin nodded and agreed happily, and the 7th Fleet stationed in Neon Harbor immediately launched an attack stance. In addition to wanting revenge, Yingjin also intends to make some efforts. If he really kills him, he will have an excuse to participate in the autopsy work. The above also understands, considering that this thing has been exposed, even if they do not agree with them, they will come over. So it's better to be generous, and you can cheat a wave of support. Eagle Source is worthy of being a local tyrant. He directly took out 300 battle axes, and combined with the 400 medium and short-range missiles that were assembled again above, a total of 700 hits overwhelmingly. Such a large-scale missile attack, I don't believe you can defend it all alone. However, the other side seems to have found that the number of missiles has exceeded their defense capabilities. So I simply stopped defending and dived directly after firing 2 more shots. I don't know how deep I dived, but after the 700 missiles smashed the sea to the ground, this guy floated up again. What the hell? Du Gang's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. Good guy, can you still play like this? Really just hide in the water and do whatever you want? Seeing that this wave of attacks was also unsuccessful, Hawkjin, who was still fantasizing about the autopsy, also calmed down. These are 300 battle axes, not gun battles. It turned out to be fried fish. Slowly exhaled, and Yingjin said that she was too shy and could only support this wave. If there is an effect, then forget it, but now it seems that the effect is not even scratched, so there is no need to continue. This battle axe is not cheap. Although he had the urge to vomit blood, he also suspended the missile launch plan. A pointless attack is fine, we have to find a way to force it out. And Urguzi, who was also looking at the screen, was also a little anxious at this time. The opposing means of defense are clearly beyond what thermal weapons can handle. It's not that the damage of the missile is not enough, but that the attack time is too long. Although the detection range of the opposite side is not clear, it definitely does not cover the launch base. It's basically a reaction after detecting an incoming missile. To break this situation, you need to complete the attack before the opponent can't react. It seems that we can only make an exception once. Take a leave and go out to accompany the girl. Take a leave and go out to accompany the girl. Accompany the girl to go shopping and ask for a leave one and continue to add more tomorrow. Chapter 229 Expose. Chapter 229 Exposure. The last chapter is wrong and can't be deleted. Find someone to delete it tomorrow. I said, where are we? There is still about a hill going forward, but it's getting dark. The ghost knows if there are any other people around. Hey, I hope not. I don't care about letting the robots follow. After all, that thing has a signal source and it's easy to reveal its location. I know this, don't worry, it's fine. In a ravine, Li Long was carefully observing his surroundings, while Wang Chen, who was sitting beside him, drank some water silently. I have to say that Li Long's carry-on tactical bag is really amazing. In addition to some emergency supplies, there is also a lot of food and water. I usually carry it everywhere I go, but now it finally works. Looking at the sun that was about to set above his head, Wang Chen also rubbed his neck tiredly. This mountain road can be walked a lot, surrounded by undeveloped and uninhabited areas. And even after walking for more than 2 hours, he could still hear the constant explosions around him. This means that the opposite side is still searching for its position. Taking advantage of the rest time, Wang Chen touched his chin to prepare. Let's go over this thing. The entire attack happened too suddenly, and from the perspective of the opposing attack methods, there were not only electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons but also energy weapons. As far as I know so far, it seems that no one in the world has successfully developed a practical energy weapon. And the opposite is not a linear attack, but gathers energy into a ball like firing a cannonball. And the robot that appeared on the hillside, I have no impression of it. The ability to miniaturize the electromagnetic weapon and install it under the crotch shows that the opponent is even better than himself in terms of energy supply. It is possible to push electromagnetic weapons to such destructive power in such a volume. The technology inside is really no joke. Originally, Wang Chen's first counterattack was that someone in the village was dissatisfied with him, and finally he couldn't help but fight. But after more than 2 hours, the more Wang Chen thought about it, the more wrong it became. First of all, this technology is not like the technology in the village, and secondly, why would it be at this time if the opposite party wants to do it? Especially now, the most dangerous time has passed. The global energy has ushered in a new era. Yin Jiang didn't go crazy before the oil price dropped. Can't he come back to his senses now? And everyone has focused their attention on the universe. Without oil, the conflicts in the village have also been reduced a lot. Whoever wants this technology abroad is afraid that he will not get rich early, and it is impossible to have no news. Thinking about it, Lu Xun once said, when you eliminate all possibilities, the final result, no matter how fucked it is the truth. Even Wang Chen can only think of the words alien technology now. Otherwise, there is really no explanation. But the question arises again, if it is really alien technology, why would the other side hit you? Wang Chen admits that his mouth is a bit poisonous, but he won't be targeted by alien civilization. After thinking about it, Wang Chen, who had some headaches, finally didn't bother to think about it. Take one step at a time and see if you can go back alive or not. How can I still walk? Li Long asked after glancing at the time. It's all right, let's keep walking, I don't want to spend the night on the mountain. Wang Chen nodded and climbed up from the stone. Just a few steps away, Li Long suddenly pressed Wang Chen to the ground. Don't move, there is something. Wang Chen, who was startled, didn't dare to mess around, and soon, he heard a buzzing sound in his ear. Couldn't help but glanced overhead, and saw a careful aircraft with a diameter of about 3 meters wandering back and forth in front. Does this Jai drone have this kind of thing? Wang Chen asked in a low voice with a twitch in his mouth when he saw it. Stop talking nonsense, this is definitely not a Jai drone, such a big one. I'm afraid it doesn't carry a lot of equipment, let's walk around. Li Long still admires Wang Chen's ability to joke at this time. This is obviously not something in the village. A few people quietly backed away, avoiding the guy's patrol path, and just a few hundred meters to the left, another same drone was flying in front. Fuck, how many fights are there? Li Long couldn't help but scolded. Are the surrounding security departments watching a play? How the hell did this drone get here? The following is where the ship is hidden. I estimate that those vehicles should have a certain detection ability. If you touch it rashly, it is easy to be found. There are 4 muzzles below, which means that this thing has the ability to attack, which is a bit troublesome. Lying on the ground and watching carefully for a long time, Li Long frowned and whispered. The position where they are now is halfway up a certain hillside, and they can go down to the riverside of the small river in the valley by following the path in front. Li Long kept a small inflatable speedboat there. Now the problem is obvious, to figure out how to board the motorboat without disturbing the other side. Anyway, he didn't dare to bet on what kind of investigative methods the opponent was carrying. I can only give up sailing. I guess Boss Du has already arranged for someone to come here, as long as we don't get found. Li Long wanted to quickly send Wang Chen to a safe place, but the current situation is not optimistic at all. I have no information about them at all, and I can't remember their approximate military strength or specific means of attack. Since there is no complete intelligence, the best way is to avoid direct conflict. Wang Chen shrugged indifferently. You can arrange it. Okay, then let's take a detour to prevent a life sensor on the opposite side. The voice has not finished. In the air, there was a sudden whistling sound from far to near. Looked up and saw that 3 purple energy balls had already flown to the top of his head and were falling down at an extremely fast speed. I'm trademark. Li Long responded quickly, and after scolding, grabbed Wang Chen and ran to the back. Turned his head to look, and sure enough, the drone that was wandering in the distance had already approached. This Nima can find her own even more than 1,000 meters away. Avoided the firepower from a distance, and before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the drone had already approached. Do it. When Li Long saw this, he also knew that he and others had been completely exposed. A weapon in his hand. Aim and fire directly after unlocking. Chapter 230. Chapter 231 Night Without Fruit. How long? There are still about 200 miles away from the factory. I have already arranged for people to rush along the road in advance. The rest of the people are all searching in the mountains. Okay, is there any news about Wang Chen? Still no. As long as it is within the range, any electronic equipment can't be used. Okay. Have the people from the Army Air Corps already entered? Yes, just a few hours ago. The Army Air Corps had already airborne more than 400 people, but they can get in touch with us via cable. How to say? The situation is not very optimistic. Judging from the pictures passed back, there is always a threat to the target mission if the thing on the sea is not destroyed for a day. In a temporary command post in the mountainous area behind, the leaders of the mobile regiment were constantly discussing plans. The blocked communication made the whole search and rescue plan very difficult. The most troublesome thing is that even if their manpower finds Wang Chen, they will not be able to get in touch with the headquarters immediately. They can only pass information through the most primitive method. As for the factory, there are no major problems. Urguzi had smashed the unknown robot on his head into scum before he lost contact. Although his own turret was also dropped by the opponent, it was obvious that the opponent deployed in the factory area was not much. Now the thing that gives them the most headaches is the thing on the sea. It can fight and run, and it is very arrogant. No, from the time they airdropped people in until now, the opposite side has been launching energy groups to attack them. Has caused a lot of casualties. After confirming that Wang Chen and others had indeed abandoned the vehicle and moved into the deep mountains, they also immediately issued an order to transfer in. At present, there is really no good way to take this thing. If that's the case, then pull out the troops and chase them in the direction of Wang Chen's retreat. Unthird of the troops that were originally prepared to support the factory, which were drawn by the mobile group, would also be directly slanted to support. They carry a large number of signal sticks that can convey some simple messages through different colors. It has now been 7 hours since Wang Chen lost contact, the sky is getting darker and darker, and everyone's mood is getting more and more dull. Around 8 o'clock, it was already night time, and the command headquarters, which was setting up the search area in the rear, received even worse news. That is, he encountered an attack by an unknown robot on the search road. Some of them fly in the sky and some run on the ground. Although there are not many, but they can't stand the old six, and the attack methods are extremely rich. For example, the large drone flying in the sky can launch energy bullets with extremely fast speed and strong penetration. The most important thing is that its own defense is also very terrifying. Ordinary rifle bullets are difficult to cause effective damage, and only armor-piercing bullets above 12.7 calibers can achieve a certain effect. And this can't stop the fire with a single shot. According to the information from the front line, a sniper slammed 30 armor-piercing rounds at a drone to make it smoke. Someone originally wanted to use a single soldier package to kill him, but unfortunately, the radar that came with the package could not be locked. In other words, the coating on this thing has a strong protective effect, which can be seen by the naked eye, but there is no such thing on the radar at all. It is impossible to shoot directly. That ghost is highly mobile, and it can't be locked if it is locked. Makes the surroundings a little bit numb, and can only be beaten passively. In addition to flying in the sky, more than a dozen robots of the same model from the factory also appeared on the ground. It looks weird, but it has a terrifying ability to move in the wild. Is like a real spider. The kinetic energy weapon activation device on them is even more vehicle killer. That furious penetrating ability doesn't even need to be detonated, just shoot it directly at your engine, and basically it won't move. There are already 7 or 8 tanks and many infantry vehicles on the road that have been paralyzed in place. There is no vehicle as a cover, and the opposite side of jungle combat has a means similar to life perception. Was hanging in a place not far from everyone and attacked. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Chen's exact location was not known, he would have already mobilized grenades to bombard this area. A death order has been given from above, no matter how great the price is. He must find Wang Chen. So now all the teams involved in the rescue have to bite the bullet and continue to push forward. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, just as the battle in the mountains entered a state of anxiety, the military finally received a piece of good news. Li Long found it. It's just that this guy was seriously injured, and Wang Chen wasn't by his side. When found him, this guy was being chased by 2 robots. If it was slower, it would be cold. But the current situation is still not optimistic. Li Long fell into a coma the moment he was rescued. Fortunately, before he fell down, he pointed in one direction and said the word river. After thinking about it, this should be referring to Wang Chen. Li Long was sent to emergency treatment, and the superiors quickly organized manpower to go to the river to investigate. Just one night passed and I didn't find a single hair. Not only is he looking for it, but even the robot on the opposite side is approaching the river. This discovery is a relief to the above. This means that Wang Chen has not been killed by these guys, and it seems that the opposite side does not know where Wang Chen is. Around 6 in the morning, the night was fruitless, but as the sun slowly rose, the surrounding interference barriers suddenly disappeared. Although it is not clear what the situation is, it has undoubtedly greatly improved the military's execution. As soon as it was discovered that the communication was restored, a large number of air forces were gathered and started to carry out the net-type clearance in the mountainous area. Especially for those robots, precision bombing. The drone is better, after all, it can fly, and it is difficult to cause effective killing if it cannot be locked. But those spider-like robots are out of luck. After losing the jamming, the fighter is fully capable of dive bombing, locking the position against the passive marker given by the ground. Even if the missile misses, there are still large E-caliber cannons. In less than 2 hours, the air unit had already killed 3 and severely damaged 1. Also seems to have found that the situation is a bit unfavorable, and the robots on the ground and the drones in the air began to change positions continuously. At the same time, the thing on the sea also started bombing again. A bunch of purple energy balls were thrown over as if they didn't want money. Around 9 o'clock, Eagle Source and the above tried to shoot again, and 3 Dongfeng 41s were mixed with the 400 missiles. This is the housekeeping thing above, although it does not carry mushroom eggs, but with a full equivalent of high explosives. However, it turns out that the effect is really average for enemies who can't even evade. Especially the opponent can distinguish the threat level. While dodging, he concentrated his energy to slice the 3 east winds into the air, and the remaining missiles were firmly blocked by the seawater. Chapter 231 Wang Chen found it. Chapter 231 Wang Chen found it. De Gang, who had not slept all night in the command center. His eyes were somewhat red. The loss this night was not small. Although the opposing forces were not many, they were extremely difficult to deal with. At this time, the battle situation here is not as simple as finding Wang Chen. A discerning eye can see that this is obviously not a technology in the village. If it is really determined that it belongs to an alien civilization, then this is a major event for everyone in the village. No matter what the hell this is, since it's here, we have to find a way to keep it on Earth. In the face of possible alien civilizations, everyone has to put aside their previous grievances and find a way to face them together. This is the enemy of all mankind. For alien civilizations, although many people on the internet have well-intentioned fantasies about them, all the masters are very clear about it. The 8 achievements of the vast universe are the law of the jungle. There may be some civilizations with good intentions, but who can guarantee that they can meet them? At least from the current situation, people have no idea of communicating with you at all. It just made everyone a little puzzled. Why did these guys find Wang Chen? Fortunately, everyone doesn't have time to worry about this issue now. The most important thing now is to find a way to completely destroy that thing in the sea. If it really lurks in the sea, there is probably no one in the world that can sleep peacefully. This is also what everyone has suggested above in one go. But the above is unwilling. What a joke, that thing is far away, the coast is so close, and mushroom eggs are really needed. Even if it explodes into the sea, it will have a huge impact on the surrounding area. And it's not that you didn't see it, the opposite party has the ability to recognize danger. The mushroom egg that flew over was afraid that it was still in the sky and would be sliced. The only way to is to use saturation bombing and throw hundreds of them in one go. But if this is the case, you might as well kill me. Just when everyone was arguing with each other, they received new news. The moment heard it, the table was almost overturned with excitement. Wang Chen found it. Move forward for half an hour. A small village several hundred kilometers away from the factory. Someone picked up a person from the river. Although he didn't know him, he found that he was still angry. This did not immediately call the police, and at the same time called the county hospital. After receiving the alarm, the security police closest to the village rushed over immediately. The one headed by is an old policeman, and happens to have seen the video posted by Wang Chen on the internet. In addition, the news of the attack on the factory has spread all over the country, so it is impossible to hide the large-scale attack. After recognizing Wang Chen's identity, the old policeman hurriedly called someone to report it, and then took out the first aid kit in the car and began to deal with it to Wang Chen. Judging from the wounds, they are all traumatic injuries, and there should be some choking water, but fortunately, there is no danger to life. After receiving the information, the military immediately dispatched a helicopter to the target area, and informed the police over there to evacuate the surrounding villages immediately. De Gang, who also received the news, went out directly and led the team to the scene in person. However, people were still on the way, and the military found that the robots still wandering in the mountains seemed to have received the news. The remaining 8 drones have all accelerated to the village, followed by the robots below with extremely fast speed. From the current distance, You can reach the village in half an hour at most. Grass. De Gang reacted immediately. 80% of the information on the other side was intercepted by the military. Since Wang Chen's position has been exposed, then. Sure enough, news from the sea also came, saying that the device in the sea was moving rapidly towards the shore, and there was a tendency to land. I knew that. De Gang had a dark face, and quickly took his mobile phone and gave the bureau a new order. The location over there is no longer safe. Hurry up and transfer with Wang Chen. However, the development of things exceeded his expectations. The communication between in the village was cut off again. Not only that, but the helicopter that was on its way to the location was disrupted again, and the electronic instruments fluctuated violently. In this case, it was impossible to continue. In desperation, he could only drop military commandos on the ground to drive past them on foot. The communication was suppressed again. De Gang couldn't hold back, and wiped his face. Is too suffocating, it is too suffocating to fight. De Gang is definitely not stupid. I quickly figured out why the opponent would release the original communication suppression during the day. Is estimated to use the channel above to find the exact location of Wang Chen. Now that Wang Chen's position has been determined, it is natural to suppress it again to create opportunities for his own subordinates. The order to transfer was not passed on to the village, and De Gang now doesn't know what the people over there are doing. I hope nothing goes wrong. Finally found Wang Chen and was panting. De Gang really didn't want to fall short. Due to the existence of interference, De Gang's helicopter could not get close, and could only drive into the village at a far point. I said loudly, this kid should be fine. Because I fell into the river and was rushed over, I have already bandaged the trauma, but I don't know if there is anything inside. I hope the people from the hospital can come over quickly. Lao Li, who was wiping Wang Chen's wound, shook his head and said, Wang Chen's current situation is not very good, but it is certainly not too serious. But I heard the old man say that choking too much water will cause memory loss, and I don't know if it's true or not. Call and ask where the person is. I wanted to call just now, but there was no signal. No signal? Impossible. Old Lee frowned a little puzzled. Since 10 years ago, there has been no signal loss here, which is too coincidental. Although I don't know what happened at the factory, it is certain that the safety of this man must be threatened. Lowered his head and pondered for a while, and Lao Li said, Go, take this man to the guard booth first, and change his clothes first, don't catch a cold. Okay, then I'll go get the car. Boom. There was a loud bang, just a few hundred meters away from the two of them, a purple light fell on the ground, and a violent explosion resounded through the valley. This is... The man next to him was stunned, but old Lee's expression tightened. Let's go. Follow the classmates you like, Tilda. I love you all. Momo Tilda. X. Chapter 232 I will protect you. Chapter 232 I'll protect you. Old Lee, what the hell is this? You ask me who I ask. Still can't get in touch outside? No signal at all. You have to send this person out quickly, the opposite side is obviously aimed at him. Where to send it? Is it the county seat? Fart, there are so many people in the county seat, if they are bombed, you will take responsibility? What then? Go to Guo High's training factory. The two took Wang Chen to discuss while running around Wang Chen's village. This sudden attack was obviously aimed at Wang Chen. Although I don't know what's going on outside, I'm sure the above is also trying to support me. But as the police, they can't send this person to the county seat. If the firepower is drawn, it will be a big problem. Go to the village head's house and use a loudspeaker to tell everyone in the village to hide in the mountains for me, don't roam around in the village, and let the young people drive the old people away. What about you? I went to see Guo Zozi, Didn't he always brag that he was good at driving? I have to send this guy out. I can't take the national road and I have to go the old way. The farther I go, the better. I estimate that you can find the signal as long as you walk a certain distance, and if there is a signal, you can directly call the police and let the military pick it up. Lao Li's thinking is very clear, not only to protect the people in the village, but also to protect Wang Chen. It is impossible to go to the county seat, and you cannot stay in the village, so you have to move. Okay, then be careful. I'll go to the village chief's house. Companion gritted his teeth and nodded. This is indeed the best way at the moment. The village chief's house is not far away, where there are loudspeakers specially used for broadcasting. And there were less than 100 people in the village, and they were leaning against the mountain, so everyone could move if they shouted. Lao Li carried Wang Chen on his back and continued to run to a small factory in the distance, and more electric balls kept falling around. Some villagers have found something wrong. Go. Go outside the village, go into the mountains. Quick! Carrying Wang Chen on his back, Lao Li shouted while walking, telling him that one is the other. Old Li, what's going on? In front of the factory, a sloppy fat uncle was standing at the door with some doubts. Seeing Lao Li running over with a person behind his back, he immediately asked with some doubts. Oh boy, hurry up, drive, and take this man to the mountains. 2 or 3 steps into the workshop, Lao Li said while putting Wang Chen on the chair while panting. This is a garage with about 100 square meters. Although it is a little worn out, it is clean. The owner is the fat, sloppy uncle at the door. Dead or alive? Oh Hai followed and walked in, looked at Wang Chen and asked with a frown, I don't want to bring it to the store if I'm dead. Fuck you, this is a big guy. You drive a lot, do me a favor and send him as far as possible. No, why didn't I understand? What big man would do this? And why did the bomb explode outside? Oh Hai was even more strange. I can't tell for a while. This man, Wang Chen, the boss of the Gate of Science and Technology, has to be protected from an order from above. He is hunted and killed outside, and he can't hide in the village. He has to send him far away. Lao Li simply explained the matter. Oh Hai frowned upon hearing this. You put this movie on? This is not a hawker's house in China. As soon as the voice fell, an energy ball smashed directly outside the house. Do you think this is a movie? Old Li pointed out and said angrily. Wait, you're a policeman, you sent it yourself, why are you looking for me? I have to hide. Oh Hai knows that even if he doesn't understand it, the situation is not right now. This trademark brought a problem here, it will be dragged down, who should I ask for reasoning? You don't know that I'm driving slowly. Can you help me? If you don't give me the car keys, I know you're secretly getting one. Rolled his eyes at this guy, and Lao Li glanced outside the house and knew that he couldn't stop talking nonsense, and his instinct told him to leave quickly. My car has been changed and it hasn't been reported yet, so it can't go on the road. I said yes. If it breaks down, someone will reimburse you. While the two were still chatting, a slight buzzing sounded from far to near outside the house. The two who were arguing subconsciously glanced out the window and saw 2 large drones constantly searching for something in the distance. The dark barrel below is not a simple thing at first glance. That's the killer you said. Oh Hai couldn't help swallowing. Be quiet, give me the car keys, and hurry up and hide. The hunch came true, and Lao Li's face was already very difficult. Read. Fortunately, the opposite side should not have found himself, so if he drove out at this time, there should still be a chance. Hearing what Lao Li said, Oh Hai took out a key from his pocket next time, and just about to hand it over, he seemed to think of something and put his hand back. What are you doing? You feel bad about the car. Looked out the window and then at Lao Li. Hai pursed his lips and shook his head and said, "You can't drive my car, so let me come." "Have you figured it out?" "I just lost my head. This is dangerous. You are an ordinary person." "Hey, what's wrong with ordinary people? Don't you say this is a big man? How can I get my driver's license back if I want to save his life?" "You want to save his life, let alone a driver's license, anything you want. That feels good. Come, follow me, the car is next door." Hai touched his loose hair and motioned for Lao Li to follow him behind Wang Chen. There is also a garage next to the maintenance workshop of the garage. Entering through the small door of the house, you can see a Wuling Hong Wang parked inside at a glance. There are a lot of spare parts all around. I don't know what they are for. You have to come a day earlier. The car still can't move, but it's fine now. Hai carefully opened the car door, put the two in, looked left and right, and opened the trunk again. "Lao Li, help." As he said that, he took a steel plate next to him that he didn't know what to do with it. After making a gesture, it was slightly smaller, but it was enough. Directly let Lao Li drag it and put it on the back of the open rear door of the trunk. In less than a few minutes, the screws were drilled with an electric drill. I think there is a gun in that thing. This thing can block it to some extent. You can just let this guy lie down and hide after a while. Lao Li glanced at it and nodded. This guy is quite attentive. In the car, the back seat has been put to the end. Wang Chen was thrown directly under the car to lie down, and Lao Li was a little nervous in the back seat. How to get there? Hai, who was already sitting in the driver's seat, put on a pair of gloves and asked while starting the car. "Take the old road, go out of the village and go far. There is no signal here." Ours ran to a place with a signal. Lao Li pointed in a direction. I said, "Why did I just play the game and get disconnected? Sit tight." After listening to what Lao Li said, Hai turned on a few buttons on the front center console. Just as he was getting ready for the car, he suddenly turned his head and asked, "My driver's license was revoked, are you sure it will be alright? Hurry up. I'll protect you." Old Li roared with a dark face. Chapter 233 What are you doing? Chapter 233 What are you doing? When the key was twisted, the entire body of Wuling Hong Wang trembled instantly. Feeling the abnormal shaking, Lao Li couldn't help tightening his seatbelt. "What's the matter with you? Why are you shaking so much? Wait, I almost forgot." With a pat on his head, Hai jumped down, opened the trunk and packed 6 bags of cement. "Add some weights, otherwise it will float," said with a smile. Hai then got back into the car, fastened the 5 buckles, and seeing Li Long's nervous expression, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Old Li, don't be afraid, although I don't have a driver's license, I still touched the car secretly in the village, and it's not a hand-born. You still think about how to run, the opposite side is flying. Hey, call San King Dozu on top, try to change a bicycle into a motorcycle. I have long been tired of staying in this broken place. Lao Li, I can drive fast." "Yes, as long as you can keep this person, you can drive as you like, but you must pay attention to safety." Well, this sentence is worth dying. 5 years ago, someone finally told me that you can drive fast. Hai already showed a hint of fanaticism in his eyes at this time. Looking at the drone that was still swaying outside, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly and he stepped on the accelerator. Almost instantly, the furious engine sound resounded like thunder. Braking, grinding tires, feeling the harsh screeching sound in the eardrum, Lao Li shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up. Heat the tires for better grip." "Sit tight," explained it casually, and it seemed that he noticed that there was movement here, and the drone floating in the sky immediately turned around. After a pause for about 3 seconds, he seemed to have noticed that Wang Chen was in the car. Immediately, the two drones swooped over. Walk you. Looking at the incoming drone, Guo suddenly put down the brake and finally stepped on the accelerator to the end and rushed out of the garage. A beautiful graceful opened from the door sideways. The two drones in the sky were obviously taken aback too. It was too late to adjust the posture under the unpredictable, so he could only give up the attack and turned the nose to chase after him. Guo, who had already raised the speed, stepped on the accelerator to death, and quickly cooperated with both hands to raise the speed of the car to about 100 in just a few seconds. Looking at the rapidly receding scenery next to him, Lao Li was already nervously grabbing the back seat. It's too frenzied. Is this driving? And why does Wuling Hongwang make a supercharged sound? You have the wrong engine. Lao Li is not someone who doesn't understand cars. He also retired from the army and does maintenance. Although it is a troop carrier, the engine is still a little understandable. This is obviously not the horsepower that the fucking Wuling Hongwang should have. Guo has no energy to chat at this time. The roads in the village are mostly narrow and full of curves. If you want to ensure the accuracy of cornering at such a high speed, this will test the driver's grasp of timing. Obviously, although Guo looks a little unreliable, his driving skills are really awesome. And it's true that this guy says he often sneaks out. It can be seen that he is very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Behind the drones that had already caught up opened fire without saying a word. A series of bullets slanted down, but because the car has been taking a weird route, the hit rate is not high. And even if it hit the butt of the car, it was blocked by that steel plate. Looking at the unmanned drone behind him, Guo cursed secretly, then shifted gears and pushed, and the whole car accelerated again. Almost flew out from the fork in front, and then smashed on a path up the mountain and left quickly. The dust aroused by also pulled up a series of smoke, which more or less interfered with the judgment of the drone behind. After going up the mountain, the road was obviously bumpy. Guo, who was sitting in the car, was going up and down like he was on a roller coaster. The same goes for Guo in front of him. Although his body is swayed, his hands are still firmly in control of the steering wheel. This old road has not been repaired for a long time, it is a dirt road. Fortunately, it hasn't rained recently, and it's very dry inside. And the surrounding trees are very high, and the corners are even more twisted. It is not an easy thing to attack yourself accurately. The drone on the opposite side tried to hit it a few times, but I didn't know if it ran out of bullets or gave up. Guo, who noticed something was wrong through the mirror, couldn't help shouting, "Why don't they fight?" "How do I know, but it's a good thing, hurry up." Rubbing his head that was hit, old Lee didn't know much about the current situation. Took out his phone and looked at it, but there was still no signal. Couldn't help but tut, Guo could only continue to bite the bullet and drive down. The mountain roads here are built along the mountains, running through 7 or 8 villages and 2 or 3 small towns, with numerous branches and trunks. Unless you are a native, it is easy to get lost. Fortunately, Guo himself grew up in the village and is very familiar with it. The speed is fast but stable. And as time goes on, Guo's feel is also picking up rapidly. This feeling of racing to death seems to have brought him back to that bloody track. The smile that has been pulled from the corners of his mouth made the scalp of Lao Li look numb behind him. These fast drivers are really crazy. Well, there's something next to me. About 5 minutes later, there was a sudden movement from the woods nearby. Guo glanced from the corner of his eye, and saw a robot with a strange shape standing diagonally above, and a blue light on his crotch seemed to have aimed at him. As a driver, Guo's intuition is very sharp. Almost at the moment of seeing the blue light, subconsciously, he stepped on the two pedals with his right foot sideways, and the steering wheel slammed, and the whole car almost completed a 90-degree disguise in 1 second. And at this moment, the blue light slammed into the mud on the side. Stick. Lao Li glanced at it and couldn't help touching his head. Guo-Hai exhaled quickly, his hands and feet kept raising the speed again. The entire Wuling Hongwang directly broke away from the dirt road and rushed up the hillside in the forest. At this time, Guo-Hai's attention has reached the limit. Controlled the entire car to quickly shuttle through the forest, and the robot above seemed to be a little numb, and kept trying to aim and predict Guo-Hai's forward path. But he failed several times in a row. Damn your mother. Courting death. Although he had all escaped, there was still a lot of sweat oozing out of Guo-Hai's forehead. This is really dancing with death. Looking at the robot that was already close at hand on the hillside, Guo-Hai gritted his teeth and slammed the direction to the left. The car that was originally from the internet immediately drove to the left and disappeared from the other party's field of vision. What are you doing? Old Lee sitting behind was a little confused. Anne asked. However, no one answered him. After Guo-Hai drove the car into the opponent's blind spot, he turned the direction back up again. If you want to rush down the dirt road, you have to jump over this hill. But Guo-Hai has a bolder plan at this time. Chapter 234 Wang Chen wakes up. Chapter 234 Wang Chen wakes up. This guy has been occupying the high point. If he doesn't want to solve it, he will likely be attacked by the opposite side. Going down the mountain is not as good as going up the mountain. You can use the forest as a cover to go up the mountain, but when you go down the mountain, you can stand on the top of the mountain. The opponent can make countless mistakes, but if you make one mistake, you will die. So, instead of fighting for luck, it's better to come with a big ticket. Like to stand tall, right? I send you to heaven. Stuck in the opponent's blind spot. Although he couldn't see it, he was clearly aware of the movement of the opponent. I could hear the dull sound through the engine. But considering the drone hanging behind him, just as he was about to rush to the top of the mountain, Guo-Hai turned the steering wheel to the right again. Bang! A muffled sound came from the side, and the opposite party really predicted where he would come out. However, since this shot failed, it was his turn. The steering wheel turned to the left, and the entire Wuling Hongwang rushed to the top of the mountain with unparalleled momentum, and then slightly turned the direction and went straight to the opposite robot. The opposite side obviously did not expect this blow to fail. Looking at Wuling Hongwang, which was approaching rapidly, the robot obviously wanted to dodge. But Guo-Hai didn't give it a chance at all. Sideways. Wag your tail. Did not use the front of the car, but smashed it out with his butt. At the same time, he used the reaction force to stabilize the body in an instant, and then he kicked the accelerator and rushed down the mountain. As for how far the robot was knocked out, he didn't know. Although the effect is good, the side of the car has also been dented a bit. It can be seen that the hardness on the opposite side is very outrageous. Fortunately, although there are some problems with the frame, it does not affect the driving. After rushing down for nearly 200 meters in a row, the car drifted directly back to the road down the mountain. After this series of actions was completed, Lao Li behind him dared to gasp twice. Madman, really madman. These actions just now, if you make any mistakes, everyone is gone. But now Lao Li has no meaning to blame. In the current situation, maybe only a lunatic can take himself and Wang Chen out of danger. Wang Chen feels very bad now. Although he was in a coma, he was constantly being stirred as if he had entered a washing machine. Finally, Wang Chen couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "What the hell, I'm going to die. Li Long, how the hell do you drive a car? With a roar, Guo-Hi almost lost the steering wheel, hurriedly stabilized the car, looked through the review mirror, and sure enough, Wang Chen had already woken up. Well, what happened? I remember. Looking at the car that was moving at high speed, he looked at the confused policeman in front of him. Wang Chen couldn't help rubbing his head. Grass, it hurts. You're awake? Great. Lao Li said excitedly after being stunned for a few seconds. That's not right, I remember jumping into the river. Was someone rescued? Although the choking is terrible, Wang Chen's memory is still very complete. I remember being attacked frantically after being discovered by the drone on the opposite side. Being forced, Li Long directly kicked himself into the river, and he took the two to attract firepower. The river was in a hurry. Although Wang Chen tried his best to control his body, he was still flushed and fainted when he finally hit a stone. I was already in this car when I woke up. It was the village name who discovered you. My name is Li Dashan, and I'm the police here. Police? No, someone is chasing Lao Tzu. You quickly let people go, it's not safe here. Although there was still some confusion, Wang Chen immediately thought that it was not very safe here. Even if you don't know how far you've been rushed, you'll have absolutely no problem in terms of battery life with the technology shown on the opposite side. Don't worry, we have come out of the village, that is Guo-Hi, who is taking you out. Li Dashan patted Wang Chen's shoulder and comforted him. Brother, don't worry, my car is good enough to take you to safety. Guo-Hi also said with a smile. Safely? Wang Chen smiled bitterly, not knowing what happened to Li Long and the others. Damn, if I survive this time, I will definitely let them know what his mother's revenge is. Guo-Hi. Watch the road. Here we go again. Seeing that Guo-Hi still wanted to chat, Lao Li, who had been observing the surroundings, quickly reminded him. Wang Chen glanced at the words and saw a few familiar figures behind him. Still chasing? Looking at the three robots that were aiming, Wang Chen's anger finally became unbearable. Your uncle, our Gang and the others watching a play? Can't even do so many hooks. Erguzi is drying the wool. Do you have a phone? There is no signal here, damn, how many are there? Looking at the two extra robots behind, Guo-Hi is also a little numb. The attack method on the opposite side is too fast, one is enough, and now you have two more? This is not as simple as 1 + 1, it will kill people. The signal is blocked here too? Wang Chen frowned and thought about it silently. It has been a day since his accident, no matter how slow Gang is, he is already on the way to search. You said that you already reported when you found me? Yes, but there is no signal behind, and I don't know if the military's support has arrived. Lao Li nodded. I guess it won't come. There is a strong magnetic field in this place, and the Air Force can't come in. What then? That little brother, I can only trouble you to keep moving forward. I hope the military can hurry up. There are more than 3 enemies. Although Wang Chen was very angry, he also knew that he could not get angry now. These two are risking their lives to save themselves, so they must be calm at this time. I'll try my best, but there's a problem. Guo-Hi couldn't say he was scared now, but he still scratched his hair with a headache. What's wrong? We may not have enough oil. Pointed to the oil gauge, Guo-Hi said helplessly. What? Didn't I just remember Toth Herds? Brother, do you really think my car is Wuling Hongwang? Guo-Hi was a little bit dumbfounded. Even if you change the engine, it won't burn so fast. I didn't say it would be gone right away, but at most an hour. Shook his head, Guo-Hi stretched out a finger. I'm going, what have you changed? Li Dashan was also a little stunned. This car is not simple, big V8, supercharged, and a full set of 4-wheel drive. Are you a rally car? Haha brother, know the goods, yes, Except for the car logo, there is basically no original factory. It cost me more than 1 million yuan to change it. Otherwise, we would have died on the hillside just now. Seeing that Wang Chen is still a knowledgeable person, Guo Hai smiled and nodded. My own car is a serious rally car, otherwise how would I dare to charge the mountain so violently? Chapter 235 The Final Nitrogen Rush. Chapter 235 The Final Nitrogen Rush. This is good news, but soon everyone can't laugh anymore. The robot behind is taking a shortcut and approaching quickly, and the displacement speed of these long-legged guys in the forest is also very outrageous. And in just 10 minutes, 6 or 7 stations were already seen around. The most important thing is that on the downward circular dirt road, a robot is already waiting there at the third turn from him. And the arm has been transformed into a weapon, waiting for the sharpening of the knife. It seems that the drones in the sky really have no bullets. Damn. Guo Hai, who was driving down, naturally saw the obstacles on the road below. Rushing over like this is definitely courting death, even if the opposite party uses himself as a replacement. As long as the speed of the car slows down, he will definitely be attacked by other guys around. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Guo Hai quickly made a judgment. When going through a corner, he turned straight to fly off the dirt road again. This is to go straight over the block below. However, the car in the air could not disguise itself, and the opposite side also judged this matter almost instantly. 4 rays of light struck in an instant. The main driver's seat of the car was penetrated by a large opening, and the 2 sticks at the back were directly inserted into the back seat. Fortunately, Wang Chen was half recumbent, and Lao Li was lucky, but he was a little bit off. Although no one was attacked, the engine of the car was hit, and a slanting crack appeared on the center console. Hole. One of the 2 sticks at the back of the is inserted into the chassis behind the buttocks. However, the car still crossed the roadblock below and slammed into a gentle slope. The shock absorber that comes with the car is very busy, and the 4-wheel drive frame still does not fall apart from this distance, which shows that Guo Hai is very accomplished in adjustment. Tried to control the steering wheel, and Guo Hai, a veteran, immediately gave a judgment. The water tank burst, the engine should be fine, but there is a problem with the rear sensor, but it has little impact, and it can still be started. In front of you can already see a small plain with a small area. And at the end of the small plain, there is another mountain road covered with dense forests. Want to escape the pursuit and continue to escape? Everyone understands that the small plain in front of them is the place where life and death are decided. When things got to this point, Wang Chen calmed down instead. Hey, you two, if you really want to die this time, I'm sorry for dragging you down. Shaking his head, Wang Chen said with a sigh. It's okay if you die, but it's a little uncomfortable if you hurt others. Your duty is, you don't need to apologize. Li Das-Han silently lit a cigarette for himself. Do you regret it? Not sure, but if he did it again, he would still choose to save Wang Chen's life. Not for anything else, but for this outfit on his own. The police, that's not what they do. Haha, it doesn't matter to me, I'm satisfied to be able to run wild once before I die. To be honest, it's been 5 years, and I've almost never been suffocated. Today is a good one. Guo Hai seems to be the most open-minded of the two. He was alone. After all, although he was crazy, he also knew that something like driving fast would have an accident sooner or later. After his driver's license was revoked last time he secretly competed with others. He also thought about whether to let it go and find a wife to spend the rest of his life. It is not a problem to open a modified car with your own technology to make money. But I still feel a little unwilling in my heart. It is true that he violated the law when he was young and frivolous, but if he could go back to that track again, he would be willing to wait 10 years. Even if he is 30 years old now, he will be 35 when the lockdown is lifted. But so what? As long as he can hurricane again and win the championship that is only one step away, then he will be satisfied. But the truth is, the days of waiting are too hard. In order to distract himself, he started to make money and change his car. This Wuling Hongwang was supposed to be his partner when he returned to the battlefield, but when old Li Zai showed up with Wang Chen, he still couldn't help sitting in the driver's seat. Maybe he and Lao Li have known each other for more than 20 years, or maybe he really can't wait for the next 5 years. It's really hard for people who follow the wind to imagine their married life. Especially for someone who is keen on extreme sports, mediocre or it's better to die. His own thought is very simple. Since Wang Chen is a big man, he might be able to lift the ban by saving his life. Even if you can't do it yourself, you can experience the feeling of a drag racing. And the worst result is undoubtedly death on the road, but isn't that a relief for me? The car has been repaired, and I am really confused about how to spend the next 5 years. Looking at the 6 robots behind them that were already posing for firepower, I felt the trembling body in their hands. Guo-Hai took a deep breath and directly took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put it on his face. I have always liked a Taoist saying, do your best and obey the destiny. No matter if I can live or not, at least I have to do what I have to do. You too, sit tight. The next time may be too violent. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pulled up the base of the seat on the right. Wang Chen took a closer look. Good guy. The 4 nitrogen tanks reflected the dim light in the sunlight. Guo-Hai's movements are very fast. His left hand controls the steering wheel, and his right hand directly unscrews the valve on the side. Hiss a slight and obvious sound of air pressure. Wang Chen and Li Dashan looked at each other and could not help but grit their teeth. This trademark is too scary. 4 acceleration tanks. Are you going to heaven? But maybe it really works. Open the valve, reach out and open the 3 paddles on the already broken console. As a red light came on, Guo-Hai silently stretched his fingers on the steering wheel to the small buttons on both sides of the center. Through the review mirror, he could clearly see the enemy that was aiming diagonally behind him. The light spot under the crotch has already lit up, and everything can only be reacted by instinct. Stared at the brighter and brighter light spots in the review mirror, almost at the moment when it was fired on the opposite side. Guo-Hai suddenly pressed the buttons on both sides. Nitrogen was quickly injected into the engine along the special channel, and then turned into flames and spewed out from the tail. The sudden increase in speed made everyone in the car feel an extremely powerful back-pushing force. Almost twice the last attack, the whole Wuling Hongwang rushed forward at a crazy speed with white smoke. The enemy on the opposite side didn't react at all, and the car was about to run out of their attack range. However, just when Wang Chen and others thought they would win escaping, with the end of nitrogen, the shaking of the whole car became more and more obvious, which was unbearable. Grass, if the engine is going to fail, the fire has to be off in 10 minutes at most. Guo-Hai patted the steering wheel and said helplessly. The fact that the water tank is broken is too deadly, the violent engine cannot be cooled down, and the end result can only be a burning car. At this moment, Li Dashan suddenly pointed at Wang Chen's wrist and asked, "Why has your watch been flashing since just now?" Wang Chen looked down, and sure enough, a red light was flashing on the watch on his wrist. This is Chapter 236 Bloody but Beautiful. Chapter 236 Bloody but Beautiful. The car is dead, it can't move anymore, get out of the car quickly. Guo-Hai frowned and shouted while looking at the declining revolution meter. Li Dashan, who was behind, didn't have time to think about it, grabbed Wang Chen and said, "You and Guo-Hai go first, Run into the mountains, and I'll find a way to stop them. How do you stop it? Just rely on this baton and Quark to grab it? Wang Chen frowned and asked. Don't worry about it. You are a civilian and I am a policeman. Is it possible for me to go first? Li Das-Han glared and said. Come on, don't be rude. The red dot on my watch is a passive receiving signal device. It will not actively transmit signals, but it will be activated if there is a call from the same device at close range. Now the red dot keeps flashing, indicating that someone has come in. Pointed to the watch, Wang Chen explained. So we are saved? Guo-Hi asked excitedly. Then I don't know, the ghost knows where the support is? Wang Chen smiled dryly and shook his head. That seems to be the end of the calf. The car had come to a complete stop. Waved the white smoke in front of him, Guo-Hi sighed and shook his head. Behind, the robots were already approaching, and Li Das-Han also turned his head to look apologetically and said, was he sorry, Uncle hurt you? Come on, with your skill, you can't even drive the village. It's my own choice, it doesn't concern anyone else. Guo-Hi wiped his face, lit a cigarette, and took a breath. If you can't run away, it's better to die more comfortably. It's not too bad at least to die in your own car. Wang Chen looked at the two of them, slowly exhaled and opened the car door. Wang Chen, what are you doing? Li Das-Han was taken aback and shouted quickly. Their goal is that I'm not you. Stay in the car and don't come out. It's already bothering you a lot. Fart, Lao Tzu. Li Chan wanted to follow him out, but was held down by Wang Chen. Brother Guo, hold him down. Don't come out and die. I don't want to die and owe someone a favor. Okay, old man Guo, you still have children, so don't get involved. Glanced at Wang Chen, Guo-Hi was silent for a few seconds and nodded, then he pressed the door in the car and locked the door frame. Guo-Zi opened the door. Okay you two, nice to meet you. If I am lucky enough to survive, I will definitely come to you for a drink. Patted the door frame, Wang Chen said with a smile. Run into the mountains without knowing what to say. Damn. You like chasing Lao Tzu, don't you? Come on, don't be a coward. While running, Wang Chen glanced at the robots that were already chasing after him, and pressed the watch ring in his hand hard. This is an active distress signal. Once activated, it is no different from a firefly in the dark night. Seeing that these robots had already caught up, Wang Chen headed straight into the woods. As always, these guys didn't care about the two people in the car at all, and they didn't even have the idea of making a shot, and directly passed the paralyzed car. Entered the woods, although there are many shelters, but Wang Chen has turned on the signal transmitter. Even if the opposite side is invisible, he can use the signal to locate Wang Chen's position. In just 3 or 4 minutes, the distance between the two sides was already pulled into less than 50 meters. Wang Chen, who was already out of breath, couldn't run, and he was not Li Long's, so his physical strength was definitely not enough. Looking at the two robots that were approaching, Wang Chen didn't run away at all, just sat on the ground and watched silently. When the robot came over, Wang Chen even had enough energy to look at the other side. It is completely different from the robot he designed. Even if it is the first time he sees Wang Chen, he can feel the tyranny on the opposite side. Half human, half beast. Energy core, sure enough, you are not something of the earth. Looking at the faintly visible red light on his chest, Wang Chen said with a sullen expression. However, the opposite party did not seem to have any intention of chatting with him intermittently. Wang Chen heard a few words, humans. Organisms. Confirm that the target of the agreement is dead. After saying that, the one on the left suddenly raised its arm, and after a while, it turned into a big sword and slashed over. Wang Chen wanted to hide, but he had no strength. Damn. Misstep. closed his eyes. This was Wang Chen's last regret. I knew that there was such a thing on Earth, and I would arm it first if I said anything. Boom boom boom, just when Wang Chen thought he was going to be sent into reincarnation, a violent explosion directly bounced him off. Opened his eyes subconsciously, and saw a black mecha rushing over, and then kicked the shape machine that was just about to start flying out. Boss, if you don't turn on the signal, we really can't find you. Kicked the cargo, and Li Long's voice came out with a smile from the mecha. There was also Erguzi's voice, boss. Are you alright? Damn it, these gangsters are not products of the Earth at all. You guys. Wang Chen was stunned for a few seconds. Isn't this mecha being tested in a domestic base? Why are you here? And Li Long, this guy didn't die. Okay boss, back off a bit, today I have to kill these shrewd calves. Li Long's tone also sounded quite hot. Finally found Wang Chen in the last few seconds, which was somewhat of a fluke. This Nima needs to be slower, I'm afraid that he can only collect the corpse. It's alright now, Wang Chen has been rescued, then it's his turn to settle accounts with this group of ghosts. Wang Chen, are you alright? Looking at Li Long, who was already in a ball with the opposite, Li Das-han and Guo-Hai also ran over. Come down quickly, don't be beaten. Guo-Hai is also a little anxious. Brother, what are you doing? Run now. Oh. Wang Chen, who had some reaction, hurriedly ran down, but his feet were a little unstable and he fell 2 somersaults. Guo-Hai ran in the opposite direction without saying a word to Wang Chen. Said while running, I'm going, it's too thrilling, that's your support? It's so handsome. Hee, it's alright. He couldn't help touching his head, and Wang Chen still felt a little dreamy. I was rescued? Shut up, isn't it really a movie? Can such a bloody plot appear? Sure enough, reality is more nonsense than fiction. But it's good to be alive. No matter how they got here, at least his life should be saved. Wang Chen, the surrounding signal has been restored, there is a call for you. After running down for more than 10 minutes, Li Das-han, who was a safe distance away, took out his mobile phone from his pocket and handed it over. Wang Chen glanced at him and answered the call. As soon as the call was made, he heard Du Gang's loud voice, Hey! Wang Chen? Are you alright? Hold on. We'll be there soon. Chapter 237 Beat Lao Tzu to Death. Chapter 237 Beat Lao Tzu to Death. Time goes back an hour. At this time, Du Gang was busy rushing to the area where Wang Chen was rescued. Not long after he left, he received a call from Li Jiangyuo, saying that Erguzi was already hairy, and directly forcibly took over the mecha that was undergoing mountain testing in a surrounding military region. And contacted Li Long, who had woken up last night, and the two decided to join forces to enter the closed area directly around. Hearing this, Du Gang felt a bit of a headache. After he woke up, Li Long kept shouting that he wanted to go back to find someone, but he was finally calmed down, and the two dogs went crazy again. What Wang Chen didn't know was that this mecha was not transported too far, but was tested in the mountains in that mobile group. Erguzi controlled the mecha remotely and let the mecha drive the car to find Li Long. And Li Long, who was in the hospital, was already very strong, and he was unwilling to continue to lie down when he heard Erguzi drive the mecha over. He just got on the mecha with a walking stick. The latest news, the above can't do anything now, we can only agree to their combat requirements. In addition to this incident, Du Gang also received a message. That is, Erguzi has already controlled the robot on his own island and placed 3 turrets out. It looks like it hasn't been fully assembled yet. But from the beginning, these robots kept rushing like crazy. As soon as Du arrived here, he was already in a state that could be stimulated. Li Jiangyuo asked Erguzi what he was going to do, And Urguzi's answer was very simple, that is to blow up the old sixth in the sea. The above is naturally supported, and the helicopter directly runs a batch of ammunition. These three turrets were originally the main guns on the battleship, but now they were forcibly dragged out by Urguzi and welded to the ground. Then connected to all the power plants on the entire island, and started to charge the three batteries already placed in the ship at night. It is also thanks to this special electromagnetic, otherwise the power plant on the optical frequency island cannot meet the instantaneous power required for this thing to fire. Not only Urguzi, but Wang Chen's location has now been found above. This is thanks to Eagle Source. Relying on this spy satellite, which has been used to spy on other people's homes for a long time, Wuling Hongwang was seen running in the area where Wang Chen was found. And also found several black spots on the back of the car. It is almost certain that Wang Chen and the others are being chased. After was discovered, the information was immediately fed back to Urguzi, and a certain area was marked through satellite analysis. Eagle Echen's spy satellite has a special equipment that can barely detect the signal blocking range on the opposite side. Through the three-dimensional pattern restored on the computer, it can be clearly found that this thing is in a semicircle. It is quite possible that the machine that makes this signal closure is right in the middle of this circle. Because the enclosed range of this circle is still moving. So what Urguzi has to do is very simple. Even if they go in by themselves, they can't get the support above. It is no different from dreaming to find the Wuling Hongwang that is rushing. And Li Long was already trying to use a special device to call the watch in Wang Chen's hand, but there was still no response. Maybe due to the distance. So the two decided to block the damn signal first. The moving speed of that thing was very slow. After determining the area, Urguzi took Li Long directly into the closed area. This is why Urguzi had to find Li Long. Because once you enter the signal closed area, the weak human being left inside the mecha cannot effectively control the mecha at all. At this time, Li Long is needed for artificial manipulation. No, controlling the mecha, Li Long rushed directly to the target area, and after about 10 minutes of searching, he found a large spider on a hill. This guy has a spiral-like thing on his back, and the closer he gets to Urguzi, the more powerful he can feel. That's right, it's this shit. Get it? Although the mecha itself was only equipped with some preliminary weapons, Li Long directly dismantled a water pipe in the hospital when he came in. After finding the target, he is a hammer without a word. This robot with the loser shielding the signal is not too strong in combat. And it was dismantled into scum after 3 strikes and 5 divisions. But before it died, the spire on the back of the cargo exploded directly, maintaining the closed circle that was about to dissipate. Is like a life extension, and the observation of Urguzi customs clearance is also a bit gnashing. Damn, this wave lasted at least 20 minutes. Had no choice but to rush in the direction where Wang Chen fled, and then try to make a call. It wasn't until the Wuling Hongwang was about to run out that Li Long called Wang Chen's signal source. Fortunately, it was not far away. Especially after Wang Chen finally activated the signal manually, the source was more accurate. Just as Wang Chen was running up the mountain, the two of them had already come to Wuling Hongwang's surroundings, and they immediately chased after him after asking. Finally arrived at the scene in the last few seconds. Seeing that Wang Chen was about to be slaughtered, Urguzi directly activated the small missiles on his body, not only blocking the movements of the robot, but also killing the drones in the sky. Although it can't be locked, but relying on the mecha's chip, Urguzi is directly operated by hand, using computing power to track. And these little missiles are inherently fast and extremely nimble. Almost didn't give the opposing drone too many chances to struggle. This is not a one-man bag, it takes a lot of effort to turn a corner. Rescued Wang Chen, and the surrounding signal has also been restored. The angry Li Long directly held a steel pipe and got into a fight with this group of things. The Li Dashan who followed behind also took the opportunity to evacuate a certain distance with Wang Chen, and then got in touch with Du Gang. "It's okay, just a little tired." Rubbed his legs, Wang Chen said with a smile. "Don't worry, the signal blockage on the opposite side is gone. Don't even try to run away from any of these guys." Seeing that Wang Chen was still in the mood to joke, Du Gang, who was arriving, was also relieved. The military helicopter was already heading there, and it seemed that Li Long had already arrived. With that mecha, at least it can be a little more stable. And in another on the side, in the joint command room, when the signal was restored, the camera on the mecha had already transmitted the picture back. Seeing that Li Long was holding the steel pipe in his hand and chasing these mechas around the ground, his mood was somewhat relieved. Beat me to death. Damn, dare to come to my house to make trouble? Who doesn't have a mecha? On the other hand, Wang Chen, who was next to him, was stunned. Fuck. What is this? When did your family build all the mechas? Chapter 238 Blasted for Lao Tzu. Chapter 238 Blasted for Lao Tzu. Lying on a small folding bed, several helicopters have stopped beside, and 2 medical nurses are doing a physical examination on Wang Chen. Originally said that he didn't need to come, but he couldn't stand Du Gang's request. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong with the inspection, except for some stretched muscles and some bruises on the body. Everything is normal. These bruises were caused by Guo Hai driving too violently when he was in a coma. In the distance in front, Li Long has already dealt with the robots. Although these robots have strong attack methods, their own mechas are not vegetarian. In the face of extremely flexible mechas, the electromagnetic weapons with the highest attack power on these robots are simply useless. And it seems that to ensure the use of this electromagnetic gun, these robots do not have other weapons, so their arms can be turned into 2 long knives for melee combat. Although it looks very good, it is a pity that there is no way to cause actual damage to the mecha. In the end, after paying dozens of small wounds, Li Long successfully removed the head of the last robot. Without the threat of machines, more than 200 people have gathered around Wang Chen for protection. Du Gang, who was sitting beside him, only breathed a sigh of relief at this time. No matter how much energy was spent, Wang Chen was saved. Boss, according to the agreement, I called the mecha and the robot on the island. As the last robot fell, Erguzi quickly controlled the mecha and walked to Wang Chen's side and said embarrassedly. This is not to say that it is out of control, but that Wang Chen has a rule when designing it, that is, to ensure his own safety. This priority is very high, second only to the principle of protecting human beings. So Erguzi can only make this kind of decision when he sees that the situation is not right. However, according to the analysis in his own data control, Wang Chen definitely does not want to see himself doing this. In that case, I apologize in advance. Wang Chen, who was lying on the stretcher, waved his hand in a funny way. Anyway, Erguzi saved my life, so I can blame him. Even Du Gang now has to thank Erguzi for his decision. Of course, this is a bit of a fluke, after all. If the mecha is far there away, it may be too late. It can only be said that Wang Chen's life should not end. Just when Wang Chen was about to say something, suddenly, the device in Du Gang's hand turned, and Du Gang's expression changed soon after it was connected. Okay, I got it, right now. What's the matter? Seeing that Du Gang's face was a little wrong, Wang Chen asked quickly. These dog days won't have a backhand, right? At the seaside, that old sixth seems to be about to go ashore, and the outer shell has undergone a lot of changes, and it seems to be preparing some weapons. Du Gang waved his hand and said in a low voice while letting the person next to him lead Wang Chen to the car next to him. There was a change on the other side. Considering the ability of the other side, Du Gang didn't dare to get on the helicopter anyway, so he could only let Wang Chen take the car and leave first. Wang Chen, who was lying on the stretcher, touched his chin when he heard it, turned his head and shouted at Erguzi, "Erguzi, do you have a picture?" "Yes, by the way, boss, I took out the 3 main guns used for the battleship before, and they have been welded to the ground. If the opposite side really dares to go ashore, then bomb it." Erguzi lifted the arm of the mecha, and a built-in display screen appeared, and soon the screen broadcast by the military appeared on the display screen. This should be the drone's perspective. You can clearly see that the opposite side is constantly swimming forward in the sea, the back has been exposed, and a large number of structures are constantly changing. Looking at the screen and listening to Erguzi, Wang Chen raised his brows a little surprised. "You moved the battleship's electromagnetic gun? Isn't that stuff done yet?" "I took it out last night. I let the machine people worked hard for a long time to be able to use it. But I couldn't attack him while hiding in the sea, so I didn't do anything," Erguzi explained. This donkey day thing would have been raised by himself if he hadn't been hiding in the sea. "Dare to go ashore now? Okay, it's a good decision, you've done a good job, and you've grown up a lot," Wang Chen said with some emotion after listening. To be honest, Erguzi was a bit silly when he was first born, but now he has grown too much. It feels a little like home with a son who is just growing up. Then what to do now is easy, Du Gang. How to say, "Do you want to fuck him?" If you have a gun, you must not get used to it. Wang Chen looked at Du Gang without saying a word. What the hell, can you bear this grandson? Can you not beat him up? That's not right, but Du Gang next to him was a little absent-minded. What's wrong again? What are you thinking about? The opposite side is able to intercept our communication. In order to find you, this guy deliberately unblocked the signal block, and immediately came over after getting your seat. Now that our electromagnetic gun is fully charged, is it crazy to deliberately expose its body to attack us? You mean, it can intercept communications? Wang Chen was stunned for a few seconds. He really didn't know about this. After all, I was still soaking in the water at that time. Boss, it's true, and now the military doesn't know how it does it? Erguzi nodded and said. This Wang Chen squinted his eyes and noticed something was wrong. From the previous confrontation, it can be seen that the opponent must also be wise and not stupid. If that's the case, what's the point of the opposite party swimming to the coast when he knows that the electromagnetic gun is already aimed? It doesn't matter, Erguzi, as long as the other side catches up with the shore, then give me a fucking blast. No matter what it thinks, just turn it into scrap metal. After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Chen didn't even think about it. No matter what, this stone must come out. I was sleeping soundly at home, but I was beaten all of a sudden, chased, jumped into the river, and almost got beheaded. If this Nima doesn't take revenge and go back, then he won't be a tortoise. Tube trademark has any idea, if it is made into parts, then there is no idea. Du Gang next to also nodded in agreement. There is too little information now, so we can only do this first. Immediately began to notify the military to provide Erguzi with the precise coordinates needed. As long as the opposite core main body lands on the coastline, just bang. The military moved quickly, and the satellites and drones in the sky were shooting and correcting the thing below in real time. And on the faraway island, 3 forts have also been set up in a stepped shape. 9 large pipes are floating gently with the wind. This is Erguzi constantly adjusting the shooting angle according to the data. As long as the other side really dares to go ashore, the 2 dogs have to keep it for education and education. Chapter 239. Chapter 239 Reconciliation Agreement. However, changes in circumstances are always elusive. just when Urguzi aimed at the opposite side and was ready to fire. The unknown machine with most of its body exposed was already standing less than 50 meters away from the coastline. The whole body can be seen very clearly. This guy looks like a big crab, with a body width of about 130 meters, and the overall black looks very siffy. It's just that the body is decorated with all kinds of needle-like things, and there is a little bit of grimness in addition to science fiction. At this time, standing on the coastline, this unknown device has stopped moving. Just when Urguzi aimed at its legs and was about to come to the next round, a dazzling purple light suddenly erupted from all around it, then turned into a purple foam and quickly expanded and expanded, wrapping himself in it in a short while. Wang Chen, who had been looking at the screen, almost didn't open his eyes, and exclaimed almost subconsciously, "Energy shield. How is this possible?" Although Wang Chen thought that the energy core on the opposite side would be very powerful, but this is too exaggerated. This is a full coverage energy shield, and a 360-degree circle of defense is opened without dead ends. No wonder the opponent didn't choose to almost bomb himself. He wanted to open the shield. But what is the point of doing this on the opposite side? Even if it is an energy shield, your own railguns have home field advantage, and almost unlimited energy can drain you to death. After all, your machine is not too big, and even if the energy shield is siffy, it still makes sense. However, Wang Chen soon knew what the other side was thinking. Just when Wang Chen was amazed at how effective the shield technology was, the guy's back suddenly opened, revealing 9 dark holes. Then the satellites in the sky noticed that an amazing energy was gathering on the back. It can be seen from the picture that these should be 9 stick-shaped objects hidden in the body, and the energy below them seems to be squeezing and shrinking. This Gang can't wait any longer. No matter what the opponent thinks, he has to interrupt it. Wang Chen instinctively smelled an unpleasant smell, turned his head and shouted at Gang. At this time, Gang also came to his senses, immediately got in touch through the device, and received permission to attack in less than 3 seconds. Dog. Aim for it. Blast it for me. On the island, as Wang Chen's voice fell, projectiles shot out from the muzzle, turning into comets and heading towards the opposite side. However, the opponent didn't seem to have any intention of evading, so he just stood there and resisted. A minute later, the shell made of ternary extruded explosive directly hit the shield on the opposite side. Even from a distance, Wang Chen could hear the muffled thunderous voice. All 9 projectiles hit, but when the screen was restored, the situation was completely beyond expectations. The level of this energy shield does not seem to be low. Even if 9 projectiles hit at the same time, it just blasts a gap in the sky. At this time, the gap was constantly repairing itself, and it returned to normal in less than a minute. This trademark is not only Wang Chen, everyone who watched this scene was a little dumbfounded. Especially the inside is clear, and even more so, I don't know what to say. Not to mention the explosive power of the ternary extrusion explosive. The speed of this kinetic energy weapon is already very terrifying. This is the result. Barely breakable. How to fight this is not a level at all. Wang Chen's mouth twitched slightly and quickly shouted, "Continue to reload, break the surface, and hit as much as possible in one place. Since there is no way to break the defense in an area, then concentrate on attacking one point." Goatse nodded, and immediately arranged for the robot to start loading ammunition, but there was no chance. A communication suddenly spread to all the surrounding devices, and the Mech naturally also received this signal. Organisms must die. The refugees of Galdiras. After all, we cannot escape our pursuit. Since you cannot kill your pioneers, then use the lives of the rest of you to announce our return. Wherever you are hiding, we will be there. The hunt is about to begin, and it's time to draw an end to this thousands of years of war. Under the witness of the Zhengxing Agreement, we are the real masters of kixing. Some unpleasant mechanical synthetic sounds. This is the first time everyone has heard the opposite party speak so smoothly in his own language, and he is also a fluent trump. Wang Chen squinted his eyes, always feeling that this product was for himself. But at this time, Wang Chen was no longer in the mood to joke, and almost immediately grasped the main point of the words on the other side. No, he wants to do everything to X. Damn it, this grandson. De Gang responded quickly, scolding and grabbing the communicator and shouting, "Attention! His target is most likely X capital. Most likely X capital." Exploded, and in the conference room in the distance, he suddenly stood up from the chair and slapped the wooden table with a livid slap. The few people around are afraid to speak, my darling. This is the rhythm of going crazy. Ah ha ha ha. Go to hell. The machine laughed arrogantly. The voice fell, and 9 red lights on the back shot up into the sky. The speed seemed to be a few points faster than Wang Chen's electromagnetic cannon. Has been out of the atmosphere in almost a minute. The one who was watching this scene couldn't calm down anymore, and pointed at the screen with a trembling finger and said angrily, it's this shit that destroyed Lao Tzu's spaceship. Good guy, this is the bottom line, and the unsolved mystery finally has an answer. But now it's useless to say these things. The red light that soared into the sky made a turn after breaking through the atmosphere and then fell down sharply. The speed of skyrocketed even further. And below is the densely populated X capital. How long? Wang Chen asked through gritted teeth. It's too late. After checking the progress, Erguzi shook his head. And the speed of the opposite side is too fast, and their own electromagnetic guns are not very capable of intercepting. 9 red lights exploded in midair, turning into fireworks and attacking the ground. The next picture, Wang Chen almost finished it through gritted teeth. It turned out to be like this, even with the shield and the firepower on, the weapon must be sent up. Good. Very good. Watching the next wave of attacks from this guy's back began to charge again, Wang Chen took a deep breath and grabbed the communication device in De Gang's hand. Hey, can you hear me? I'm Wang Chen, I have an idea. Can no longer let the opposite continue to attack like this. I am listening, you talk. He also replied with a livid face, clutching the device. Okay, this thing can't let it go, it must be left here today. Chapter 240 Death. Chapter 240 Death. Wang Chen's tone was very urgent, looking at the situation on the other side. He knew there were still several waves. Okay, you say. Although the energy shield on the opposite side is very powerful, there is also an upper limit. My 9-shot electromagnetic gun explodes in a small area and can tear it open, but unfortunately I don't have more shells to shoot in when the opposite defense is vacant and enter along the gap. So I need everyone to fire as many missiles as possible to weaken the opponent's defense a minute before my cannonball hits, preferably to open the channel so that my cannonball can directly hit the machine inside. Wang Chen said very quickly. Now the situation is good and it is not too desperate. Although the opposite side has a shield, the strength is obviously still within the processing range of Earth technology. After hearing what Wang Chen said, he looked up at the table next door. Eagle Etchen and Domo looked at each other and nodded. Okay, we'll prepare the missile right now. What else do we need to do? Let Li Jiangyuo and Erguzi communicate with each other. The timing of the hit and the scheduling of the attack must be synchronized, otherwise it will be a waste of energy. Wang Chen reminded. Got it, wait for us for 5 minutes. It also takes time to prepare the missile, and soon Erguzi got in touch with Li Jiangyuo. Through coordinate sharing, bearing and angle were determined in less than a minute. After that, The aircraft carrier formation stationed outside the Eagle source can also scrape together 100 Tomahawks and 12 Trident II tactical missiles with conventional warheads. After all the undersea missiles are drawn, there are still nearly 130 missiles. And bar for Dongfeng to be. Although the number of Damao is the smallest, he will also directly provide 8 Topol tactical missiles for a missile base. Dongfeng, militia, poplar, the three truths of the earth, this time is also unprecedented at the same time. The equivalent of this wave alone is enough to destroy a small hall. Within 3 minutes, all the missiles entered the launch procedure, and the launch time was determined in batches in the calculations of Erguzi and Li Jiangyuo. And within a few minutes, the other side launched another attack on the city. The sky-high flames kept falling into the city, and the violent explosion could be imagined even just through the picture. This indiscriminate attack made everyone in the Joint Command Room angry. Although the unfortunate one is above, but no one wants to see this thing suddenly come to the shuttle one day. Must keep it. After 5 minutes, fire with the sound above. The furthest away from the Mao family, 8 poplars rose into the sky, followed by the Eagle Source family's 7th Fleet in the open sea. Hundreds of Tomahawks marched through the Sea of Iron, and then 12 Tridents were ejected from the water, turning into sharp swords and disappearing into the sky. The last one to be dispatched was the nearest Dongfeng. It was also a volley. Although the 3-point attacks were inconsistent, they all reached the predetermined location within 2 minutes. On the island, after reloading, all turrets have recovered their attack capabilities, and they have already aimed at the predetermined position under the control of Ergotzi. Just when these missiles were about to fall into the sky above the opponent, Ergotzi issued an order to fire. 9 light spots rushed straight ahead at an extremely terrifying speed. Although Wang Chen was a little far away, he still saw the small mushroom cloud that kept rising in the distance. The terrifying air wave can feel a little pain in the face even from here. The missiles that arrived almost at the same time kept exploding on the energy shield. Although the missile focuses on area damage, it is no joke that such powerful energy is gathered on the surface of the shield. It didn't take much effort to open a gap in the surface. Even some missiles got into the interior and slammed into the unknown mecha. The armor defense on the opposite side was obviously not as strong as the energy shield, and the attack of about 34 missiles directly broke the opponent's 4 or 5 legs. But the energy gathering on the back still did not stop, and the third wave was about to hit. 8 seconds after the shield was opened, 9 blue lights inserted steadily through the gap. The powerful speed makes 9 projectiles without diligently penetrated into the enemy's body. Then, under the action of extrusion, the secondary explosion brought by the ternary extrusion explosive exploded in the opponent's body. The destructive power of the 9 projectiles also seemed to detonate the opposite energy core. Only heard the sound of boom, the entire unknown equipment was directly blown into the air, and then slammed into the shoal. The broken limbs and bones were flying all over the ground. I am immortal. Organisms are dead. This is the last signal from the opposite side, and then the bright red light on the entire device slowly dimmed, and finally fell into dead silence. Okay. Looking at the incapacitated device, everyone in the joint command post clenched their fists violently. Damn, I thought you really couldn't be beaten to death, so that's all? Without the energy shield body, it is just scum. It seems that the technological gap has not reached the point of despair. Wang Chen saw that this thing finally fell, and also sat on the ground. This guy should have attacked his boss. These robots and drones should be controlled by it. Is a bit strange. When did this thing enter the Earth? Why are you so interested in yourself? Hey, this is a mess. Touched his head, Wang Chen muttered helplessly, and De Gang next to him didn't know what to say. This matter is completely beyond his 3 views. Prior to this, although he was not a staunch opponent of extraterrestrial life, he did not think that he would encounter alien objects in his lifetime. But now, not only did they bump into each other, but they also got into a fight. Wang Chen, you go to the official secret base with me first. I don't know if there are other backers on the opposite side. Your safety is very important. Shook his head. Anyway, let's transfer Wang Chen out first. It is estimated that after what happens today, some people will be busy. Okay, you can take these two back to the village by the way. Wang Chen nodded and pointed to Guo-Hai and Leader Han next to him. These two are my saviors. I will have a good chat with you when I come out. Leader Han doesn't matter. It's not normal for a police officer to save people. On the contrary, Guo-Hai seemed to want to say something to Wang Chen, but he didn't open his mouth when he heard Wang Chen say that he would look for him later. Wang Chen is not stupid, naturally he can see that Guo-Hai definitely has a story. Just from his modified Wuling Hong Wang and this driving technology. I wouldn't believe it if I said that this guy was an ordinary person who killed himself. But it doesn't matter, since the other side saved him. Wang Chen is not the kind of person who knows his kindness and doesn't want to repay it. Things that are within the scope of their abilities, Wang Chen who can solve them will solve them for them. Chapter 241 Heavy Casualties. Chapter 241 Heavy Casualties. If such a big thing happened, the factory is definitely not allowed to go. Wang Chen was soon transferred to a secret base in the mountains. Although it is in the mountains, there is water, electricity and grid, so it doesn't matter. Just when Wang Chen was about to take a good rest, one person brought himself a call. Wang Chen's own mobile phone had long since disappeared, and De Gang also took into account this and quickly replaced it. Inside is still Wang Chen's previous phone number. No, just 2 minutes after the phone was turned on, Jin Sanchi's call came in. Wang Chen was attacked by nothing at all. It has been spread crazy on the internet, it is impossible for Jin Sanchi not to know. To be honest, when I heard that Wang Chen was attacked and lost contact, I really froze in my heart. For the gate of science and technology, without Wang Chen, there is no cornerstone. Although it does not mean collapse, it will lose its core technological competitiveness. After all, the company's research is done by Wang Chen alone, and there are no apprentices or teams. More importantly, once Wang Chen hangs up, the importance of the company and the cooperation with the above will also change. Wang Chen has no descendants. He is going to die, and the above will definitely take over the operation of the entire company. This is inevitable. At that time, I will have to say whether I can sit still as a boss. Therefore, during the period when Wang Chen lost contact, Jin Sanchi was also nervous, for fear of sudden bad news. Fortunately, the worst did not happen in the end. Boss, are you alright? It scared me to death. The phone was connected, and Jin Sanchi's nervous voice came in. Wang Chen, who was resting in bed, couldn't help but smile when he heard this. You're fine, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Haha, relax. By the way, how's the situation at the factory? After a few words of comfort, Wang Chen seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked. Only 30% of the factory was destroyed? More than 100 people died and more than 200 were killed. The specific data is still being counted. Hey! When he heard that more than 100 people died in the factory, Wang Chen's face turned dark. I can't help it, it happened suddenly, it's actually not bad, and a lot of people in the military died. Wang Chen was speechless. On the other side, this is obviously aimed at me, but it turned out to be like this. Boss, are you alright? Seeing that Wang Chen was silent, Jin Sanchi asked cautiously. I'm fine, remember that all the expenses for the injured are covered by us, and the family members of the deceased must also be comforted. After the list comes out, it will be sent to me as soon as possible, and I will arrange follow-up compensation. Okay, but the boss can rest assured that our company's employees are covered by insurance, and they will also compensate a part of it. The above is above. I am me. You don't have to worry about this matter. Remember to give me the list. Yes, I see. Then let's do this first. Leave me alone. Hung up the phone. Wang Chen was a little relaxed and suddenly heavier. This is only on the factory side. The military side estimates that there are a lot of casualties, and there are also attacked cities. This battle seems to have been won by everyone, but in fact the losses are not small. All those who died were human lives, and Wang Chen didn't think that these things had nothing to do with him. If there were more defensive means at that time, it would not have been beaten like this by these foreign machines. Wang Chen didn't sleep well that night. Early the next morning, Erguzi told Wang Chen the number of people counted from various aspects. The first is its own factory, that is. The company is now implementing robot reforms, which has led to a lot of reduction in the original number of workers. But even so, 136 people were still dead, and 320 were injured, of which 28 were seriously injured, and most of the rest were lightly injured. The military side is not optimistic either. The teams responsible for protecting their own safety have been folded by unthird, with a total of about 110 people. Is all about attracting the attention of the other party and protecting the factory employees from being bombarded to death by the energy cannon on the opposite side. As for the city, because the attack place belongs to the bustling area, especially to shopping malls and an office building were hit. The death toll alone is more than 1,400 and more than 2,000 injured. These data are not only uncomfortable for Wang Chen to see, but they have already smashed several tables. Since entering the millennium, when has my family suffered so much grievance? Although they did their best, but that's not the reason. The above personally issued an order to do everything possible to search and rescue. The surrounding Tanku also sent resources, and even Eagle Source dispatched 100 million relief supplies. This time, the above is blocking the gun for everyone, just like the spaceship before him. But after all, there are no dead people, and this time, a lot of people died. I will give you some help, but Wang Chen is more concerned about what to do next. People cannot be resurrected from the dead. And what everyone has to do now is to prevent the living from encountering this situation again. The wreckage of that mechanical body has already started to be processed, and there is no plan to go back. After all, this time, both Eagle Source and Demao are bleeding, and those missiles are real money. The number of missiles that Wang Chen fired this time has almost emptied the 7th Formation's inventory of Tomahawks. As a last resort, I have already diverted home to prepare for replenishment. Eagle Etchen's thoughts are well understood by everyone, and now there is no reason to reject it when it is time to study. That's not true. At the autopsy stage, only these 3 people are qualified to contact. Even cattle and Gallic chickens are now excluded. For this matter, many halls have expressed their dissatisfaction. Thinks this is an attack on the whole planet and autopsy work should be open to the whole world. What do you mean by your 3 studies? But in this regard, the attitudes of the 3 companies are very clear, that is, there is no way. In their original words, this corpse is extremely precious and can only be studied by them with the best technology to prevent unnecessary wear and tear. And the results of research and development will be released in the form of announcements. Simply put, the water here is very deep, and I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp it. So don't think about the research. If you really have any results, you can pay for it later. This announcement obviously cannot satisfy everyone. But looking at the angry face above, there is the big hair drinking wine, and the smiling Eagle Source. In the end, these words were still swallowed in the stomach. Forget it, I can't afford it, let's wait until the incident has subsided for a while. Chapter 242 Arranging the Clues. Chapter 242 Sorting out the clues. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Wang Chen, who stayed in this secret base, ate, slept and ate every day, but he was also leisurely. However, as the statistics of all aspects are basically completed, Wang Chen's mood is not happy at all. After negotiation with Jin Sanshi, Wang Chen decided to compensate 30 million yuan for each employee who died in the company, and at the same time pay a subsidy ranging from 1 million to 10 million to injured employees. The specifics will be judged according to the level of injury. In addition to company employees, the families of those killed and wounded soldiers who are responsible for their own security will also enjoy the same compensation. Money can't bring the dead back to life, but it can make Wang Chen's conscience a little more comfortable. After arranging the aftermath, Wang Chen also began to force himself to focus on the beginning and end of the matter. No matter what, since you survived successfully, you should look farther. This matter is indeed not easy, and Wang Chen has not yet figured out why he would become the target of the other party. In a notebook, Wang Chen silently listed what he knew so far. First of all, the spaceship of the Eagle Echin family was attacked, and this was the beginning of the whole time. Then took back the black box of the spaceship. After discovering some problems, he was attacked before they could make further judgments. The whole thing doesn't seem to have much connection, but it happens to be connected. After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Chen always felt that there must be something missing. Assuming that this alien machine has been lurking on Earth for a long time, what is the reason for revealing its existence now? The target of the first attack was the Hawkins spaceship. In the opposite way, if you just want to block the Earth's technology from entering space, let alone spaceships, satellites will go up one by one. Not attacking satellites, not attacking space stations, but just destroying Eagle Source's spaceship. And it's not the first time that Yingjin has launched a spacecraft, and the only difference this time is compared to the previous one. Landing on the moon? Is the opposite side that doesn't want to let the Earth's mouth land on the moon? But if this is the case, why didn't the Eagle Source respond when he landed on the moon before? Is it sneaking into the Earth in recent years, or is there some other triggering condition? After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Chen just wrote the word moon in his notebook. This is indeed a direction of thinking. Suddenly Wang Chen seemed to have thought of something. Wasn't the Yuta-3 launched to the moon urgently before? At that time, he was still wondering why he was so anxious all of a sudden. You must know that the current lunar probe can be delivered with its own rocket. Because every rocket launch is an experience. But last time, Yuta-3 was launched in a hurry. Could it be that there is really something discovered on the moon? Touched his chin, Wang Chen felt that he might want to ask to Gang. If there is really something on the moon, maybe we can deduce the origin of the opposite. Silently memorizing this clue in his heart, Wang Chen pondered the remarks that the mechanical body had released at the end. It can be seen from the words that this machine has a great desire to attack the organism. And he also mentioned the 4 words of the Sutsing agreement. If you understand it on paper, Wang Chen judged that there was an Omnic gang that specialized in attacking organisms. Seems to have something to do with the humans of the Earth. Because the phrase, the refugees of Kurdiras, was mentioned on the opposite side. What is Kuldalas? Wang Chen has no way of knowing, but it is obvious that it has a lot to do with the Earth. The opposite seems to be fighting the Earth just because of this. But human beings currently have too little understanding of the universe, and even Wang Chen doesn't know the key here. I only have all kinds of technologies in my hands, I am not a know-it-all in the universe, I know everything. Now that the mechanical body is dead, the clue is naturally cut off. Can only be heard from the tone of the opposite side, and the opposite side is likely to make a comeback. squinted his eyes, thinking that Wang Chen, who had a headache, simply didn't think about it. Instead of thinking about the background of the opposite, it is better to give the things at hand first, deal with it. Since the opponent is likely to come back again, then he must be ready to fight this time. Judging from the situation of the fight, the opponent's technology is obviously much stronger than his own. In particular, the opponent has mastered the activation of the energy shield, which is undoubtedly a huge advantage in the battle between the two armies. Fortunately, through observation, the shield technology on the opposite side can only be applied to a large mechanical body, and it is not possible to stimulate individual soldiers. As for the large mechanical body, take the one that exploded before as an example. As long as there are enough electromagnetic guns in hand, within a certain amount, I am really not too afraid. After all, as long as the defense can be broken, there is a solution. Wang Chen is most afraid of the fact that the technology currently displayed on the opposite side is only a drop in the bucket. After all, if it was really an Omnic, it would be really uncomfortable to fight. With the current level of Earth, it is really difficult to compete with the opponent. After all, even if you change the head, you can't change it. The most powerful thing about Omnics is their constant supply of soldiers. This is also the reason why Omnics can be almost invincible in the same class. Not afraid of death, because their thoughts can be uploaded, not afraid of pain, because they are the data life of the body of steel. And as long as there are resources, mass production will continue without end. It is really difficult to win the Omnic faction at the same level. The best way is to crush it with force, and kill the central system of the opposite before it develops. This is also the only weakness of the Omnic. Fortunately, Omnics are powerful, but they are not good at research and development. Their technological development relies more on plundering other people's technology for analysis and learning. Once they can't supplement their own knowledge base, the update iteration of their technology will basically stagnate. This is also the reason why Omnics can easily win local wars, but some are not able to go into deep space. Because the birth of Omnics mostly stems from out-of-control artificial intelligence, and out-of-control artificial intelligence generally does not appear in higher civilizations. The places where the lower civilizations are located are basically wild, and once they are unified, it will be very difficult to continue to expand. Because there is no civilization around for them to devour and study, they can only wait for the opportunity in the end. And this may be many thousands of years, or it may be directly destroyed by a passing gangster civilization. For the Omnic crisis, organic life in the entire universe basically has the same consensus. Anyway, as long as you find that you can beat it, it will definitely give you a boost, and will not let you continue to grow bigger and stronger. Chapter 243 Earth Federation. Chapter 243 Earth Federation. These are all inferred by Wang Chen from the background of various technologies in the library. Because many advanced civilizations have certain means to target the omnipotent body. But unfortunately, these technologies are difficult to replicate on Earth, because many materials are simply not available on Earth. Rubbed his head, no matter what, this matter will definitely not be the end of it. I am not a cold-blooded person, so many people die more or less because of themselves, this revenge must be avenged. But now Wang Chen still hopes that the opposite party can come later, it is best to give himself another 10 years. 10 years later, if the opponent really only has these strengths that he sees, then Wang Chen promises that as many Lao Tzus come to him, he will destroy as many. This week, Wang Chen also gave Urguzi a new order. The first is to fully resume the production plan of the factory, and at the same time continue to place orders. His biggest weapon at the moment is undoubtedly the electromagnetic gun, so he will die. The factory first built 20 of them for me and placed them there. If the other side dared to call their factory to pay attention, they had to interrupt it. On the island, the defense system that was originally built in the second stage has also been directly prioritized. Before building the headquarters of the island, it also needs to complete 50% of the defense power. In addition to this, Wang Chen also asked Urguzi to speed up the development of battleships, and at the same time change the to transport spaceships originally planned to be built into one for transport and one for armed forces. After the battleship is built, the original transport spaceships in Shipyard 2 will be transferred to Shipyard 1. And the vacated Shipyard No. 2 and No. 3 were directly merged, using more space to build the first warship completely used for interstellar warfare. The length of nearly 1,000 meters. If you die, you can build a cruiser-level battle ship. As for the more powerful battleship or flagship Wang Chen, he no longer intends to toss on the Earth. Whether it is the moon or the airport is a good choice. After all, the zero gravity of outer space can better speed up the manufacture of warships. Wang Chen also intends to take advantage of the time when the island has not been completed, put aside the things at hand, and concentrate on designing this cruiser-level interstellar battleship. These were originally Wang Chen's plans for the next few years, but now they have to move forward. The ghost knows where the other side will come back. Wang Chen really doesn't want to encounter this kind of thing again next time, and he is still as powerless as now. Just when Wang Chen informed Urguzi to change the follow-up plan. In the village committee, a meeting on global security is also in full swing. This is the third time they have had this meeting. The autopsy work is being carried out step by step. Through the analysis of various previous intelligence, it is very likely that the opposite will land on Earth at some point in the future. The attitude shown by the other side is completely certain, and there is basically no possibility for the opposite side to negotiate. In that case, as the five masters of the Earth, it is impossible to say that they will be captured. No matter what the future holds, everyone still has the courage to fight. At this point, the five hooligans quickly reached a consensus that they must fight, whether or not they can win. Let's not say, but if they don't fight, they will die. Who wants to wait to die? No one wants to, especially the five of them. Finally climbed to the top of the world, now want them to give up all this? What a joke. Even if the big guy blows up the Earth himself, it is impossible to cheat these alien creatures. Since there is no problem with the tone, the next thing to discuss is how to act. At this critical time, the two camps that were not very good at dealing with them also temporarily let go of their grievances. In any case, we are all people from the Earth. When facing the safety of the Earth, there is still some tolerance for this. And in this battle that concerns the safety of all mankind, if the five of them are not united, there may be no chance. No, there are two topics for everyone to discuss today. The first one, that is, the above and Demao demanded that the opposite party completely loosen the original restrictions. Don't make small moves at this time, and show sincerity if you want to cooperate. There's nothing wrong with this, Ying Jiang and Nu agreed simply. The above may not care, but Demao really needs the European and American sides to let go of the original terms. As for whether Demao will recover or not, it is still the same sentence. Now everything is based on the safety of the Earth. If the Earth is gone, does it matter whether Demao is alive or not? But in exchange, the second thing is that Yingjin wants to open up the procurement authority of the electromagnetic gun and even the technology. Judging from the current situation, the electromagnetic gun is indeed the best way to attack the opponent. After all, if there are more units on the opposite side, it will keep firing missiles, and no one will be able to hold it. Don't look at them working together to directly raise the mechanical body. But how many missiles were spent in the middle? The east wind above, the trident of Eagle Source, and the poplar with big hair are all treasures of the town. Cost and maintenance are extremely expensive. After seeing Wang Chen's electromagnetic cannon, Yin Jiang couldn't fall asleep completely. This is a good thing, cheap, powerful, and fast. For this matter, the above was thinking for a long time. The electromagnetic gun is currently the top technology in the hands of the country. If there is no such thing, it is impossible to give Yin Jiang a look. But now, since everyone has proposed the integration of global defense, it is somewhat unreasonable to provide equipment or not. After all, the electromagnetic gun is the main weapon against the opponent, which is a point of view that everyone agrees. But if the number of electromagnetic guns can't be laid, how can we talk about defense? To give or not to give? After thinking about it for a long time, in the end, he could only spread his hands and say, this technology is not theirs, but Wang Chen's own unique technology. You can ask yourself, if Wang Chen agrees, it is not a problem to open it to everyone. However, I also have a suggestion. I hope you can consider it for certification. The big guys looked at each other, and even Big Mao looked happy when he saw that he let go. It is good to talk about some, but I am afraid that the above will be reluctant. Said, if you have any ideas, just say it. As long as the reasonable big guy supports it. It's all in the same village, don't be rude. And the above is indeed not polite, and directly proposed to request the establishment of an organization called the Earth Federation, which is specially responsible for all combat operations that come from outer space. Everyone advances and retreats together, and it is more convenient to manage. This proposal is indeed very good. Everyone feels that there is something to talk about, but soon the last sentence above made them a little bit unable to hold back. The above Mao recommended himself, hoping to become the first chairman of the Earth Federation. Of course, there are 5 members of the board of directors, and the others are all joining. Seeing the smile on the face above, everyone turned their attention to Yin Jiang. This is the rhythm to seize power. Eagle Source, what do you say? Book chapter end. Chapter 244 The First Shopkeeper. Chapter 244 The First Shopkeeper. The beasts are very painful now, and I didn't expect the above to make this idea at this time. There is no problem with the establishment of the local alliance, and we do need to have a unified caliber when it comes to external affairs. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want to be the boss. Stared at it for a long time, saw that this product was real, and after thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, term of office? Once every 5 years, it's not good if it's too long. Yes. But first of all, the Federation is just a platform for everyone to discuss together, but if it threatens its own security, then I have the right to reject the Federation's proposal, and it must be after technical negotiation. Was silent for a while, and although he was a little unwilling, he still agreed to this matter. Now the most important thing is to let yourself have weapons that can fight against alien machines. As long as you can get the technology of electromagnetic guns, everything is easy to say. Of course, this point is also clear. After talking for a while, Du Gang was asked to contact Wang Chen. Wang Chen was stunned for a few seconds when he received Du Gang's call. It's not unexpected that they value the technology of the electromagnetic gun so much, but they are surprised that the quick response of these bosses is a bit beyond it. Indeed, forming a federation is definitely the best way to face external threats. After all, the fist can only have the maximum attack power if it uses the strength of the whole body to punch it out. The establishment of Earth Federation is obviously to gather global forces to fight against this unknown disaster. As for the question of wanting to obtain the technology of the electromagnetic gun, Wang Chen also thought about it. The above is definitely not sure if you let yourself make a decision. It is acceptable to give it or not, but Wang Chen finally decided to open the supply channel of the electromagnetic gun to them after thinking for a while. Originally, Wang Chen's idea was to use electromagnetic guns to protect his own safety, so this thing itself did not want to be exported to others. Because the speed of this thing is too fast, even Wang Chen can hardly find an effective interception method now. But the situation has changed a lot now. In the face of the threat of foreign civilization, the electromagnetic gun, as the most commonly used weapon on Earth, must be put into use on a large scale to ensure its sufficient combat effectiveness. This is a battle for the entire Earth that cannot be carried by one person above. So Wang Chen decided that he could open the technology to those tanku, but in exchange each tanku who needed to use this technology had to pay himself a fee of 10 billion. And he will only provide the full set of technology of the electromagnetic gun, and will not provide the formula of the ternary extrusion explosive. Of course, this special explosive can be purchased from above, but there is no technology transfer. Wang Chen's idea was quickly placed on the table of the bosses. For Wang Chen's request for money, although he was a little embarrassed, everyone didn't react much. And the amount of money bought is more secure than the one sent above. At least you don't have to worry too much about technically giving them a beggar version. On the contrary, Wang Chen did not provide the formula for special explosives, which made everyone have some opinions. The cannons are all sold. If you don't sell the cannonballs, it's a bit of a problem. Is there no cannonball? This cannon is used as a decoration? Everyone just took a fancy to the destructive power of your special projectile, otherwise what would you buy it for? After several discussions, Wang Chen directly stated that this point was not negotiable. The formula of ternary extruded explosive will never be provided by yourself. Seeing Wang Chen's resolute attitude, he had no choice but to go and chat with the above, but unfortunately it was useless. The above indicates that Wang Chen is an independent enterprise, and they cannot force Wang Chen to take out the technology. Didn't you see that we all have to honestly place orders? You still want to buy everything back, is it possible? And this time Wang Chen was almost wiped out, so he felt somewhat insecure. It's good to be able to sell your electromagnetic cannon technology. If you want to sell your cannonballs, he probably won't sleep well at night. I want to roll my eyes at this. Who will attack Wang Chen at this special time? Not to mention, Wang Chen's current research and development capabilities are what the Earth desperately needs. There is no way, the above can't help Wang Chen and they won't let go, and they can't even add money. In desperation, they could only agree to the technology transfer of the electromagnetic gun. Anyway, you can still purchase from the above, but it is not that there is no way. No, before I got the technology, I found it quietly, saying that I would buy 200,000 pieces in one go. The above calculation, the cost of one piece of this thing is 100,000, and even if I only add 20,000 labor costs, multiplied by 200,000, it is nearly 25 billion. His mother deserves to be a big family. This money is spent without blinking an eye, and the funds for an aircraft carrier will come out directly. However, although the money is a lot and the profit is also a lot, the above is still very reluctant to refuse. The reason is also very simple, that is, the existence of alien mechanical bodies was never thought of before. Therefore, there are currently only 2 production lines that can produce this shell. One is in the Gate of Technology, the other is in the military factory above, and the above one is still in the debugging stage. The combined production volume of the 2 production lines in a month is only 5,000 rounds, 200,000 pieces. 5-year output. What a joke, don't I use it myself? So you can buy it, but you have to wait. After this incident, I will definitely expand the production line of artillery shells, and I will allocate a batch of quotas to supply everyone after the production comes out. Before this, you should use a steel rod first. The power of that thing is not bad, but it lacks a secondary explosion. But if the hit rate is high enough, the enemy will be stabbed to death even if it is stabbed. Reluctantly, I can only agree. It doesn't have much bargaining chips at all in this matter. If the above needs to join in to fight against this unknown force, this technology will not be given to them at all. The matter of the electromagnetic gun is so confirmed, Wang Chen has sent the packaged full set of information to the above, and the child is not deceived. After negotiating the matter of the electromagnetic gun, the formation of the Earth Alliance was naturally put on the table again. This is a matter of great concern, and as the first shopkeeper jointly elected by everyone, the above also gave several formation plans overnight. The first one is to determine the location of the headquarters of the Earth Alliance. Since the above has become the first shopkeeper of the current local union, the office is naturally located in the country. Soon this location was identified as an underground base. Now that the situation is special, everything is simplified. The headquarters of the Dillion can be built slowly, but the actual operation must be started immediately. The ghost knows where that mechanical force is currently catching a cat, so he must plan ahead. Chapter 245 Is there such a thing? Chapter 245 Is there still such a thing? Things at the headquarters can be settled like this first, but the next few things can't be settled. The above proposes to conduct an assessment of the existing global military immediately, and then transfer personnel to merge into the jurisdiction of the Terrestrial Alliance. Especially Eagle Source, as the port with the largest number of military ports, the promotion of this plan must definitely require the strong support of its family. If it is to let the big guy rebuild the military port, it will be a waste of time and resources. In the current situation, everyone definitely needs to focus on the iteration of weapons and the planning of overall defense. So the above is to rely on the global military port of Eagle Source for regional reinforcement. Then, through artificial intelligence, all the military ports that joined the Earth Alliance will be integrated into one city. For this proposal, Eagle Source is also very cautious. First of all, he asked about the ownership of these military ports after joining. This is the wealth that Eagle Source has accumulated over the years, and it is impossible to hand it over with just one sentence. The above is also very understandable, which directly means that these military ports are still owned by Yingjiang, and the Dillion only has a certain right to use. Eagle Source considered for a long time and decided to take out 60% of the outer naval port of her own, but in exchange for it, the local alliance needs to bear 50% of the maintenance expenses, and at the same time, she asked to get 50% of the special projectiles for the follow-up electromagnetic guns. Production quota. The first request is acceptable. After all, this local alliance must be joined by all the mainstream halls in the world, and you must pay for borrowing other people's land to use it, and the Eagle Source is not too much, half of it is acceptable to everyone. The trouble is that the next day, the special projectiles for electromagnetic guns are now part of the new generation of strategic reserves, and no one is too much. It is definitely impossible to take out half of it in one go, and there are so many halls around waiting for goods. So the above also took a bit of talk and negotiated with Eagle Source for a long time. In the end, the quota was reduced to 40%, and at the same time, he had to come up with a layer to subsidize the vacancies in the EU and Demao. Anyway, the first few days of the local alliance, the feeling of the cabinet above is a tired word. It's really tiring. To be honest, it doesn't want to be involved in such troublesome things at all, but it is related to the safety of the entire human race on the Earth, and it is impossible for the above to hand over this matter to the subcapitalists in Europe and America. At this point, Demao himself are an attitude. Give it to those gangsters, the ghost knows if there will be a few rapes and then sell the big eye. Never underestimate the bottom line of capitalists. That's why the above took great pains to get the seat of the first shopkeeper of this land union. But now, just dealing with the following things has already given me a headache, and I don't know where the spirit of Eagle Source came from before. Is it really not tired to take care of this and that every day? Hey, fortunately, the top is best at efficiency. In any case, the Earth Alliance is advancing at an extremely terrifying speed under the strong arrangement above. The world's top strategic analysts, military bosses, and political bosses have begun to gather in the unknown base in this imperial capital. A defense system based on the global base and interconnected with multiple ports is also being continuously improved. And while the above was steadily advancing, Wang Chen also started his own actions. When De Gang called himself to ask about the electromagnetic gun, Wang Chen had already asked if there was any problem with the moon. After De Gang asked the above did not hide it, and soon sent the matter that you two encountered before to Wang Chen. It took almost a day for Wang Chen to sort out the things here. I don't know if I don't see it, but I'm startled when I see it. I don't even know about this incident on the moon? Fuck, this is a problem no matter how you look at it. Writing and drawing in the notebook, Wang Chen really deduced a seemingly reliable context. First of all, it can be seen from the data that the UTNO 2 was the first to find the problem. In order to investigate the situation, the space agency let No. 2 continue to move along the signal source. Then something happened, and then UTA 3 was launched. As a result, No. 3 and No. 2 were swapped, and then Yingqian's spaceship was shot down. Wang Chen has reason to suspect that it is very likely that the Jade Rabbit No. 2 found something and activated something. This caused the opponent's defenses to be activated. Because the final destination of Yingqian's spaceship is the moon, and Yingqian also knows about this. After all, it's impossible for Eagle Etchen to be invisible when he's in such a hurry to shoot something there. The other side woke up and saw that Yingqian was about to fly over, and immediately launched countermeasures to knock down the spaceship. As for why he wanted to attack himself later, Wang Chen still didn't understand. The opposite side said that he was a pioneer. Wang Chen didn't understand this statement. Literally, does he mean the kind that can drive the evolution of civilization? They feel that they have promoted the technological development of the Earth, so they are ready to kill themselves and cut off the evolution of the Earth. Wiped his face, Wang Chen still felt a little headache when he touched his chin. But anyway, there is one more clue at hand now. That is that special place on the moon, and there is probably something on it. Is it the remains of an alien civilization? Slowly exhaled, Wang Chen felt that it was necessary to go to the moon to check in detail. If the opposite side really has a base on the moon, then the Earth's defense methods have to make certain changes. There may even be a need to build a dedicated extraterrestrial defense system. Wang Chen checked the current possible technologies, but they were not very good. Because extraterrestrial defense involves many aspects. Whether it is a battleship, there are also fortresses for defense, a shipyard for logistical repairs, a large number of floating turrets, etc. And if you want to defend the entire Earth, the amount of engineering here is not a joke. It is basically impossible in a short period of time. But compared to the others, Wang Chen would rather they really attacked from the moon, so there is at least a glimmer of hope. But if it came from other star domains, the single interstellar voyage alone is enough to hang the Earth. Mechanical civilization is basically invincible in the same class. It will be very difficult to fight if the civilization level is similar, and if there is technology crushing on the opposite side, then Wang Chen will consider running away. No, why did Wang Chen let Urguzi hurry up to build 2 interstellar spaceships? Fear of the worst. If it is really unstoppable, Wang Chen will have to run away. The worst-case scenario predicted by Wang Chen is that the Earth is destroyed, he flees the universe, finds a corner to increase his lifespan first, and then finds a way to develop it. Whether it is mechanical ascension or biological evolution, Wang Chen is already prepared. Of course, it is best not to have this situation. With my current technology, The biggest possibility of the exiled universe is to die before running far. The vast universe is not something that the current self can casually roam about. X. Chapter 246 Interview. Chapter 246 Interview. Almost half a month after this incident ended, the related news on the internet did not stop at all. All sorts of gossip about the alien invasion is still flying around. Says everything, and even some European and American halls have hoarding riots and other phenomena. In order to prevent the situation from further worsening, the Top of the Earth Alliance, which is being formed, has decided to release some of the alien information through a meeting. Concealment is no longer enough. The movement was so big before, and when the Dog Day machine landed on the coast, many people saw it. The video shot has already spread all over the internet, and there is no condition to continue to hide it. Since this is the case, it is better to release some data to stabilize global public opinion. After a period of more or less deletion, sooner related information about alien invasion was released online through official channels. First of all, it was explained above that the truth that the previous Eagle Source spacecraft exploded was indeed due to the attack of the alien mechanical body. Secondly, although Wang Chen was attacked, he did not die. In the end, we released the matter of the upcoming formation of the Earth Alliance, so that everyone can relax. We are confident and capable of protecting everyone's lives. The news of the Earth Federation has indeed stabilized the situation a lot. A lot of people were quite surprised. They didn't expect to see these five forming an alliance in their lifetime. And the first treasurer of this land alliance is still the above. Although I don't know what's going on here, it's over. At the same time, several halls also jointly issued a statement that they will severely punish those people or groups who use the internet to fan the flames. These are extraordinary times. Those who provoke relationships and disrupt social stability will definitely be thrown into prison to pick up soap. And he did what he said. Nearly 100 people were arrested in just 3 days. Several aspects have joined forces, and the atmosphere on the internet has also turned upwards, which has temporarily stabilized people's hearts. In a secret base, Wang Chen also received an interview from an official media. Mainly because there have been too many news about Wang Chen's death recently, and it was planned to show Wang Chen's face for everyone to take a look at. Wang Chen thought it was unnecessary, but he agreed. The interview was conducted in a sealed room, and the girl in charge of the interview was quite beautiful, and her long legs were quite attractive. Under the camera, Wang Chen also dressed up a bit, wearing a set of more casual clothes. "Mr. Wang, we are ready here, how about we start?" Sending him here this time is also considered a golden guilt. After all, there are too many people who want to interview Wang Chen now, and they are very concerned. With Zhu King's good looks and strength, as long as she shows up more and lets everyone get to know her, the road ahead will be much easier. Wang Chen, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, nodded. "Okay, listen to Beauty Zhu. Okay, get ready, we'll start in a minute." Zhu King's face turned slightly red and she quickly gestured towards the photographer next to her to clean up. Soon, countless netizens who were waiting in the live broadcast room saw that the interface that was still playing advertisements suddenly refreshed, and then Wang Chen and Zhu Mizi appeared in front of everyone. "Hello everyone, this is reporter Zhu King. You are welcome to watch our special interview at this time. Many people must have known all about the previous alien invasion, and our guest today is one of the technology that was attacked at that time. The door boss, Mr. Wang Chen Wang. Mr. Wang, say hello to everyone." "Morning everyone. Recently there have been rumors on the internet that I'm hanging up, and there are even champagne poppers. I know where I offended these people, but it doesn't matter, I don't know it anyway. Today's bubbling is mainly to report the safety of those fans who are really worried about me. I can eat, drink and sleep. Don't listen to some people's nonsense. waved to the camera, Wang Chen said with a smile. I'm going, it's really Wang Chen. What the hell is champagne? Before, there were some people who hated the rich and some banana people on the internet. When they heard that Wang Chen hung up, they were as excited as the monkeys. It's a pity that they were slapped in the face. Wow. This host is so beautiful. Indeed, long-legged beauties. It scared me to death. I thought the gate of technology was going to collapse. 233. Don't be funny, even if Wang Chen dies, the gate of technology will not collapse. The appearance of Wang Chen has once again increased the popularity of the entire live broadcast. Many people looked at Wang Chen, who was able to laugh and move, and knew that the news on the internet before was just nonsense. Some people are absolutely unfortunate and some people are absolutely good. After all, in everyone's eyes, this guy is not a businessman, but a top scientific researcher. In the current situation, this kind of top talent is earned if he doesn't die. After chatting with the audience for a few words, Zhu King soon brought the topic back to the interview. Today I invited Mr. Wang to show his face, and the other is to ask Mr. Wang some questions, which is also a topic that many audiences are more concerned about. Go ahead. Well, the first question, what does Mr. Wang think about this attack? I heard that the other party is targeting you this time. What do you think about it? Zhu King glanced at the question form and put the first a question was thrown. Touching his chin, Wang Chen thought about it for a while before saying, if nothing else, the other side should indeed come to trouble me. I don't know the specific reason, but it may be the top scientific researcher who wants to wipe the Earth. As for what I think about this attack, I have nothing to say. Since the opponent has made a move, we can only take it. Okay, then the second question, about the Earth Federation that is currently being formed, does Mr. Wang have anything to say? I heard that your electromagnetic gun has become the key point in the formation of the Earth Federation this time. It's definitely a good thing for me to be able to help everyone. After all, the invasion of alien civilizations requires everyone on the entire Earth to stick together. I just did some things within my power. I heard that Mr. Wang paid a large amount of compensation to all the killed and injured security personnel. Can you ask Mr. Wang what he thought? This. Wang Chen raised his brows slightly. After being silent for a while, he shook his head and said, I personally don't want this to happen. They died to protect me. As the prophetee, I really have nothing to say. I can do it. All they have to do is settle their families. At the same time, push yourself, continue to develop better technology, better weapons, and protect everyone who is still alive, so as to make their sacrifices more valuable. Other than that, I don't really have any other ideas. Chapter 247 Defensive Assumption. Chapter 247 Defensive Assumption. There were not many questions in the interview, just a dozen or so, and they mainly revolved around the beginning and end of the whole thing and Wang Chen's views on aliens. Wang Chen can be regarded as telling the truth, except for some things that need to be kept secret. He basically talked about it. Seems to see that Wang Chen's interest is not very good. After all, after chatting with Wang Chen, he thought of those who died in action. Zhu King also quickly changed the topic. After chatting for about 40 minutes, the last question was asked by Zhu King, Mr. Wang, everyone on the internet now has a certain fear of alien creatures. Do you have any opinion on this? Opinion? Rubbing his nose, Wang Chen shook his head and said, I don't have an opinion, it is human nature to fear the unknown, and everyone has it. If you insist on saying it, it's actually the same old saying. Fear doesn't stop just because you are afraid. What we have to do is face it and find a way to defeat it. We humans have evolved for countless years to get to this point, and it is not necessarily worse than others. So don't worry too much, live every day well, Even if the future is really the end of the world, you should face it with a happy smile. Believe in one sentence: the sky will fall and there will be tall people on it. Believe in the government, in scientific researchers, in the military, and don't make a fool of yourself. No matter what the future holds, this is the way we are going. It can also be regarded as an experience of God. Thinking about it for the better, maybe it's all this time, and the so-called danger in the future doesn't actually exist. Everything is probabilistically possible, so don't be blindly pessimistic. Said directly, don't worry, Wang Chen thought it was useless. Everyone is not stupid, maybe they will be rendered as official dog hair by the unscrupulous media. I am saying this now, which is basically between an accident and no accident, perfect nonsense literature. Besides, I am confused now, you ask me? Of course I hope it doesn't happen again. Okay, thank you Mr. Wang for taking the time out of his busy schedule to accept our interview. Next, we will send some small gifts. You can leave your footprints in the lottery below. So, today's interview is almost over, looking forward to our next meeting. As the last question was answered by Wang Chen, Zhu King also ended this interview with a smile. Finished? When the camera stopped, Wang Chen touched his head and asked. Okay, the interview is over. Unable to stretch, Zhu King said with a smile. Wang Chen sighed after hearing it. That's good, I'm a little nervous for the first interview. If there's anything wrong, please understand. I think what you said is very good, very good. Tilt his head, Zhu King gave Wang Chen a thumbs up. That's good. It's noon. Let me invite you to a meal. The food here is pretty good. Looking at the time, Wang Chen rubbed his stomach and greeted. Zhu King's eyes lit up and smiled and said, is this convenient? After all, we are from outside, and the level of confidentiality here is quite high. What's the matter, you are not CCTV stuff? That is your own, come and have a meal, just as I am bored. Waved his hand, Wang Chen said indifferently. There is nothing inconvenient, just have a meal, and if you can come in, it has already been reviewed. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. Zhu King didn't insist either, nodding and smiling after putting away the things. Cheng, Li Long. Go, tell the kitchen to make a big meal. It's been a month since I stayed at this base. To be honest, Wang Chen hasn't been so free for a long time. Before the interview, I was looking for something to do, and then I have been in a stage of eating and nourishing. Finally, in May, Wang Chen received a notice from De Gang that he could leave the base and do his own business. After this period of investigation, at least the remnants of these mechanical bodies should have disappeared on the bright side. The factory has resumed work, but De Gang does not suggest that Wang Chen go to the factory now. It is better to live in the city first and wait for the security of the factory to improve before going there. Wang Chen thought about it and agreed. Indeed, the electromagnetic gun over there has been destroyed before, and if there is another raid, there will be a big problem. So Wang Chen also returned to the laboratory on the top floor of the headquarters to remotely control the factory. As the attack slowly passed, the operation of the Gate of Technology did not encounter any problems. Wang Chen also began to adjust the follow-up arrangements through Urguzi the next day after returning home. At present, the construction of the headquarters on the island has been completed almost 90%, and it is expected to be fully completed in August. However, due to this incident, it was impossible for Wang Chen to move in before the entire fortifications were completed. After all, it is said that the island does not have a large rear. Once it is attacked, it can be quite dangerous. No, Wang Chen has placed a large number of orders for the above, and the factory's production line for assembling electromagnetic guns is also in full swing. It is expected that 80% of the defense will be completed by the end of the year. And the most important thing is that the construction speed of the battleship that was originally under construction has been increased again as Wang Chen's center of gravity has shifted. It can be fully launched and seaworthy at most in June. Originally, Wang Chen also said that this kind of battleship looks more like a toy at present. After all, it will soon enter the universe. This kind of weapon used for offshore defense is somewhat useless. But now, it seems that the situation has changed a bit. If the opponent really wants to invade the Earth on a large scale, the battleship with powerful firepower may return to its peak. After all, it can maneuver at high speed on the sea surface, and it has a good adaptability for attacking some land targets. It's just that the defense is too weak. Even if Grafton armor is installed, it is still not enough for the current exposed attacks on the opposite side. Wang Chen sorted it out. In addition to being able to use electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons, he has already done a lot of research on energy weapons. Whether it is the energy beam used to cut missiles, or the energy shield used for defense, in this aspect alone, it has been ahead of the Earth more than one time. In the face of enemies with energy shields, today's battleships are actually no different from streaking. Not just battleships, but all road-based defense weapons, including electromagnetic turrets. So Wang Chen is already thinking about whether he should study the technology of energy shield himself. The difficulty of this thing is actually not bad, it is mainly an energy problem. Now that there is cold fusion, you can try it. If it can be successful, then the odds of winning against the enemy's own family will be one more level. Chapter 248. Chapter 248. Energy Shield. He scratched his hair, and Wang Chen also slowly exhaled. Well, anyway, the research on cold fusion has been completed, so there is no conflict. But the research on this thing is not easy. Especially how to constrain the energy is a big difficulty. If the energy shield is regarded as a force field, then according to the current understanding of technology, there are 4 basic forces in the universe. The strong and weak interaction forces are hidden in the nucleus, and the strength of gravity is very, very low, and the direction is not right. Therefore, if the energy shield is regarded as a kind of force field, then there is only one option of electromagnetic force. Of course, there are actually many ways to use energy shields. In addition to electromagnetic force fields, there are repulsion forces or other kinds of energy. Just in terms of the current technology of the Earth, the electromagnetic force seems to be the closest one. And human beings themselves are in a huge energy shield, which is the magnetic field of the Earth. The sun is not as amiable as imagined. While providing us with light and heat, it will also send us a large number of high-speed charged particle streams with bad intentions. Without the protection of a strong magnetic field, the atmosphere on which we depend for a living it will be stripped away, and there will be no life on Earth. Based on this direction, a more feasible shield application method can be obtained. That is to use the magnetic field to affect the charged particles. A strong magnetic field can make the charged particles move around itself. In this case, if the number of charged particles moving around the magnetic field is large enough and the speed is fast enough, it can form a barrier. By superimposing the magnetic field, the barrier can be shaped into any shape. This is also the most feasible design idea for energy shields at present. Wang Chen is basically going in this direction if he wants to study energy shields now. Because other solutions can't be achieved without the current technology of the Earth. However, if you want to support the release of both magnetic fields and charged particles at the same time, this has extremely high requirements on the energy itself. Even if the current cold fusion hypothesis is used on battleships, in addition to supplying these two at the same time, it also needs to satisfy the excitation of the electromagnetic gun. This instantaneous energy consumption is not a fraction. After calculating with Urguzi, according to the battleship currently designed by me, If you want to meet the energy needs of three aspects at the same time, you must at least add two more energy cores. This requires dismantling some established weapons and equipment, such as reducing the original launch port. On this matter, Wang Chen has already asked Urguzi to start making changes, but fortunately, the change will not affect the overall construction of the battleship. Since he decided to study energy shield, Wang Chen naturally quickly thought about the equipment needed to study this technology. Although it has been a long time since I conducted research in the laboratory of the company headquarters, the space and equipment here are barely enough. Just add some facilities. Listed a table and sent it directly to Du Gang, which were all the materials and equipment Wang Chen needed. Du Gang also replied quickly and will transfer it to Wang Chen within a week. Although these equipments are a little rare, for a tanku, as long as it is not a product of fantasy, it can basically be obtained by Wang Chen. And with the continuous advancement of the local alliance, there is no problem even with foreign channels. While on the phone, Du Gang also asked about the electromagnetic gun. Not only abroad, but the domestic demand for this weapon is also very terrifying. As far as Wang Chen's current factory output is, to be honest, it's really not enough. In particular, if you want to complete the defense system in the Earth, you need almost more than 30,000 electromagnetic guns alone. After all, the Earth is so big, although the range of 800 kilometers is excellent, it is still too little. Wang Chen considered and decided to license this technology to the above. This kind of large-scale production definitely needs a system to complete, and a small factory of your own cannot supply the global market, especially in such a hurry. Of course, Wang Chen also made a lot of money. According to the current net profit of electromagnetic gun, Wang Chen gave a license fee of $1 million for a gun. It's not that Wang Chen is greedy for money, the main reason is that the money he needs to use in the follow-up is not a decimal. $1 million. According to the first stage of $30,000, it is only $30 billion. The cost of the interstellar cargo ship that Wang Chen is currently preparing to toss has reached $8 billion, not to mention the follow-up interstellar cruiser that has not yet started. A mere $30 billion is the cost of 2 or 3 ships. And the follow-up islands still need a lot of money to supplement the combat power, and this item can cost money. After discussing the above, I agreed very happily. After getting the authorization, they will definitely reduce the cost by mass production. Although the cost of a gun is very expensive, this refers to the triple 380mm caliber. Strictly speaking, this is the price of 3 guns. Calculated above, the original cost of this thing is as high as $1.5 million, plus the grant of this $1 million. Right, the cost of a triple-mounted main gun is already approaching $2.5 million. However, after getting this thing, they can sell it to Eagle Source at a price. We don't make much money. $3 million for a gun is not too much, right? The first stage of the world needs 30,000 guns. In addition to its own 5,000 guns, there are still 25,000 guns that need to be sold. A gun makes $500,000, that's a full $12.5 billion. What does that mean? This means that the 5,000 main guns needed in the country have already equaled this profit in terms of cost, and the domestic production of 5,000 main guns will basically not cost a penny. And this kind of large-scale production will definitely reduce costs, and maybe you can make a lot of money at that time. The business of making a steady profit without losing money, of course, does not matter. As for whether there will be opinions in Europe and the United States, I'm sorry, the mere $3 million price is really nothing for the local tyrants in Europe and the United States. They used US knives originally, and the annual military expenditure of the Eagle Source family alone is close to $700 billion. This amount of money is a hammer. So, after I figured it out, the above was very happy and reached an agreement with Wang Chen. Wang Chen was also happy and relaxed, and handed this matter over to the top himself. I am relieved, I have gained face from above, and my foreign counterparts have also bought security. In this way, everyone is not at a loss. I just want to start researching the energy shield. I really don't have time to deal with the production of the electromagnetic gun. Chapter 249 Return. Chapter 249 Return. Boss, the people are here, can you meet me? Arrived? Come, bring it in quickly. By the way, where did my tea go? In the cupboard over there. Oh, okay, you go take someone, I'll make tea. On this day, when Wang Chen took Urguzi to conduct theoretical research on energy shields, Li Long suddenly walked in and shouted. Wang Chen was stunned for a second, then got up from the chair and hurriedly looked for the tea leaves. Hearing what Li Long said, he found some good tea from others in the cupboard. At this moment, a security guard walked in from outside the house with the two of them. Come on. Sit and sit, it's been hard work all the way. Wang Chen, who was just about to make tea, saw that everyone had come, and he hurriedly greeted him. Li Das-Han looked around and couldn't help laughing. Mr. Wang's security is strong enough. That can't be helped, it's all requested by the above, come and sit. Well, thank you Mr. Wang. The two people who came here were Guo Hai and Li Das-Han, who saved Wang Chen's life in the village. After came out of the secret base, Wang Chen asked Li Long to arrange for someone to bring the two over here. Greeted the two of them to sit down, and threw the tea into the kettle. Wang Chen then asked again, did you encounter anything on the way here? It's fine, it went smoothly, and this is the first time I've been on a private jet. Just one word, awesome. Guo Hai nodded and gave a thumbs up. This is false. You are a big rally boss, and you were worth over 100 million back then. Have you ever taken a private jet? Wang Chen said with some humor. After came back, Wang Chen asked people to check the situation of the two people. This Li Das-Han is an old policeman who is about to retire soon. The two children in the family are married, the son is also in the police force, and the daughter is teaching at Tsinghua University. As for this Guo Hai, Wang Chen called him a good guy after reading the information. This guy is really a big guy. He was one of the car kings and Group B of the International Rally Championship. Naturally, his worth doubled after winning the championship. Later, he went to participate in the Duoxiang International Automobile Competition and was proficient in driving various vehicles. When he was at his peak, his net worth had reached more than 1 billion, but it was a pity that being famous at a young age was a bit frivolous. This guy was plotted to compete with others in the wild one day. After exposure, his reputation was ruined, and various liquidated damages brought him directly back to B for liberation. His driver's license was revoked after being contested for 10 years. In desperation, he could only return to the small village where he was born and built a repair shop. Because of his very good skills, he gradually became famous in the circle and made a lot of money in 5 years. The Wuling Hong Wang that saved Wang Chen before was modified by him. After the modification, he practiced on the unmanned mountain road. This man is also bold, even though it is a mountain road, but if this is to be found out, it is estimated that it will have to enter the game again. And the two also knew each other. Guo Hai was watched and grown up by Li Das-Han. It's all in the past, and I almost forgot about it. Guo Hai shook his head and said, Mr. Wang, this Guo Zozi is very nice, but he's stupid. He was framed by others back then, otherwise he would have been hiding in the village. Li Das-Han glared at Guo Hai and said quickly, whether it's a false accusation or not, it's a fact that you are racing on a civilian lane, and you will definitely be punished. But I agree with the fact that people are very nice. After all, you saved my life. Waved his hand, Wang Chen scratched his hair and said, yes, or how to say stupid, that thing. Hey. Okay, old man, don't talk about it, that thing is my fault, it's my problem anyway. Guo-Hi's face was calm. He had gotten angry before, but it was useless, and gradually he saw it. Just take the state by yourself, even if there is no such thing, there will still be problems in the future. That's right, you have to face up to your own problems, so that you can become stronger. Well, let's not talk about this. I came here today to have a chat with the two of you, and the second is to thank you for your hard work for saving me. Mr. Wang is very polite, this is what it should be. No, nothing should be done. My life is my life, and yours is my life. I have never felt that anyone should help someone. If I help me, I will definitely repay it. The ancients once said that the grace of dripping water is reciprocated by the spring, not to mention the grace of saving lives. Come, these are 2 cards for you to keep. Shook his head, Wang Chen took out 2 anonymous bank cards from under the table. These 2 cards each have 500 million deposited, the password is 123,456, you keep them. How many? 500 million? Guo-Hi and Li Dashan looked at each other with shock on their faces. Although they had already guessed that Wang Chen might give them money when they came, it was too much. Mr. Wang, this is also. Li Dashan was a little stumbling and didn't know what to say. Keep it all. Could it be that my Wang Chen's life is not worth 500 million? This is what you deserve. Put the card into the hands of the 2 of them. Wang Chen spread his hands and said. Guo-Hi reacted, looked at Wang Chen and nodded and said, thank you, Mr. Wang. Lao Li, keep it, or you will lose Mr. Wang's face. Well, thank you Mr. Wang. Don't rush to thank you, it's not over yet, if I remember correctly, Lao Li, your children are all here in the magic capital. And I also have a villa with an area of 800 square meters and 2 cars for you. It's for you. Find a place to retire later. Wang Chen said and took out a few more agreements from below. Li Dashan glanced at it and waved his hand quickly. This is no use, there is enough money, there is really no need for a house or something. Just take it, or I won't be able to sleep here, and the same goes for you, Guo-Hi. Right next door to Lao Li. Mr. Wang, thank you. Guo-Hi was also shocked by Wang Chen's extravagance. Sure enough, this is the rich man. 1-stop delivery of money, house and car. By the way, put it away, by the way, Guo-Hi, I know you are a professional driver, but since you're a professional driver, you can't do such illegal things. Wang Chen saw Guo-Hi pulling Li Dashan to put everything away after accepting it. He said to Guo-Hi. That's for sure. Well, that's good, you can take this as well, remember. Don't do it again. 2 small books were taken out of Wang Chen's pocket. Guo-Hi, who was still calm at first, couldn't sit still anymore. He almost grabbed it. After opening it and watching it several times, he couldn't believe it. My driver's license still has a racing license? Isn't it 5 years left? I am more or less an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. If you save me, you have made a contribution to the above. This is a reward from the above. Get your license back in advance. I will help you contact Bide. When the time comes, if you want to get back on the field, go there. Thank you. Looking at the things in his hand, Guo-Hi could only say thank you in the end. This is more exciting than anything before. It was just a little fantasy before, after all, no matter how powerful Wang Chen is, he can't ignore the law. But I didn't expect the above to actually unblock my license, so I can finally return to the arena. Chapter 250 Earth Defense Research and Development. Chapter 250 Earth Defense Research and Development. How is it? I'll go back and cheer you on. That feeling hello, I will send you a ticket. Haha, a word is settled. Chatted with the 2 again, and went downstairs to have a meal at noon. In the afternoon, Wang Chen asked Li Long to send the two back. "Boss, you are so generous." Li Long couldn't help laughing when he returned to the house. Wang Chen glanced at this guy and shook his head. "What's the matter? After all, someone saved my life, isn't it worth the money?" "That's not true, but the general boss is not as arrogant as you. TSK, I'll treat you as complimenting me." Rolled his eyes at the guy, and when he returned to the lab, Wang Chen saw Erguzi holding an email on the screen. Opened it and took a look. It turned out that the goods sent from above were about to arrive. "Go and notify Jin Sanchi and let him arrange for someone to pick up the goods at the airport at 7 o'clock in the evening." "Understood, I will arrange to go with Mr. Jin." "Well, how is the online situation now?" "Arrange this matter." Wang Chen sat on the chair and twisted his neck before asking again. "It's still the same, but it doesn't look as chaotic as before. By the way, boss, do you think this alien really exists? Didn't you see it? That thing is a mechanical body, can it be considered an alien?" Touching his nose, Li Long was a little puzzled. Mechanical life is indeed life, but that thing doesn't look like life to me." "What is that?" "Who knows, it may be a renegade artificial intelligence. I didn't hear people say that all organisms have to die." Spread his hands, Wang Chen said with a smile. "Why do you care about this all of a sudden?" "I want to say, if it's really aliens, I hope I can put on mechas for all the surrounding security teams. After all, it was a bit uncomfortable last time." Li Long said awkwardly. "That's it?" "Yes, that's all. It's not for your safety, boss." "I have no problem, but I have to wait." Now all the production capacity has been transferred to tossing the electromagnetic guns. There are not many robots for the production of individual mechas. Touching his chin, Wang Chen waved his hand and said, "Not only Li Long, but it also seems to be forming a special mecha group, but since all the robots in Wang Chen's family have been transferred to produce electromagnetic guns, the current remaining quantity alone is completely unable to meet the needs of the mecha production line. So Wang Chen also decided to slow down first. This mecha thing can be delayed, but the electromagnetic gun thing cannot be delayed. As far as the strength shown by the opposite side is concerned, the gap between the Nimbus robots is not obvious. Okay, let's wait until the production line is free." Li Long could only nod his head after hearing this. "Don't worry, once this thing is mass-produced, I will definitely give it to you as soon as possible." Patting Li Long on the shoulder, Wang Chen also knew that he had lost several friends in this attack. Although he didn't show it in front of Wang Chen, he heard from others that this guy secretly shut himself up at home for a few hours. Friendship in war is something Wang Chen has never experienced, but he can guess it. After all, it is nothing less than family and friendship. Therefore, Wang Chen also understands Li Long's idea of putting on a mecha for the security team. After a few more chats, I opened the document and continued to study my shield technology. In the blink of an eye, June has arrived, and the situation in the world has changed a lot after the attack. The two things that were at odds with each other at first have now started to huddle together to keep warm. Also voided many targeted treaties. The most intuitive manifestation of is that the flower factory has now started to distribute goods in Europe and the United States. Moreover, Europe and the United States are now uncharacteristically supporting flower factories, and top manufacturers such as Nokia have entered. If you want to promote global integrated defense, this 5G network will definitely not escape. Only an integrated network can make the fastest response to enemy attacks. The most interesting thing is that Eagle Source has announced some time ago that it will reduce the annual military expenditure of $700 billion to $50 million per year. On the premise that the global military bases remain unchanged. The extra $200 billion will be sent to NASA. It is said that the NASA boss who knew the news was about to jump with excitement. It's been a long time since the ice cream wars of the last century. And this is only the initial funds. If there is not enough in the future, additional funds will continue to come. The originally suspended space program was also resumed simultaneously. Since the culprit capital has been raised by everyone, the moon landing plan has been taken out again. Especially now that they need to develop the moon as the first outer space base. In order to ensure that there will be no meaningless consumption, it is said that the above is negotiating with Eagle Source to integrate the big guy's moon landing plan. Even in order to match this action, the above is even willing to provide the finished product of cold nuclear fusion for everyone to use. This can be regarded as a surprise. Eagle Source is already envious of this thing. Although the above is the finished product and it costs money to buy it, it undoubtedly gives them close contact. Opportunity. May be able to promote their own nuclear fusion development. But what they don't know is that the above is not worried about the technology leaking at all. As long as the core catalyst formula is firmly in your hands, even if you all use cold nuclear fusion, you still have to be controlled by yourself. Even the more you use, the more limited it will be. Of course, the main idea above is not to limit the big guys, but also to integrate global defense. Everyone wants to enter the universe. Under normal circumstances, it's no problem to play one by one, but now this situation must be concentrated and teamed up to break through. Whoever consumes the Earth's resources and labor. I don't want to see a single cent wasted until it's not clear when the other side will come back. Eagle Source also agrees with this, and is also willing to come up with his own aerospace engine. Don't think about hiding and pinching at this time, the safety of the Earth is the most important thing. According to the plan updated above, in addition to deploying a defense system inside the Earth, it is also necessary to establish a certain defense system in outer space. It is best to be able to do a wave of consumption before the enemy arrives. However, there is only a preliminary idea on how to design the specific design, and we still need to integrate the scientific research team in our hands to improve it. Wang Chen also received the above invitation, hoping that he can join this Earth Defense Research and Development team. My favorite children's shoes, pay attention and love you. Your attention is my biggest motivation.